So I've been like self-caring. Okay, we are live. We are live, going live now. So let's get into it. We've got quite a topic today. It's sort of like interesting the way it runs, because it's like a continuation of last week's topic, but taking it from a completely different angle. Both and the question, I think, is like two-sided when I look at it, because it does seem like there's a double edge to this particular way in which one can interpret this question as per one's feelings. So without any further ado, firstly, the discussion, I think you guys should all know, is, what it is they don't want us to know and why. And we're talking about everything. We're talking about the things in the world, the little specific details, all sorts of details. And then we're talking about something cosmic, which has no details, but is a blueprint. It's got to do with the way in which we understand reality. So I think we're going to have quite a fascinating double-edged conversation here, which is really going to close up all the topics for the round table as I see it, many of the topics that we've had to now. And then we'll probably be focusing on the more mystical things for a time. But let me introduce the lovely crowd sitting on the table today. We've got a wonderful panel, and I'll go around the circle in the order that people arrived, as always. So we've got Indy Sage, and what an honor it is to have all three of you guys here. Great starting panel, I think. Indy Sage is a shadow worker, and obviously he also studies anthropology and ancient history and occult sciences from all different angles. But his main angle is the shadow and working with the shadow, understanding, coming to terms with it, integrating it into the consciousness so we can get a sense of whole being. And then we've got dear brother Cosmic with us, who's got his system that he's been channeling with the Fae, which is really an entire system of occult therapeutics or occult philosophy, but it's also a system of metaphysics, really, a way to understand the universe, of putting it into perspective. And it's got a fresh flavor, although it doesn't contradict anything of the other spiritual sciences. It's got its own unique way of looking at things, which is very, very useful. I love what he's bringing to the table. It's really beautiful. We've got Pope on Dope here. Pope on Dope is a researcher. He's been looking at a lot of things, the Earth grid, what's going on, what are they hiding from us on the planet. He's a great researcher. He's basically taken Google Earth to Google limits. I think they've banned him from Google Earth a few times, but he keeps finding a back door to get back in there. So we've got a wonderful, and it's an honor to have all four of you guys on the show. You guys are really lovely. Got a top grade researcher here who really has looked at the Earth. We've got someone who's looking at the shape and design of the universe in its most fundamental way, and then we've got somebody who's really studied the ancient history in a very fulfilling way, and is looking at the psychological shadow to bring it all into alignment. And I'm a shaman. I'm a little bit of a jack of all trades as well. So it's an honor to have you guys here. And please, if you guys would go around the circle and each introduce yourselves, say a few words. It's an honor to be here with you guys.
All right. Thank you for the wonderful introduction, Franklin. So glad to be here. It's going to be a great show. It's very mysterious what's going on with the powers that be. And I've been seeing some signs of Black Rock and Mount Meru over the past week. So we'll certainly delve into that. As Franklin mentioned, I do study the occult and ancient mythology, as well as anthropology and shadow work. I've used shadow work for my own self-mastery after a near-death experience. And it's been very helpful for me having a Scorpio moon going through all of this, because I've been delving into all of the mysteries of the world and going into the shadows and the darkness and finding the light within. And having a Scorpio moon, it's also known as the Swati Nakshatra in Vedic astrology. And having a Swati Nakshatra or moon sign means that I'm connected to Lord Rahu, who rules over Swati. And Lord Rahu is a god of the ether in the Hindu pantheon. The ether represents the fabric of space, the volume of our cosmos. It is the thing that expands and allows things to have different places within. Without the ether, everything would collapse into a single point. And so Lord Rahu not only allows for existence to be in its expansion, but also allows for the imagination to interpret that world and to create more imaginative worlds within it. And so I'm able to understand other people's imaginations well. I have a deep imagination myself, and it takes that to be able to find deeper truths within. I've been able to have out of body experiences and astral projections that have led me to be able to access higher consciousness in the past, but I'm looking to get back more into meditation and get myself back up there where I used to be. But I've been celebrating life, and my girlfriend's birthday is this weekend, so we've been having a good time. But thank you for the wonderful introduction, guys. Really
Hello
good.
there. It is Cosmic Prankster in the building, so to speak. Yeah, as Franklin mentioned, I do work with the Fae. I've been basically the way this process works is I'm a channeler, and I usually strike up a conversation, particularly with this being named Slazithia. And it's just kind of like a college, like I'll basically, I'll go for a walk or a bike ride, usually after a cannabis edible or two. And then it's almost like a college lecture in a way. Like we'll kind of like ask questions sort of back and forth, and she'll kind of like come up with a new concept, and usually like it's kind of almost random, the topic. Like I never really pick it. She always has something in mind that she feels is relevant. So the whole Zarfexology study thing is kind of this it's almost kind of like non-linearly apprehended, if that makes sense. But I kind of made an interesting discovery last night in regards to color. And so the idea with this phase system is that there are 8 sort of different types of consciousness or awareness, and they're based on the 8 colors, which is red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and pink. Whereas in their language, they call it ajo, sheu, clinido, cathario, rethlithio, bevitha, vithuzatho, and zethizathu. And see, self-awareness comes at the middle of the 2 points between green and blue. So you have one dynamic of consciousness coming from red, and then you have the other dynamic of consciousness coming from pink. And I've been trying to figure out, how does red get to orange? Because red is essentially the awareness of information, and orange, or sheu, is the awareness of sort of energy. And I'm saying, how does information come from energy? And then I realized, oh, it's so simple, because it's the diametric model I have, where it's like sort of 2 points of awareness intersecting each other. Like red needs to be observed by pink, which is like pure unadulterated awareness. And then so I think of it like this: if you have the number 5, which is in the information state of awareness, and then you have it observed by pure awareness, and then synesthetically it creates the color orange. And I think, oh, so it's that back and forth. So it's like ajo, zethizathu. So that's one of the things I've sort of discovered in my system. And with learning those different levels of awareness, you can kind of understand and map out how consciousness forms, how it's created, what different types of consciousness there are. And that's basically kind of what Zarfexology is. It's almost like it's the physics of consciousness, if that makes any sense, or the biology of consciousness. And the Fae have been teaching me it, and I guess a lot of it is also related to magic. And basically the idea with the magic system is you got the Zerfaxes, which are the symbols. And then by visualizing each one has a kind of a psychological effect, which then creates the magical intent. But I'll stop there and let Pope on Dope speak his piece.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the introduction, Franklin. Very nice to come and have a nice chat here again.
Is it just me, or is he a bit soft?
Yeah,
Right, brother?
Can you speak up a little bit?
If you get closer to
Turn up
the
your
mic.
volume.
Let me just see if the settings are... Okay, well, hopefully you can still hear me. Yes, basically, I've been having a look at a lot of the buildings that have been destroyed via the world wars. A lot of the automatically adjust. Okay, there we go. Is that better? Hold on 1 second.
Are you guys hearing him?
Like,
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Oh, that's much better. Excellent.
Yeah, I had to put them. It automatically adjusts the volume, brother. So I had to go into the settings and make it go all the way up. Okay, anyway, so I've been doing some research on a lot of the tunnel explosions and stuff like that that have been erupting in between ancient temples. A lot of the ancient temples that have been carpet bombed over and over again, in all the way from Iran, Syria, you name it. A lot of the, I think they're trying to hide a lot of our past harmonic history when we were basically all connected. We could basically heal each other through frequency and all of that via all sorts of different ways, either through these megalithic structures or bells, even just as a mere bell, a gong. Many of these traditional, what we could call traditional ways, that people use sound and so on to heal each other with frequency. Also, I think a lot of the old medicinal ways are being hidden away as well, so that we can rely more on the pharmaceutical companies and, you know, basically buy medicine that only fixes the symptoms, it doesn't fix the actual problem. But anyways, like you said, what's truth or not is basically what I'm trying to cut to in quite a few aspects. But yes, I think it's the harmonic frequency that we were all enjoying. You know, when special music was being played through orchestras in one massive city, everybody felt the vibration going through. It's as if the entire earth was being elevated by this harmonic frequency, and we were in balance with this. Now, the more you suppress the people, the food, the quality of the earth, it affects the other. Like the ancient trees we used to have. I mean, why on earth you would want to remove that, I don't understand. Maybe they did something that wasn't good. Maybe they just grew too huge. I'm not sure, but I would have loved to have seen these things and, you know, the type of energy these things would have been put out. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to hand myself back over to the group. Thank you for the introduction again, Franklin.
Lovely to have you guys. Excellent. And yeah, man. So let's get into the crank. Let's crank it up. Let's crank it up, baby. So when I was considering this, obviously, just off the top of my head, 9 things came to mind. So globalization, spiritual hierarchy, human potential, right? Science, immortality, religion, history, consciousness, and education. And I think all 9 of these things are really at the core of what they don't want us to know. You know, all 9 aspects. They build a grid, and the grid builds up to something bigger. Where is Gabriel when we need him to come and share with us? Namaste to all of you that are here. We've got Vincent. We've got Rob. We've got Mexico. We've got Lauren. Welcome to you guys. Hope you guys are having a great day. And all the other people that are watching, namaste. Love and peace and honor to you guys. This is sort of a follow-up of last week's discussion. But yeah, we're really gonna like put the proverbial nails in the coffin. Ooh, I like that word, nails in the coffin. And by coffin, I mean something like really exciting. Weird as that is to understand, because we're gonna like pull open the things that they've hidden from us, that they have made us pretend is not alive, but is very much alive and kicking. And I think, you know, what Pope and Dope started shooting at immediately was basically what we can see in front of us. And I think we'd probably have to start at the beginning. We'd probably have to start at education. You know, we've discussed this before, but I think they don't want us to know how heavy the educational system is biased towards preventing us from recognizing our potential. And so I see this as clicking into human potential. I see this as clicking into globalization, because they want us to become perfect little consumers. So at the end of the day, they're controlling us with money, and we're all aware of this. We're all painfully aware of the system. Funny story. My 8-year-old says, "Dad, come look here." He's on his laptop. And I'm looking at this. He says, "Look, I got a tracker." I'm like, "What do you mean you got a tracker?" And he's looking at all these graphs. He doesn't know what he's looking at. And I come closer. I'm like, "Okay, Goldman Sachs." And it's like he's looking at graphs of all the banks and their performance at 8 years old. And I said to him, "Do you know what you got here?" He said, "Well, I thought it was a tornado or a storm tracker." I said, No. This is a money tracker." So he got excited. He goes, "Ooh, I've got a money tracker." But basically, you know, this is what they don't want us to know. For example, the latest little piece of information is all the big billionaires have been selling all their stocks. Pay attention. They don't want us to know what's going on in the economy. They don't want us to be aware of what's going on in the money world. So the US government is throwing money back at the banks. So the banks are actually making a negative loss, but they're quite excited about showing positive money on the books. And they've got very clever ways of explaining how they do this. Obviously, there's a bit of a bump up coming from the government. Taxpayers' money is going to change hands. The next stimulus package. They were very excited, the banksters, when they saw this tornado coming. There's been a lot of talk about the tornado. I think it's going to have to come up as well. Weather modification is going to have to be on the table as well, because it's all part of what's going on. The global climate, the global control of farming, agriculture, the global control of borders, the global control of our children. Now in South Africa, the Better Bill has just been passed. The Better Bill is dare I say, it's an evil piece of paper that basically they tried to pass it and they couldn't, because they were giving too much control to the schools for children. And they were forcing children and parents into an unconstitutional contract. And so enough organizations kicked up, and enough people, bless us all, sent emails to the government to say no. So the government had to rephrase it. They tricked us. They pretended that it had been signed. You can go into the South African history of our news, and our president apparently signed this bill 4 months ago. My son's mother was having a panic attack because my son is schooled at home, and I was like, no. The bill hasn't been signed. It took her a few weeks to realize it. She kept freaking out, and I kept saying to her, he hasn't signed the bill. There'd have to be an official declaration of the bill being signed, not like we're signing it today and woohoo, let's all clap and it's done, it's dusted. Today it's getting signed. We didn't see it get signed. So anyway, after 2 months of the whole country believing that the bill had been signed, it came out that the bill hadn't been signed. This is how tricky these people are. They've got an embroiled system where they've got the education system wired into the political system, wired into the news outlet system, wired into Google, wired into control of information. And, you know, what Cosmic was talking about as well, information and energy. If you want to control energy, control information. So now we're getting to the crux of what they don't want us to know. And this is such a deep rabbit hole. Who of you guys want to start on a particular, want to drop the hammer on something particular to start us off?
I'd like to start on something. As I mentioned earlier, I study ancient mythology, and I came across some of Manly P. Hall's work on the star lore of Babylon over the past couple days. I wanted to read to you guys some of the work of Manly P. Hall and his research about the Temple of the Gods from the Babylonian system. Now, he goes in this lecture to talk about the Chaldeans, who are the Babylonian astronomers, and suggests how they developed our system of astronomy in such a way that they had 7 rings of the 7 celestial bodies, the middle and fourth body being the sun. But these bodies circle around a circumference, with the center point being the magnetic center of all power of God in the solar system, is then focused from the center out to the circumference where the celestial bodies are in their system. And so through their system, they say that we become fallen through those 7 rings, and then our consciousness can rise back through those 7 rings. So falling and rising has a lot to do with the Babylonian astrology system. But I wanted to read a little bit from Manly P. Hall's work. He says, "It was believed that the hypothetical point at which the extension of Earth's North Pole would pass through the Empyrean is the area of psychic contact between this solar system and other members of the cosmic system." What he's saying is that our North Pole spikes out above the atmosphere of the planet in such a way that it can access other cosmic energies for our solar system. It's the solar system contact point here on Earth at the North Pole. He also says, where the pole of the Earth extends through the 4th envelope of the Earth, the sphere of air, its outer etheric envelope is supposed to be the location of Meru, the temple of the gods, in the great center of the Earth's divine government, which floats over the Gobina, or the great desert of Shamoh. He goes on to say that the true pole and the magnetic pole do not coincide. So the true pole and the magnetic pole are different, probably because the magnetic pole is at Black Rock, Mount Meru. And so it's interesting that he suggests that is the temple of the gods, the divine governing body of the earth. And so I feel like a lot of us have heard about the control of information, the control of industrial mechanized technologies is through the corporatocracy that we live under. And a lot of us have heard about how all of the corporations come under a father corporation, BlackRock. And so I found it interesting that Manly P. Hall was talking about this about 70 years ago, or at least 50 years ago before today, in a time where a lot of this stuff wasn't really on the surface. But since he's been able to open eyes, a lot of us have become aware that these corporations are governed by an occult society. That's an underground society, a secret society. Now, we're aware of secret societies, the Saturnian worshipping cults, child sacrificing cults amongst the elites of the world government that's run by the world banking system. But is there also another ruling elite that's unseen? A lot of people suggest that there are some overlords that rule over us militarily from the deep underground military bases. Some of them suggest to be reptilian, whatever that means to you, whether they're cold-blooded humans or they're of a different lineage. It's to be untold, or it's to be unknown, but we're finding more and more about these mysteries, especially through this golden age of information. And if any of you guys have anything else on this, I'd just like to say that by the end of the 90s, there was over 160 deep underground military bases established from Americas through over to Northern Europe and into the Scandinavian area. And they've been expanding since then with their deflagrating technology to melt rocks that's from a breakaway civilization. They claim that they can deflagrate a mile a day of underground tunnels, which is pretty impressive. I know certain whistleblowers have told me that they've been down into these tunnels. They're not allowed to bring a phone or any type of technology with them that they would be able to take a photograph with. They have to leave their identification at the gate, and it's highly classified down there. I've also heard that there's a high-speed railroad underneath the United States in these deep underground military bases. A lot of this is speculation and hearsay, but there's a lot of people saying the same stories, and so I feel like it's quite compelling. What do you guys think about some of this? If you want to go on another rant, you can too.
Oh, you really know that
I
I'm
would
behind
say-
you on that one. Yeah, definitely the tunnels are crazy. It's a massive story. I'm bombarded. It's like the catacombs in France. When I looked at the layout, it's the entire layout of France. It's like when a cataclysm hit, they basically buried all of their dead in those tunnels. Jeez, it's insane now. Absolutely huge. Yes, but I think what these what you call them higher ups, they're basically trying to hide everything that's on the surface so that so that less and less people can find all of these lost cultures that will remind us where we are from, what we used to be like, that type of stuff.
Definitely, where there is smoke, there is a fire. There is just no two ways about that. There cannot be a fire unless there is smoke. And I mean, all of our mythologies point at that. Like, let's look at the American Indians, right? There's a unilateral mythos, and in South America as well, and Mexico. All those mythological places relate to this emergence from underground of beings. We've got the same stories being told in Africa. We've got the same stories being told in Asia, and European myths as well. You know, the giants came from under the earth, came from outside, inside, down under the earth. So when we start to look at this, we start to get this story that's been told over and over again. And here in Cape Town, we have the mythos of the Sand people, and we call them the Khoisan people here in Cape Town. That's how they were commonly known. And basically, Hottentots Khoi is because there's a Hottentots band of mountains that sort of surrounds Cape Town. And there's a mythos there that explains how there were secret tunnels underneath this very mountain that I am on. In fact, the legends say that close to Cape Point, there are entrances into underground places that go right down into the earth. And these tunnels are quite extensive, according to these ancient mythos. So when we look at the Sumerian stories, they speak about the Abzu. And the Abzu, if you research the Sumerian cuneiform texts, it seems like they're talking about Africa, pretty much. And so Africa, they explain how they dug these subterranean tunnels, and they basically put subterranean tunnels everywhere to mine gold. And to this day, we have literally thousands of gold mines here in Southern Africa that cannot be accounted for. So there's definitely something going on. You know, when we look at the story is not without merit and validity. And how every culture, do the Aborigines not also have some story about emerging, a class of beings emerging from under the earth? I'm sure even they do. And maybe one of you guys can fact check that for me, because I could be wrong on that. But let me share something while people are looking at that, and just to get an idea here.
Peoples would you look at?
Did the Aborigines in Australia also not have a mythos about beings coming from out under the earth? And don't they also have discussions there about subterranean tunnels? I mean, it's so universal. You find it all around the world. It's a big story.
They also have legends. The Maori have legends of the red hair giants.
Exactly. So yeah, so let's take a look at what we got here, right? Here we've got what is an alternative map that we find circulated before the 1700s, universally, often. And you might recognize it's more similar to the United Nations map. And I don't think that's an accident. Now, there in the center where you can see my cursor, that's the North Pole. That's the ancient Mount Meru. Now, I know that in India, people will say that Mount Kailash is Mount Meru. But when you look at the legends of Mount Meru, they are the same stories of Rupus Nigra. Rupus Nigra, Mount Meru, the heart of the world, the center of the world. And this, believe it or not, is a flat earth map, which suggests that the center of the world is the North Pole and the circumference of the world is the South Pole. And there's various different ideas that we could be on a bigger world and that the ice wall is sort of limiting our scope of moving beyond our limitations here. There are various different theories, concave earth theories, flat earth theories, hollow earth theories. And I believe that consciousness is the substance of reality. So I believe that there's something to these stories personally, on a personal level, that it makes a lot of sense when we start to consider it. And so there's definitely a lot to take in here. And the first thing to do is to start questioning everything that we've been taught. That's how I see it. I see it as being rather fundamental. I think that it's really important for us to be able to be able to look at the situation through open eyes and just get the idea that basically we are living in this dream time of reality and that things are not what they seem to be, and that there are particular people and particular organizations and particular agencies of power on this planet that don't want us to recognize that we are sovereign beings. They don't want us to take into account that there's more to the nature of ourselves. They want us to think that we are small, tiny, insignificant dots in a huge thing, and that all of the biblical scrolls are wrong. It's very interesting when you start looking at all of the ancient art, whether you're looking at the lokas of the Buddhist art, whether you're looking at the Vedic art, where they're literally outlining all the lokas, they're on discs, not balls. Why didn't they put them on balls? Interesting. Why are they all on discs? I think they're talking about the nature of consciousness, and the nature of consciousness manifests this reality. So they don't want us to understand what we are. They want us to think that we are this flesh puppet. They don't want us to understand that these flesh puppets are merely like a glove that we're wearing, and that we are so much more profoundly vast, that these flesh puppets can take many forms. These flesh puppets can carry many, many different narratives, stories of reality. These flesh puppets can actually rewrite the very nature of reality. They don't want us to know this. Ye are as gods. We should not be aware of this. So I do agree that there's a lot for us to uncover. There's a lot for us to take into account when we look at the story. And yeah, what do you guys think? Why? I think he was just about to start talking and he fell off.
Yeah,
What do you guys think? I mean,
So
why would they not want us understanding that the Freemasonic order is very powerful? There we go. Indy Sage is back. Understanding it. Were you going to say something, Indy brother, when you fell off?
Yeah, I wanted to mention about the Aborigines and their caves and their stories of the mythology. They mentioned that they would make a lot of tunnels and caves to find groundwater, and they would sometimes cover up those tunnels. And there were some famous caves like Uluru Sandstone Formation where there's cave paintings that tell about their history of their mythology and their cosmogony, the origin of the universe, and their tales. But they mention the rainbow serpent, which represents the groundwater rising to the surface. So I think a lot of their tunnels and systems involve groundwater, but it's also said that, on a similar parallel, that the Aborigines have some descendants in Japan. That the Japanese genome consists of Siberian, Aboriginal, and Mongolian genes primarily. So there was a time during which the sea level was lower during the Ice Age, and at which time there was what we know today as Lemuria or Mu. But in their time and in their place, they knew of that as Kandari Kandam. And so the Aboriginal people were not limited to Australia during that time. They were able to expand throughout Southeast Asia, across the islands of Indonesia and Malaysia, which they could access by land. And so a lot of that became covered by water over time. And so I think a lot of their places where they had traveled became underground and underwater as the sea levels rose. But there may be more myths about their origins from underground. I have to look more into that.
That's beautiful, brother. Yeah, there's so much to be learned, I think, by yes.
They're finding more every day. And just this year, they found two fireplaces in Clogg's Cave, where they found that there is a 12,000-year-old healing ritual that was performed there. It's been passed down to the people here now. And that was just this year they found that.
Where is that?
Clogg's Cave in Australia is a site where it's an archaeological site of the Aborigines. I believe it's in the outback.
Wow. And you know, for them to be using the term 12,000, that's a big deal, because you know how scared they are of those words.
Exactly. Yeah. That's even predates.
They don't like to go anything further than 4,000 or 5,000, or they like to keep it, even when it comes to the pyramids. And for those of you that don't know, there is no way that we can go by the official dating of the pyramids that they've given us for Egypt, because there are literally pyramids off the coast of Japan that follow the same pattern, and there's coral that have grown on those pyramids, and based upon the growth cycles of those coral, you know, it's like a tree has growth cycles. You can study it. Coral, you can date it, right? There are growth cycles, so you can get an educated guess. And the dating of the pyramid with the coral on it was like, let's just put it this way, the coral was more than 9,000 years old. So more than 9,000, the pyramid sank. Could have been 1,000, could have been 100, could have been 2,000 or 3,000. My point is, it's a lot more than what they told us. And there are a lot of interesting structures underneath the ocean in around Japan, actually. So I think there's definitely a lot that they don't want us to know. South Africa's full of pyramids, by the way. Did you guys hear about it? No, it's not really been spoken about, is it?
Is it the rock circles?
There's 47. There's 47 pyramids in South Africa alone.
Wow.
But have you heard about it?
Is it different on the
Yes, I have.
And the Nubian pyramids, that's more Central Africa, right? The Nubian pyramids.
Yes, mostly Nubian.
But this is different than the stuff that Michael Tellinger was talking about with the circles, right? Those rock stone circles.
Those were actually, some say they were actually houses. People, they used to actually live in them.
Yes.
Because of the frequency and the resonance it actually gives off with the pyramidal structure. That's why they built them that way. They eat, they sleep, they do everything within that frequency till they started making these massive cathedrals and these big, it just gets bigger and bigger from there. So if you take it from a pyramidal structure, you get quite a bit of frequency out, but then they one up this really, really big. Like this where I was going through many hours on that the three of you and some of the other people that are watching have seen. A lot of the structures that basically look exactly, the architecture looks exactly the same. Basilicas, I think there's thousands of them. Star forts that are incredibly huge. I tell you, if you say it takes 200 years to build it, it's a mock compared to how big they are. And there's over 200 star forts on this plane, as far as I'm aware of at the moment. But not just that, the amount of cathedrals there are. It's getting a bit difficult to hide these things because of they just strike you immediately. They are so attractive. So yes, I think it started with the Nubian way. I actually think it started with the Nubian way. Um, yeah. Over to you guys. Just need to mute for.
Yeah, there's actually pyramids in the Canary Islands, which are step pyramids made of lava stone, resembling the step pyramids of Mesoamerica. And it's said that those pyramids came much later, but you have to question the dating of these ancient sites. These pyramids look very primitive. I think these pyramids, the pyramids of the Canary Islands are much older than they say. And they're connected to the culture of the Tenerife people, which trace back their ancestry to the Mesoamericans potentially, but they're also connected to the Berber people and the Basque people. The Berber people still maintaining their ancient alphabet of Linear B. The Basque alphabet was taken away and replaced with a Latin alphabet. But if you look at the ancient Basque language, it resembles the Atlantean language that we have some records of. There's a lot of trident symbols.
Yeah, generally when they look into these things, what they discover is that the so-called pyramids are built on older pyramids.
Mhm.
And those are built on older. And if you dig down, you uncover a bigger pyramid. And as you dig down, you discover there's more going on. It's almost like there was some kind of a big mud flood that covered everything.
Yeah.
And that mud flood has left everything covered up, and people after the mud flood came to rebuild it. That's what it seems to suggest. Or there must have been many kinds of mud floods, many kinds of, times. Think about 10 or 20 or 30,000 years, what could happen. Now, one of the most classic examples is Göbekli Tepe, right? This is in southeastern Anatolia region in Turkey. And the official story is that there's a settlement there that was inhabited around 9,500 BC, right? And much of the story says that it was founded in about 11,500 years ago, right? Arguably some of the oldest site. But here is where it gets interesting. Go and take a look at this. Go and look what's been said by the researchers. They are now not prepared to dig any deeper. They've uncovered, I think, am I right? Is it 10 or 15% of the dig? Like 85, 90% of Göbekli Tepe is under the ground, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's
and
true.
now I think they've halted all digging until 2040 because it's a national heritage site. Does that make sense?
It doesn't make too much sense that they're covering it up with these trees, with these olive trees, because those roots are going to damage the archaeological relics and the artifacts there. So I don't know what they're trying to hide things. It seems like that to me. They want
Yeah,
people-
so you're not allowed to dig it up. Archaeologists are not allowed to dig it up, but it's fine to plant olive grove trees over it. It doesn't make sense unless they literally don't want us to look underneath
right.
the current structures to find the older structures. And they say, actually, we said it 11,000 years old. Actually,
Yep.
It seems that the stuff underneath is more advanced. Ooh, that's hard to explain. More advanced stuff further down. What else are they going to discover down there? Technology, spacecrafts, maybe they're scared of what they're going to discover down there because they've noticed, uncovering a little bit of it, that there's far too much being told about our ancient history, which is basically going to have to shut down all archaeology as we know it to a certain extent and make us start getting receipts for what's being said, because there's obviously a lot of hogwash being sold, and people have got PhDs and doctorates to protect, right? So, you know,
There's been a lot of sites that they've uncovered recently within the past 20 years that have been covered up that predate Göbekli Tepe with higher advanced civilization and technology. Places like Buseji Mountain in Romania, the Iraqi cave where they supposedly found one of the ancient vimanas or flying saucer crafts there in a force field. These places are not told about, but I feel like places like Göbekli Tepe are released to the public because they're trying to prove that we were like cavemen or primitive people before the most recent civilized times. I think what they're trying to cover up is our breakaway civilization past, where we had higher technology then than we do now. Now, I feel like personally, Göbekli Tepe is a refugee site of flood victims from the Great Deluge that all came together in a place to rebuild civilization. And to me, that kind of integration with other peoples was probably the reason it was buried, because they're all about going out and dominating and imposing governance upon all of the different peoples of the world. And so in a time where they were desperate and came together in a place where they were normally the leaders, they might have shared their leadership during that time or let other people take lead in their society, and they might have either covered that up to hide away their agreeableness, or they kept it as a sacred site for the survival of that time as refugees, to preserve that site and their ability to recover after that. But it seems to me that there's other sites that show that there was way more advanced civilization back then with higher technologies than we have today. But even if we look at the simple basic megalithic stone building that was done then, we still have absolutely no idea how that was achieved. Now, if we look at places like Pumapunku, the Sun Temple of South America, where the H-shaped blocks have been decimated and thrown from what looks like a massive mud flood, it seems like what Franklin is saying has a lot of credence. There's a lot of merit to the idea that there's other sites underneath these pyramids, and a lot of the Mexican and Mayan pyramids in Belize and Mexico and throughout Central America do have pyramids underneath, as well as the South American sites. In North America, we have these mounds, which are argued to actually be pyramids underneath, but just not uncovered yet. And if we look at the pyramids of South America and Central America, about 100 years ago, they were still covered in dirt. So I think in North America, they're a lot less progressive about uncovering our past. And it's known that the conquistadors that came here were in charge of hiding, destroying, and covering up all existence of giants here. Vespucci was one of the only survivors of some of the giants on the islands of Aruba and Bonaire, and his story is incredible. We see that Vespucci and his men went there following footsteps of giants, and were able to find two maidens who invited them back to their house, their hut in the jungle. They went back to the hut, and the maiden said that they were going to cook for them. After a little while, the men started to arrive with these giant weapons, the men all being 7 to 9 feet tall, if not taller, maybe 10 or 11 feet with some. And as they came in, the Vespucci and his men started to get the idea that they were going to be the food. And so they realized they're going to cook them and feed them to their husbands. And this is probably something they've done many a time. So Vespucci realized this, and him and his men were able to run and escape at that point by distracting the men. And as they ran away, the men started to pursue them. They shot back with gunfire, and they barely made it back to their ship. The giants were continuing to pursue them in the water. They shot cannons, and they were finally able to escape. But that's the only known testimony of having escaped the cannibalistic giants of Curacao and Bonaire and Aruba.
There's definitely a lot to be understood when we look at this. And I think like there are other stories of the giants where they actually found physical evidence on one of the islands of
Yeah.
the bones. And the story was that all the tribes got together and they said, had enough of these red-haired giants, let's go and get them. And they went to get them and they did them. They got them, they did them, cleaned their clocks, decided no more cannibalism. We're not doing it. Our kids will not be your. And so we've got this story that we've all heard as kids about like the giants will eat you, right?
Yeah,
Like where did that come from? It's so embedded in our folklore.
it is.
And people don't believe in giants anymore. This is the most incredible thing. So by and by, many, many people on earth are Christian, right?
Mhm.
If you ask a large percentage of Europe or the West, shall we say, does God exist? Yes. You ask them all, they might say, well, I'm not Christian as in like with a church, but I believe in the Bible. It's a very common thing to hear, right? Ask them if
Yes.
they believe in giants. No. They'll laugh.
I think a lot of people follow the teachings of Jesus, not the Bible per se.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
But the only reason we know anything about Jesus at all is the Bible.
Right. Right.
So if you're not going to take the Bible at face value, then you can't take Jesus at face value.
A lot of the stories that we say about Jesus, the bodies, the temple, and such, is not seeming to be written in the Bible. I don't know if that comes from the Dead Sea Scrolls or the apocryphal works or where, but I feel like there's a side tangent of stories of Jesus that's not biblical.
I think a lot of that, when you ask the question of God, why is it that people, I believe in Jesus and the Bible and stuff, but I don't believe in giants or other like mystical kind of phenomena or whatever. If you really think about Christianity, it actually shares a lot of common parallels with atheism, because I hear when the magic community, people are talking about, this world is it's an illusion, it's fake, and that's common along a lot of people who believe in either magic or mysticism. Christians are very different to that orientation. They're very one thing they have in common with atheism is they're very uncommon objective truth. That they think that because their spirituality is objective truth, that they're more actually, Christianity is actually more oriented towards the physical in the same way that something like atheism. So basically, in my Zarfaxology system, the worlds are within the Zarfax, which is basically kind of the larger multiverse we live in, is the idea of the Zerfites. So you have two mundane Zerfixes and two magical ones. And they're both kind of different orientation. There's two on the top that are oriented towards the light, and there's two that's oriented towards the top. So there's the two mundane Zerfixes are essentially kind of like your monotheistic religions like Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, sort of at the top mundane. And then you have the lower mundane, which is more pointed toward the darkness. That's materialism and physicalism. And the idea with the Zarfax is that there's the Zarfax interior, which represents kind of the physical kind of consensus reality. And then you have the indeterminate zone, which is sort of the astral, the multidimensional aspect. Now, the magical Zerfixes, they kind of say, this the indeterminate zone, the astral, this is the real realm, and the material realm is the fake realm. This is the illusory realm. Well, where if you look at the mundane realm, it's the opposite. It says, this physical realm, this is the real realm, and the astral realm is either an illusion created by a hallucination, or it's some kind of demonic hallucination or trap to trick us to thinking into, the real world. Because if you think about Christianity, it's not so much, this world is a dream and I magically created it. It's very literal. It's this, I created this physical reality, this tangible being. It's not imaginary. It's not a dream. So to answer that question you were saying earlier about the idea that, why does Christianity, poo-poo away, ideas like giants and extraterrestrial civilizations in ancient world? Because at the end of the day, it's more fun, it's more oriented towards the mundane than it is the magical. And that's kind of my take on it. Even though it believes in God and the metaphysical and stuff.
I completely get what you're saying. I'm sitting here and I'm staring at the screen. Is it just me, or can you see the face in the tree? Behind, if you look at your own picture,
Looks like a rooster.
Indy. Like there's a nose, there's an eye, there's a mouth, there's hair. Is it just me?
I see a beak. I see like a bird face with like teeth.
Yeah,
I'm so seeing a face. I'm so seeing a face. It's just it's it's so powerful, man. Literally. It's such a incredible face. Oh wow, look at that little guy.
My
Have
little
you
turtle.
named him?
King. This is King the Snapping Turtle.
Cool. It's a tortoise or a turtle?
He's a snapping turtle.
Oh, it's a snapping turtle. Yes, that's the little one. Right. Because you're outside. I was just thinking it's a different one, but it's the same one that you normally have indoors, right?
I brought him outside today. He's loving it.
Yeah, we got a couple of tortoises. I've just been staring at that face behind you the whole time.
It's so cool.
And it's like, yeah, it's so cool, man. And I like what you were saying, Cosmic, about the nature of this, the nature of the narrative that we tell ourselves. Yeah. And that story that you were getting into is obviously it's a particular interpretation of Gnostic writings, is it not? And the Gnosis and the Gnosticism has been presented in such a way as like reality is evil. And these Gnostic ideas actually found a place in Christianity that they're not, Hence the divine feminine was shunned out of fear of recognizing nature's role in everything,
This
and
is me.
yeah,
Because in the ancient times, Moses was portrayed as having a magic wand, as was Jesus. But in addition to having a magic wand, Moses was also portrayed as having horns. So that's somewhat the magical side seems to have been lost over time. Now, this magic wand thing, we don't see any of that now. But if we look at ancient temples and carvings and images on the temples for 1,000 years ago, you see that Jesus holds a magic wand. So is it that they're focusing on the mundane? Or is it that they've switched the focus away from the magic to cover it up? I feel like there was more of an emphasis on the magical aspect before that's slowly been covered up over time.
I think it's about where your magic is orientated towards. Like that to me is the big sort of distinction between Christianity. It's like is it oriented towards the left of the universe or the right of the universe? That's kind of how I think about it. Is it oriented towards the center or is it oriented towards the outer edges? And so because like I was saying before earlier, it's like Christianity, like one of the myths that some extreme kind of fundamentalists believe that when the end of days sort of comes, that the reason they're so against cremation and that they think it's like a sin. I'm not sure exactly, Indy, you might be able to back me up on this, but there's particular groups of Christianity that believe that our bodies are going to be literally revived from our coffins and we're going to enter heaven with our actual physical bodies. Now, if you think about that, what that says metaphysically and metaphorically, that basically says that the kingdom of heaven is, in a sense, kind of within, or at least more tangential to physical reality, right? So there's a sense that it's not that you are this, metaphysical spirit that's going to this other realm. You are going in your literal physical body to a literal physical kingdom of heaven, because you think about how heaven is portrayed in kind of popular Christian media. It's not thought of to be in another dimension. In a sense, you kind of picture it literally up in the clouds where it's heaven, or literally at the bottom of the earth when they're hell. And to think about that kind of that literal imagery, that kind of reinforces the emphasis on the mundane world rather than a sense of, hey, maybe there's something that actually exists beyond this world. So when you think about magic, it's magic that of Moses and Jesus. It's magic that's in service of that sort of more mundane orientation. The magic is like the method, but the mundane is the goal. It's kind of like Aleister Crowley. It's like our method is science, our aim is religion. So for the Christians, it's like our method is magic, but our goal is the mundane. So that's why I look at, whereas something that's more pagan, it's more like, magic is sort of the practice and magic is the goal at the end of the day. So really it's not just about magic, but where your magic comes from and where your magic is orientated towards, and which metaphysical direction are you magnetized within, as I guess.
Yeah, I would like to say that you're right about that, in the sense that even though Jesus was portrayed as being very magical, a lot of times the only things that he would do with his magic was heal people's bodies, physiological magic that helped people physically in the observable way that you can see. He wasn't really talking about touching things of the unseen, metaphysical things as such. But if we look at the apocryphal works, we see that Jesus was not always a healing magic type of guy. There was times as a child where his evil identical twin brother Judas and him were out traveling about, and somebody had done something wrongful and hurt someone, maybe his brother or something. And as a punishment, Jesus used his magic wand and made him dead and killed somebody with black magic. To make this story give some more benefit principle to the story and moral to the tale, they had him eventually resurrect that individual, as he had felt ashamed of having done that out of wrath. But there's times where Jesus does things out of evil magic in the ancient apocryphal works. But I'm sure that there's other things that it's a deeper side of less mundane magic, where they're affecting things of the unseen realms, where we see that there's going to be things hidden. But King Solomon is a great example of magical figure in the Bible. He was able to understand demons and control them through his works, through his book on demons. He was able to gain mastery over them. So there's a lot more there that really has not been focused on in the modern day. That's still there. It has remnants of the magical time before. And I would say that the Solomon's magic is much more magical and less mundane than the magic of Jesus, where he's making people less crippled, healing their blindness and such. Whereas he's not able to, in the tales, touch upon something where he was able to heal someone's spirit per se. So unless I'm mistaken, there could be something there. There's a lot in the Bible. I think he also had other people able to resurrect. Was it Peter that was able to resurrect Lazarus?
That's an interesting point that you bring up, when we're looking at these stories, because there's definitely more to this, and I do think, I suppose the walking on water is a pretty impressive stunt. And the transmutation of water is that rocks.
Yeah.
And making a little bit of something become a lot of something. That's pretty out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's like homeopathy, like to the extreme. You just need one drop, and then you'll make it go the distance, which in itself is something quite powerful. I
want to mention something about that real quick.
Yeah.
There's a man named Dr. Christopher that talks about mythology of herbal medicine. He says that when Jesus turned water into wine, it's because there wasn't much wine to go around. He was able to use a couple of drops of wine in the bottom of a pitcher and then fill it with water. And by doing that, it purified the water through the oxidization of the grapes. And it looked somewhat tinted as a wine. So Dr. Christopher says that was what actually happened. It was not necessarily miraculous, but his teaching of the people to heal themselves and to live from poisonous water by purifying it was a very divine lesson to them, which is kind of lost through time.
Yeah, I mean that's
Yes,
one way of looking
the
at
way
it. Please go, brother.
I think the indoctrination on alcohol is pretty hectic. Maybe that's why they put wine in the Christian, how can you say, in the Christian religion, so that people do it religiously, and then they've got. It's pretty amazing as well. That's why I don't touch alcohol actually anymore at all, due to a lot of stories that I read about chiefs and stuff that when they grew up, they saw that when they weren't using alcohol to cure their boredom, they were far more athletic, and they would get out a bit more. But when they were passing their time with alcohol, they were generally in fights and wasting a lot of money and that type of stuff. But I think the wine story, I think it was actually put in there so that people are more susceptible to drink. In my point
So
of view.
I must say that when you go to Israel and you see their classical wine, it's something quite special. It's got 32 herbs in it. I think it's got something like 32 herbs in it, and it's medicinal. So it's not just wine that makes you feel tipsy or drunk. It's actually a medicinal wine that if you drink it, it actually it's a full herbal elixir for all of your organs.
Is that the Manischewitz wine?
Yeah, yeah, and I imagine that those traditional wines, because if you speak to the Jewish people in Israel, they're saying this is real wine. This is the wine that their forefathers used to drink. And then when it became commercial, they took all the good stuff out of wine and just made it for getting drunk.
Yeah.
But traditionally, wine was supposed to be an elixir. They would even give it to the children in small doses because it was really good for you.
Yeah.
And so
It's thought that they used to have mushrooms in honey, and then over time they made it into honey wine, mead, the first alcohol, and they took out the mushrooms after the Eleusinian mysteries because people were becoming schizophrenic. And so they went from giving people these mushrooms once a year in a festival to giving these people the honey wine instead, because it wasn't making people lose their minds. And that seems to be the evolution of alcohol in human culture.
now you brought up something very interesting. Yeah.
Mm,
Who decides when someone's lost their mind or not?
right.
Right. So
Some people get
we are in charge, and that one's lost their mind. Why? Because they're talking against what we believe.
yeah.
They're telling us a different story than what we are telling you, and so they've lost their mind. So I think we've got something very interesting there to look at, because in my experience, my vast experience, way much more than I should have, these kinds of medicines make you become like a child. You become very childlike. You don't actually become insane necessarily, unless you're in an insane space, in an insane situation, like a club maybe is a bit insane, in a city, in a concrete jungle. But if you are imbibing those medicines in nature, in the wild, you become like a little child, like engrossed in the trees and the plants and the shapes and the geometry and the flowers and the animals. And that's like where your consciousness gets drawn to, and there's this fascination with these creatures, and you recognize, hold on, these physical creatures aren't just physical creatures. They've got like a doorway into me somehow. And now we're going into the realm of the shaman. So I think we're like finger to the button what they don't want us to know. We're getting very close to the core here, because they did away with the shaman. They did away with the occult circles, and they replaced it with priests and religions. And they did away with all the medicines that would make you gain shamanic experiences and replace it with alcohol that makes you pretty dumb, stupid, violent, and ready to go out and fight a war. Right?
Mhm.
Like if you want to get a whole lot of young guys to fight a war, play them heavy metal and give them lots of booze. And when they've done enough booze for long enough and they've had enough heavy metal, you'd be like, let's go and fight a war. By the way, we got booze. Booze and heavy metal. They'd be like, yeah, man, sign me up. You know? So, like, how did they get these huge soldiers to march? It's a well-known fact that the soldiers used to use alcohol for Dutch courage before wars, right? So if you were a king and you wanted to wage a war, you had to have a lot of booze. Because those people weren't going to go out there and risk their lives for nothing, were they? You had to actually get them tipsy. They had to actually be drunk enough to think that this is a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Drunk enough to think that they're going to like find glory and this is going to like put their name in like fame and, you know, and then obviously once the drunk horde goes over the enemies, you can't control these drunk soldiers. So what do? They pillage. Right?
Yep. Right.
So this is why we come from where the RAP rapping with an E afterwards is something that's disgusting and no one should ever do it, you know. And I'm not talking about rapeseed oil, but you know, the whole idea of what would follow would be soldiers fathering children with slaves,
Yeah.
men, taking this one and going, oh, you know what, I'm going to keep her at home, I'm going to put a chain on her and keep her chained to the back door kind of thing for like when I'm in the mood. And bastards would be the result. And this was a part of our middle ages shame, cultural shame, I would imagine. So there's definitely a lot that we've got to look at. And I think alcohol is one of the instruments. How do they get us not to know? And what happened to the mud flood, by the way? Because there's a lot of evidence. Let's see if we can find some pictures of mud flood evidence. There does seem to be a lot of evidence and I'm talking photographic evidence, right? I mean, you don't even need that. You just walk through London, right? So, classic example. Absolutely classic example. Got to roll with it. Is here in Cape Town where I live. Yeah. There are places that are exactly like the image that I've got here. This is in London. And if you go to London, you'll find this everywhere. And it's not just one or two places. It's literally like pick a part of London, and this is what you're going to find somewhere along the line. It's almost to the point that it's ridiculous because we literally have to ask ourselves, what were these people thinking? What is going on here? Right? And look across the street. There are places where you've got to actually take a stairway down where they've actually uncovered the windows and the ground floor is down there with an attic underneath that. And I've known many places in London. So people didn't actually build attics. Most of the attics in the UK, right, they just appeared. We didn't actually build downwards. It wasn't actually normal for us to build down. We normally built upwards. Think about it. Just let's think. What happens when it rains and you've got a floor underneath your house? You're going to have a lot of moisture in that place. It's not really a functioning room. It doesn't make sense to build an attic underground where there's not enough light, where it's damp, where you can't really live. What you store down there rots. If you put materials and stuff and food down there, there's so much moisture and mold growing that it's not a healthy thing to have. It's not logical to build an attic. And so we've got all these evidence of actual photographs of mud flood photographs as well. Let's try and find even better photographs of this mud flood excavation. Let's see what we find. You know, there must be a lot of interesting places where we can start to see just exactly what was happening. And there are a lot of things
You,
to look at.
you can also have a look at the White House construction. That's quite available, I think. You should also see how huge that is underneath it.
Sorry, brother, what was that?
The construction
Okay.
of the White House in Washington, D.C.
Well, that's interesting. You know what I think your problem is with your mic? Can I ask you a question? How loud have you got the volume on your device that you're listening on? Pope on dope. Can you hear me? Okay, maybe he's having technical issues with his connection. But regardless, there's a lot to be looked at, and there's a lot of stories of the mud flood. There are a lot of really old old photographs of the mud flood excavation, of them actually digging out places, and it's very interesting when we start to look at it. You know, there's actually quite a lot of evidence that there was a mud flood fairly recently, and you know, like we can find quite a lot of images that cannot really easily be just discounted, because we've really got to look at these images with an open mind, because at the end of the day, you know, an image speaks 1,000 words, and there definitely is much to be understood when we look at this, because you know there's been, sorry, I shared the wrong image, forgive me. Gets a bit tricky. I've got too many images open here, but there are some images that are like rather compelling. And no, I shared the right image. And when you start to really consider it, there's no way around this. Okay, so look at this image here, right? What are we looking at here? What on earth are we looking at here? And we can see that there are places where they were still uncovering it in the 1900s. There are places where they've basically been trying to figure out what's going on with the buildings. There are big buildings that have been excavated. There seems to have been a cover-up in our world history about a huge event. And there are a lot of these photographs. Have you guys seen the photographs of empty cities?
A very strange feeling about those cities. Where do people go?
It's bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah, they're covered in mud. You see in the streets of those abandoned cities, there's no real roads. It mostly seems like there's just a flat mud plain covering maybe a story or two of the buildings below. And there's some good channels. I'm going to put them out in the comments here, but there's a channel called John Levi, John being Jon, Levi, one word. Also Mind Unveiled. They have a lot of great imagery of the Tartarian mud flood reset. There's a lot of it. And if you look in big cities where they dig down, underneath the sidewalk. You can see that there's windows that were there buried under the sidewalk and doorways at the basement level that used to be at ground floor level. So there's definitely seems like there's not only a recent mud flood, but there's also ancient mud floods that destroyed some of the megalithic sites. And we know that one of the great floods was probably caused by the comet impact of 9,600 BC, which scattered nanodiamonds from Greenland at the impact site around the northern hemisphere in the polar region. Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson are talk about this one a lot. The 11,600-year-old comet impact that likely flooded Atlantis. I think you were muted, Franklin.
No, that's very interesting when people talk about these potential, things that could have gone on, catastrophes, and what could have caused it. People have been talking as well about the black rock at the center of the world, and so they've hidden the mud flood from us. Black rock is such an important part of our mythos and our mythologies of Rupes Nigra or Mount Meru. And it's always considered to be the center of the world and everything turns around it. And then we start to look at other things as well, as it relates to the story of the two dragons, which are protecting the Black Rock, the Rupes Nigra. And that takes us to the story of King George.
Yeah.
And the dragon.
Dragons. There's actually two dragons in the original story of Merlin at the Tower of Emrys. His original name was Myrddin Wilt, and the Tower of Emrys was said to be the Tower of the Two Dragons of Avalon. So it's a reoccurring theme.
And Avalon was supposed to be somewhere that you couldn't find. You had to cross the mists.
Yeah, the land of the apples.
So there's something very interesting. There's an interesting story being told here,
Mm-hmm.
And getting back to what we were talking about, the mud flood. So they seem to have hidden the mud flood from us. They seem to have hidden Rupes Nigra from us, even though it's functionally in all our mythologies and it's considered as the axis mundi of the world. Right back to the beginnings of shamanism, we have an axis mundi, and the tree of life. Look at that little beauty, eh? Oh. The axis mundi is the fundamental totem pole that we dance around, and it represents obviously like our spine as well. And so the macrocosm and the microcosm, the spine of the world, would make sense that the movement is around the spine of the world. And so the world would be turning around this Rupes Nigra, which would be on the northern point, and everything is revolving around it, east and westerly. And then there's histories of the earth seemingly turning to the west in the past. There are ancient stories about how the sun used to rise in the west. So we've definitely had some kind of pole shifts by the looks of things. And these are just surface things. So when we look at this, we see, okay, so this is matched with hiding from us what BlackRock really is, right? The company. Because now we're going to look at the other side of the story. So BlackRock is basically a military industrial company, right? It's a bank, but they've got a lot of investment in arms. Yeah, military. And I mean, they've got a lot of investment in a lot of things, but they really have a big... Does BlackRock not have a private army?
Most likely.
I think they've got private army as well. That
Well,
like the US government can lease.
According to Admiral Richard Byrd, their army is run by the Nazi pilots that operate their Flugelrads, which we call flying saucers or UAPs now. But they refer to them as a Flugelrad, operated by human pilots. They intercepted Admiral Byrd and brought him in. I think their base was like 211 at Antarctica or something.
Yeah, that's makes a lot of sense, you know. And I think like we've got to also question the Second World War. And I want to say a warm welcome to all of you that have joined us. We've got Systemic Zoo, we've got Canuck, we've got Brian Bobo. No, Brian Baba. Sorry, Brian. And Yaman, big love to you all. I hope you're having, and Naraka, much love to you guys, sending you all blessings. So they've been hiding these things from us. Then they've been hiding our language from us, right? They've been hiding the roots of our language from us. They don't want us to understand that all languages are connected like they are in the Bible. They tell us that no, this word comes from French instead of this word comes from French, that comes from Latin, that comes from Greek, mixed with Paleo Hebrew, that comes from, right? Like right back to Chaldean. So most of the words we have are combinations of or expansions of words that come from Phoenicia, essentially, which has got a Chaldean flavor, which has got a flavor of Akkadian in it, with the ancient Persian, which is connected to the Anapin society, which is somehow related to Sanskrit, but not Sanskrit. So you've got a Sanskrit element in there. All these languages are connected. They tell us, no, you've got separate language groups, right? That Indo-European is this group is, but when you start to look at it, the Mayan language seems to be very connected to English. I've seen a guy who does a lot of wonderful reading of old books on his channel. What is his name? I'll have to find it and share it. Sorry, do you know?
Probably, but I'm not sure which one. I love these guys that read these old books.
What is his name? I will actually find it and share it. I'll share it in the group. I'll share it in the group. In my group, I'll find it. Kumio. Kumio. His name is Kumio, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you know him?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll try and find his exact YouTube thing.
Mention something quickly. When I was going through the Star Lore of Babylon by Manly P. Hall, they mentioned something. They said the redemption or resurrection of man is the ascent of the human consciousness through the seven mysteries or sacraments of the spirit to its original home and abode. So when I hear of the seven mysterious sacraments, it makes me think of what we were mentioning earlier, the psychedelics that have been covered up and replaced by alcohol and other stimulant drugs and pharmaceutical drugs to keep people's minds from elevating and ascending. But I've been able to take sacred sacraments that have been pushed to the fringes of society and have been demonized. And they've helped me ascend to my original home, where I was able to ascend through many realms to the original state of being. So it makes me think that there are many secret sacraments, 7 secret sacraments that are allowing us to ascend our consciousness that has been withheld from the collective. And that's one of the things I got from this ancient wisdom of one of these people who read these ancient books. So I just wanted to mention that briefly.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not right for everybody. It's probably for the people that are ready for it.
Yes.
I mean, in the old times, the initiates would have sort of kept track of like, are you ready for it? Are you mature enough?
Yeah.
What it comes down to, I think.
Well,
they're mature enough to look at our shadow.
There was a ritual that the Knights Templar would undergo where 2 years of the 3 years of practice for this ritual are discerning whether this person is going to be the right fit. Can we trust them? Are they willing to do this? And they do that for 2 years. And after that, the 3rd year is preparation for the ritual, under which they are given pufferfish poison, which paralyzes them for 3 days. They're then locked inside of a coffin, under which they go a short death, a small death, where they talk to God. They're paralyzed. They cannot speak or move, but they commune with God for those 3 days in paralysis and locked in a coffin. And then they're released and then reawoken, and they've been reborn. And they think that that ritual may have been performed on Jesus by Mary Magdalene and was continued by the Knights Templar. I believe that was a matriarchal right.
I actually kind of wanted to do a little screen share here, because when we're talking about psychedelics and alcohol, there's actually a really interesting parallel that goes with the system I've been working on, and it goes back to the whole orientation towards belief systems and so on and so forth. And I think that it's really relevant. So this here is basically kind of how I map out like a one person sort of individual universe. So you have the Zarfex interior over here, which represents your physical consensus mundane reality. And then on the other side, you have the indeterminate zone, which represents the kind of the magical, astral, spiritual aspect of the universe. Now, so there's 7 Zerfixes. So if you think about Christianity is over here in the Azerfax section, which is basically about shapes, forms, sort of like built-in archetypes, and physical sort of routines. It's almost like a muscle memory. And then we have the atheists Nezerfax channel, which is very mental, intellectual. And then on the other side, you have the magical Zerfixes, which is you have the kind of the upper higher magic, which is more based on astral stuff. And then the Etherfax channel, you have more of the will-based magic. Now, the point here is that both these sides have these meta-Zerfax channels, which are sort of the meta reality. You have the Feezerfax channel, which is this is the Zerfax of physical matter, the sort of the quantum, invisible sort of matter where everything kind of exists as a super potential, and then it manifests into actual form down here in the Kid-Zerfax channel. Now, on the opposite side, you have what's known as the Viz-Zerfax, and this Zerfax you enter when you take a psychedelic drug or you go into a mystical state. This is kind of the all-one thing. Now, the reason I mention this is because this map also corresponds with states of mind when we drink like alcohol or psychedelics. So when we're in caffeine, our consciousness tends to be in the Nezerfax channel. And when we drink alcohol, because this is also the Zerfax of dreamless sleep, alcohol takes you sort of the Feezerfax channel, essentially. Whereas psychedelics, they take you up here to the Viz-Zerfax channel. Now, why I think this is interesting is that they're both kind of on the same upper quadrant of the Zarfex. So, and if you think about alcohol corresponds with, people who are, more Christian oriented because of the sacred wine and, kind of conservative culture, and then atheists, whereas people who take psychedelics are more oriented towards this side. So if anything, alcohol is almost kind of like an inverse psychedelic, if that makes sense, according to this diagram I have here. And I think understanding the parallel and the distinction, it gives you a lot of insight into sort of how consciousness works depending upon what belief system you have and what kind of substances you use, and how each of those substances, that the state of consciousness that the substance creates, correspond with the belief system that it's associated with.
That's incredible.
I think that's very on point.
Mhm.
I think it's a good way of describing it. It's a nice way of putting it into perspective. And I agree as well. I do think that alcohol is the opposite in a sense, because it definitely puts you into a kind of a trance, but it's an unconscious trance as opposed to a conscious trance. And this is why if somebody's had psychedelics and they happen to be driving, and you shouldn't be driving if you're on psychedelics, you'll notice that drive very slowly and very carefully, and like a little old lady. But if someone's had alcohol, they drive fast and recklessly. And so I suppose that fast recklessness is a reflection of being unconscious. And the reason people can't drive on psychedelics is because they're so overwhelmed by the sensory information that it's just too much for them. They struggle. They've got to drive really slowly because they're taking in so much of the road that it's overwhelming. So this is why you shouldn't drive if you're under the influence of anything. But I do think that this unconsciousness of alcohol is one of the reasons why you can buy it in every shop. because it takes you away from looking within yourself. And in a sense, and I'm pretty sure that Indy Sage would agree, it shuts down one's recognition of the shadow. It disassociates one from one's deeper aspects of one's consciousness field, and it causes one to shut down one's ESP potential, one's extrasensory perceptions. And I think that's a big point that is also being hidden from us by the likes of Hollywood, the popular press, and the conditioning in education system through schools, the way in which we've been taught to scoff at the idea of psychicism, that psychics aren't real, that they're all a bunch of frauds. And I mean, what Cosmic is doing is effectively a form of mediumship. He's connecting with otherworldly beings. So this is a mediumship ability. And so we've been taught in our box of our thought to deny the reality of a hierarchy of beings that exists, which are out of the range of our normal sphere of perception and awareness, and are operating on a level which is seemingly beyond our capacity to see and experience. But the moment we allow ourselves to go within ourselves, truly explore the inner space, the inner verse, the true universe, which is reality, we start to recognize, as the shaman recognizes, that the nature of this reality that we're living in is essentially a dream, and that this dream has many windows and doors within the dream that can lead to other parts of the dream. And sort of like a dream could be seen metaphorically as a house. And now think about the tetragrammaton. Yeah? The house has to have a window, and that window looks into reality. And that window, the hair, is connected to another window. So the window looks through a window. So the one house is inside another house. And you can see that you're in a house within a house through the window, looking out of the window of your house to the other house, to the seed of the beginning of consciousness, which is the yot, looking in through the window, which is connected to another window. Yot means the seed, he means the window, vav means the nail that connects the two windows to each other, with the he again. So you can see the tetragrammaton is actually explaining to us that there are three states of being, three parts of the nature of this dream time, of this reality. And so it is considered as, from a Kabbalistic perspective, as being the Atzilut, the Bria, the Yetzirah, which are comprising the nature of this Ishaya, which is our guf, our physical vehicle of physical reality that we're experiencing as dream time. But within this, there are three other aspects that are driving this experience of reality. And those three aspects are a window within a window, reflecting the seed within, which is very interesting because we see the same story being shown to us through the yang yin symbolism. And I think that this is what they've wanted to hide from us. This is possibly why much of our occult lore and our knowledge from ancient times has been scoffed at or hidden from us deliberately and replaced with a newer version of religion, because those pagan circles of knowledge and wisdom were reflecting and understanding that there were unseeing worlds before us, and that we all had the capacity to connect with these unseeing worlds, and that we do not need to be afraid of who we are or those parts within our shadow that encompass the window or the doorway that connects to these unseen worlds. So when we look at the whole idea of psychicism, the psychic spiritual reality, and the abilities of the psychic and the medium, somebody asked me a while ago, when they found out I was a shaman, was like, so are you psychic? And I was like, well, I don't use labels. But I explained to them that if someone is a shaman and they haven't developed some form of psychic ESP, they're not a shaman. Because the whole nature of entering into dream time is leaving the physical vehicle behind you and entering into a psychic reality within your psyche. So when you're able to leave the physical vehicle behind, you go into a state of pure psyche. This is the paramount of psychicism. What do you guys think about that?
I was going to mention earlier about when we were talking about alcohol. I was at the grocery store the other day, and I was kind of like Kathiza was kind of talking in my head, and she's kind of like looking at the bottles. Like, isn't it interesting that a lot of these bottles almost look like magical elixirs? And you think about how ornately designed the bottles are, and how and the really colorful artistry of the letters. It's like there's a kind of magic spell within the actual container and the color of the liquid. There are all these different colors and all these different shapes, and it's kind of interesting how and we're just sort of with labels and all these things, how you can kind of get hypnotized into thinking this is it's like a magical sigil that kind of gets you to want to buy the thing. So it's there is a magic within just the sort of the advertising and the packaging of the system. And I was thinking about no, that was the end of my point.
Yeah, it's interesting to me how you can only find glass bottles in alcohol and milk right now, or coffee with milk. But anything that would be good for you, you can't find it in a glass bottle very easily. Luckily, there are 3 brands that make bottled juice in a glass. But compare those 3 brands that make bottled non-alcoholic juice to how many people make different kinds of liquor in a glass bottle. It seems like they've phased out a lot of the smaller nips or airplane bottles for plastic. But I'm sure there's some that still have glass. But it seems to me that those are the things they're trying to have you value as something magical, and like an elixir bottle. We see these fancy liquor bottles with all their little emblems and frosted glass and magical things about them. They're trying to mystify us and imbibe the poisonous sacrament. Seems to be working well in the collective.
That's a really powerful observation, which I think can easily go past one's radar. It actually went past my radar, if I'm going to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that you can't buy healthy things in glass bottles. That is so true. You don't get smoothies in glass bottles.
No, I wish you did. They used to have Sobe, and they had smoothies. They had different tea. They had a oolong tea. They had amazing things. It was on glass. Now all you get is a fake fruit flavored sugar water, corn syrup water with beaver sphincter flavors. When it says natural flavor, it's usually a beaver sphincter.
Glass tastes better than plastic in general.
It does. It's got a nice feel to it. That cool feeling of the glass, the cold glass on your lips. It's really magical. There's something about it that's a beautiful experience.
But it doesn't really add up if you think about it.
It really doesn't.
Because if you think of booze, right? For example, a lot of booze, even beers, you can still get beers in bottles, right? The small beers, right? They're quite cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, relatively.
Yeah,
so
bottles.
You can't buy a 1 liter smoothie, which would obviously cost a lot more than a 300 milliliter beer bottle. Am I right or wrong?
You are wrong, because you can get actually a little small smoothie from the Dollar General here for $1, and it's 100% fruit juice with no additives, but they're really hard to find. They started to come around, and they weren't very popular, and so they're impossible to find now. But they were available for a time. They may be.
Well, maybe it's available by you, but here in South Africa, you want to find a smoothie in a glass bottle? Good luck, brother.
Exactly.
They're all in plastic
Yeah.
or cartons, but mostly plastic, really.
And if you get a carton and it's lined with plastic.
Exactly. Like what I was going to say is the carton, you don't know what you don't even know what it is made out of.
Yeah. And then they have the BPA free bottles and cartons, but we don't know if that's any better. It's just more plastic.
And there's a lot of seepage in the plastic. They don't want us to know about that. Right?
What do you mean? Things come into the plastic from outside of the bottle or whatever?
No, when we speak of seepage, so if you take a plastic bottle, I don't have one handy, luckily. I don't drink out of this.
Okay.
But if you've got a plastic bottle and you turn it over, you're going to see a little triangle on the bottom of it. And on that triangle, there'll be a number 3 or a number 2 or a number 4 or what are the numbers? I believe the hardest grade of plastic is a number 3. Check me if I'm wrong. I think the number 3 is hard. Like if you look under a Fanta bottle or a Coke plastic bottle, you know that the plastic, you get different grades of plastic. And a lot of the plastic bottles are the very soft grade of plastic, which actually dissolves into the liquid slowly. And so the petrochemicals that the plastic is made out of actually seeps into the fluids that you're drinking. So, but I mean, they these days, okay, classic example. I was doing my shopping at Woolworths last night. Oh my gosh. My little boy wanted a nice muesli. Now, I was going through the list of the mueslis, and I have to every once in a while check the ingredients, and they've done it again. They've changed the ingredients. A lot of the ingredients, a lot of the mueslis have got tertiary butyl hydroquinone in it. And tertiary butyl hydroquinone is distilled from crude oil. Yeah. So you're reading the one muesli, TBHQ. Okay, next muesli, TBHQ. Next. And Woolworths is considered in South Africa to be one of the better places to do your shopping. They've got more organic things on the shelf. They've got better quality foods. It's a little bit more expensive than Pick and Pay or Hyperama or ShopRite or any of the other shopping outlets here. And in South Africa, Woolworths is not like it was in the UK or in other countries. It's very different. It's a little bit slightly upmarket, if I can use that term, more upmarket than the other supermarkets. And I was shocked. Like I had to go through about 8, 9, all the mueslis, and I was like, can't eat that. I was like worried, and I found one luxury muesli that didn't have TBHQ in it. Just as an example, like since the arm pricking experiment, they've really upped their game of putting poison into our food. And these are all, there were a number of luxury mueslis, by the way. And the only luxury muesli that didn't have TBHQ in it had other preservatives. What were the preservatives? I can't remember which one it was, but it's a trade-off. And so if you ever see TBHQ, don't eat it because it's the worst of all of them. It's made out of crude oil. You're eating an extract from crude oil, which is a known potent carcinogen. So are they deliberately poisoning our food? That's a question to you guys. What do you guys think?
I just kind of had this interesting kind of insight, Ren. I've been sort of thinking about it lately, but alcohol kind of actually, if you think of it on a kind of a 4D chess kind of level, alcohol actually reveals kind of that we aren't our physical body. Now, let me explain the reasoning behind it. Now, think about what alcohol essentially is. It's a chemical. It's a solvent. Many people use alcohol to extract different chemicals from other chemicals, to separate, to dissolve. And if you think about when you put like rubbing alcohol on your skin or an open cut, it burns like hell. It's really painful. Likewise, if you put alcohol, that's why when you work with alcohol, and yet when it interacts with the brain, it creates a feeling of pleasure. Now think about it for this second. If we truly were our physical brain, why would interacting with alcohol cause it physical pleasure if every other part of the body, like cuts or open wounds or stomach, causes physical pain? And that what that suggests is that we are not our brain. And in a sense, it's like what the alcohol does is it gives us a temporary, a sort of a temporary false sort of astral projection from our brain. It's like there's like a little hole in our brain and our soul gets to kind of poke out of it for a second, like, ooh, this feels good. But what that suggests is that, we are not our brain, because if we truly were our brain and that was really the locus and center of our consciousness, like the atheist materialists say I heard, then alcohol would not produce pleasure. It would not produce endorphins. It would just create this just unspeakable just headache and pain. So it's like, why does damaging of the brain create feelings of joy and pleasure when that would suggest that our consciousness actually doesn't come from our brain. Not saying that this is a good thing to do to damage our brain, but it kind of reveals an insight because what to me, I'm sort of thinking now, because if we truly were our brain damage wouldn't cause pleasure. It would cause pain and suffering, and yet it doesn't. I just think that's an interesting kind of insight I just had right now.
I think that's a very, very poignant point. And I'd add to that by saying that indeed the spirits connects us with the spirits. Though I think the distinction between the alcohol and the other medicines is that of conscientiousness, of awareness,
3 to 4 hours.
where the alcohol will connect us with the exhilarating feelings of otherworldliness without revealing the specifics. So we're aware of it, we can feel it, it can affect us, we can affect it, but we're not fully cognizant of what's happening. Where, for example, with peyote, it would be very different. You'd be fully cognizant of the other worldliness on a very conscious level, and you'd be experiencing those emotions at the same time. So, in a sense, it's sort of like this. Alcohol is when you blindfold yourself and walk out onto a highway. Where the peyote is where you actually enhance your vision, right? You make sure that the highway is well lit and you carefully pervade the road while walking out into the road. And both of them are going to show you that there's this alternative thing going on, cars moving past, right? But the alcohol, it's like you're blindfolded and you can feel the zhuzh of the cars going past you and it's exhilarating. So I see the alcohol as being quite dangerous because it does that. So what that means is that any random guy can meet any random woman and she can think she's falling in love with him. He can think he's falling in love with her. He's had enough wine. She looks absolutely gorgeous, right? She's had enough wine. He seems like the funniest, most intelligent guy in the world, right? They shack it up. They get it on. They get the rocks off. They wake up in the morning like, who the hell are you? Right?
Yeah.
Oh, now we got a baby. Don't worry. They've got one of those clinics where we can do away with him, you know? So this is the model that we're living in. Like let's just do away with babies, which is the sad reality. I have strong feelings about that. Probably because I love kids, you know, I think children are the future. But so, you know, this alcohol creates that sense of otherworldliness, but it's like a very incoherent sense. Would that be accurate?
It's like dreaming versus lucid dreaming.
Exactly. You don't know you're dreaming. The dream can get pretty messy. Yeah, exactly. You can't really have a nightmare when you're lucid dreaming, can you?
No.
I mean, try. I just don't know how you're going to do it. You can have a disturbing dream, right? When you're lucid dreaming, like because the data you're receiving is not pleasant, but you know that you're dreaming, so it's all good. You know, like you're not actually afraid for your life. For example, if there's something that relates to fear, you're just aware of the fact that you're processing fear, and it's very troubling, but you're very much aware of the fact that you're processing fear as opposed to being afraid. And I think so, like this is one of the reasons why I think they've wanted us on the booze, you know. And the idea of spirits, I think you can get very easily possessed when you're drunk. I'll tell you guys a little story of my friend who left this world. He was one of my closest friends in the world, and I don't get drunk. So I can count the times I've been drunk in my last 30 years, like literally not many times. And funnily enough, this one time I get drunk with housemates, a lovely Italian couple. I was cooking pasta. They got wine. No, I was cooking pasta. I got wine. I opened a bottle of wine. It was quite a nice bottle of wine. They got out a bottle of Chianti after my bottle of wine, but it turned out they had 2 bottles of wine. We were talking, having fun. I was cooking. Didn't realize it. We finished their 2 bottles of wine. My ex-wife said to me, "Hey, we finished their 2 bottles of wine. We should get another one and make it right." I was like, "Yeah, damn straight." So we went back to the shop and they were like, "We'll walk with you." We got a wine. Next thing, they get more wine. We get home. We've got a whole lot of bottles of wine, 2 couples. I'm sloshed because I don't normally drink, right? So I've probably had the equivalent of like 1.5 bottles of wine, more than that to myself. Yeah, more. We must have had about, the ladies drink like lightweights. So myself and my mate basically drank most of the red wine. But anyway, my point is, I don't know how many bottles we had. Was it like 6 bottles? I was completely sloshed. And I went to go and sit down in our sacred space when I was completely sloshed and center myself to sober up. I went into a trance and the spirits used me. They spoke through me. And I scared my ex-wife. I laughed. I can hear that laughter in my own, like, ha, 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 like laughed like hard. And then proclaimed that my closest friend in the whole world has just left this planet out of the blue. And because I could see them swimming around me, all the spirits swimming and swimming and swimming around me. You know that dizzy feeling that you get when you're really drunk? Do you want to know what it really is? It's really spirits moving around you really fast. And if you can see in the inner world, if you can focus your mind past the drunkenness and go into what's going on, there's all these spirits swirling around you and swirling around you, trying to get in and say something and use you. So this is why people get drunk and they do things they would never have done. How many times have you heard people saying, like, I was drunk, I did this weird thing I would never do? Well, why would you do it when you're drunk? Well, you do it because you're drunk, because the spirits get into you and they possess you. You don't realize you're possessed because you're too drunk to know that. So that's like a very interesting concept, which is why it's called the spirits. But I think enough about the alcohol. Drugs are bad. Alcohol is the worst of the drugs. We could leave it at that too. I think we all understand, like, much better to drink a smoothie and eat some nuts and enjoy the life force and the energy of food. But what is it that they don't want us to know? Right? I think Cosmic's onto it. Indy's onto it. I'm onto it. We're all onto it. It's fundamental.
I
They
would
don't want us to
say
know that we're multidimensional.
ultimately,
Yeah.
what they don't want us to know is that they don't know. Because if you think about it, like, so much of like control is that we have everything figured out. We know the answers. We scientifically understand consciousness. We know the nature of God because the Bible said so. We know what it says in the scrolls. We have everything figured out. You don't know anything. We're the experts. Shut up and go back to doing what you're doing. They don't want you to know that we don't really know what's going on either, but we need them to think that we know what's going on. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, I think the people that are the mouthpiece, that is indeed the truth. But I think the people that are the mouthpiece are not the people that we're talking about. I'll give you an example. Like, people think that the government controls the world and rules the world. Well, that's the biggest fiction. Government's not in charge of anything. This is what we don't realize, right? Because the government has a shadow government. The shadow government is controlled by the speaker in the House. The speaker in the House comes to tell all the politicians what they have to vote for. And these are controlled by think tanks. And these think tanks have a primary mission statement, which is the primary think tank, which is the financial priority. So the financial priority is the first thing to drive all the other think tanks. And so that relates to essentially big corporate investments. And these big corporate investments control these think tanks. And if you look at who these think tanks are, they are the ex-CEOs of these big companies. So we want to think that the government is in control. They're not. What does the president of the USA know? He doesn't know much. How many layers of secrecy are there above the president? Loads. I think he's barely even present. Namaste, dear Shinobi. It's an honor to have you. Shinobi is a lovely researcher. It's great to have him here. I hope you're having a great Saturday evening back in the UKKK. And yeah, he's a lovely brother. He's got a lot of interesting rabbit holes. And it's totally great and an honor. Do please introduce yourself and say a few words.
Hi, Franklin. Yeah, it's good to be here. Had a very busy day. The kids are in bed now, so time to chill, have a chat. My YouTube channel is called Systematic Zoo. So I've been in the comments a little bit tonight, sort of listening along. Haven't been able to catch up in the last half an hour, but yeah, that's my YouTube channel, Systematic Zoo. And yeah, when you guys were mentioning earlier the Tower of Emrys and 2 dragons, I was thinking Emrys. I was thinking emerald, like meaning like wisdom. That was coming to my head when I heard Emrys, like the Emerald Tower. And then the 2 dragons being the Caduceus are 2 snakes, like the Kundalini. And also the mists. When I heard the name mists, I was thinking like mind, or like mist can also be like a bit of brain fog, like to kind of, I can't remember the context, but it was very interesting when you said the mists and you have to get through the mists to get to the tower. Like you have to kind of navigate the fog in your mind to be clear and see clearly. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that. And yeah, just happy to be here. Great to see you guys. And yeah, it's going to be a great show.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Yeah, the emerald is a very important stone. I feel like the emerald and the sapphire and the ruby are 3 stones representing the red representing the primal urges, blue representing the higher consciousness, and then green representing the heart space, the center point of the 7 chakras. They tend to use red and blue together to try to push us in 2 different directions, get us confused. And a lot of our society is pushed into spiritual elitism, where they're trying to make people ascend instead of become grounded and harmonized and centralized in the heart space while ascending. They're trying to have people ascend away from the root. They're trying to have people go into la la land, where they're disconnected and unrooted. So when we see the powers of the heart chakra being the central point, the power of green is the power that they've kind of tried to belittle and discourage. Green is usually associated with new or unfamiliar people that are unskilled or unadvanced. So, but we also know that green represents nature. I think a lot of people see that well. But as far as besides nature, green does not really have too good of a reputation. I feel like the understanding of green being the heart chakra is imperative to having people learn the balance of harmony and being in the center, being in the middle path instead of going to the extremes. I feel like that's another aspect that they've been pushing away from us. They want us to go to extremes. They want us to try one extreme and then go to the other extreme and go back and forth like a yo-yo. They don't want us to understand the oppositorium coincidentia, the integration of the 2 opposites into a central point where we can balance those out, get the benefits from both sides, and live in a point of harmony. So I feel like that's one of the aspects. Another aspect that's been hidden from the public is the benefit of chaos. Chaos has been demonized as evil. But what chaos really means, if you look at it, is the lack of man's law. Only the laws of the universe or the laws of nature, which we see as chaotic, hard to comprehend. In the Taoist understanding, these principles were understood as incomprehensible. They are the principles that govern our own thinking. And so for us to be able to understand our own thinking and its source would kind of be, it's quite a conundrum in itself. But I believe that what they were implying was that there's innumerable ways to interpret the world. We've been given that gift. And so through our imagination, we can interpret beautiful things. And if we want to understand the difference between truths, in Taoism, they say that a truth is so obviously true that to argue against it would be futile. So they say that things are pretty obvious to the intuition. But in the Western world, the intuition of men has been discouraged and limited by socialization and the demonization of sadness for a boy child. Men are discouraged from showing sadness and crying. It's said to make them weak. And so by doing so, it limits their intuition and the ability of their right brain to process creative and intuitive thoughts. It makes them limited to compartmentalized analytical thinking. And so in doing so, men in the Western world are mostly puppets that are unable to think intuitively or creatively for themselves and are very good at emulating the systems that have been pushed down onto them. And so it's been few and far between that men will come up with inventions that can further human society, but those people do come around. And when they do, those people are often assassinated or blacklisted or pressured to shut up by the men in black a lot of times. With the high technology that's been lost, we've all heard the stories of it, the water-powered car. There's other things where there's radiant energy that's been created by Tesla from these Tesla coils and these towers. A child's been able to replicate that process recently and ended up going missing. But there's a lot more spiritual technology out there than is led on to. And I feel like when we mentioned the Tartarian mudflat reset, if we look at Antiquitech from those times, it seems like they were actually using radiant energy harnessing tools with their weather vanes being harnessed as a battery energy in the basement, collecting it on the roof. And they had many of these vanes. We also see out in Turkmenistan that this ancient Antiquitech is still running strong. And if we look at their technology, it's baffling to us. We don't understand how or why this technology works or what it does. But we do know that this is something that is not something that was recently invented. This is ancient technology that still holds a place here on the globe somewhere, but it's been a place that's very discouraging of people coming from outside. But we do have a lot of imagery from Turkmenistan that shows that there's definitely lost technology out there that's still around today. It's somewhat baffling to us, but I feel like ultimately it could be that this technology had been taken away from us for a blessing in disguise reason. It could be the case that if the collective has access to high technology and high spiritual teachings, that they can use those spiritual teachings and high technology for destruction. And it may be that the collective has been pushed away from having access to high principles of spirituality and high technology of civilization until we've been able to catch up in our heart space and develop purity of heart. We seem to be caught up in what's said to be the seven planes or the seven gates, in which we've been pulled into dark emotions that have been suppressed and unmediated. And so when we have a society that discourages us from expressing anger and expressing sadness, these things become anchors for us. And I feel like that ability to use catharsis or constructive means to express those emotions has been very pushed under the rug. And until you come across things that have been kept out of the limelight, like Jungian psychology and shadow work, it's going to be hard to come around to understanding this wisdom or being exposed to it. But if you're really interested in things like this and you've dug deep and gone down rabbit holes for many decades, it becomes clear that this stuff is available and has been hidden from us. It also becomes clear that people are not readily able to obtain this information because of the stigmatization of the information. It's been stigmatized as heretical, and it's been stigmatized as conspiracist information. They try to make it not have credit. But when you go into these underground information channels and you find this information and start to see it, and if you can see it intuitively, you can see that this information and these practices can be used for good or for bad. Now, as far as understanding the difference between right and wrong and good and bad, I feel like that's another thing that's been kept from us, and it's very out in the open. Adam and Eve were exiled from the Garden of Eden for not having taken responsibility for the transgressions, for blaming the serpent or blaming Eve for having eaten the apple. Adam and Eve did not take responsibility for the transgressions. They were not forgiven. They were thrown out. What they wanted to achieve was what was said to be not possible or not allowed for them. Understanding right and wrong, understanding the difference between good and evil from the tree of knowledge. So why is it that mankind is not supposed to understand the difference between good and bad, right and wrong? And how could that be good for us? I feel like that is a good way to lead us into confusion. And it would be a good way to get us to do things that are wrongful without us questioning them if we don't understand that they're wrongful and don't intuitively see that. I feel like it'd be easier to push men into violence and war when we don't have intuition faculties running as strong as they could. Whereas I feel women who have maternal instincts intrinsically, for the most part, although there can be exceptions to this, it would be harder to push women into senseless violence when their intuitive faculties are running strong. Because intuitively, we all know in our hearts that all life is one. All life is sacred. And we've all got some certain types of creatures that we don't like, that we would like to see go. Like for many, it's the mosquitoes or such, ticks and mites or something like that. We have certain animals that we view negatively. But I feel like when we look at the mammal kingdom and the birds, I feel like we can identify with them more. And so for us to hurt another mammal or a bird is really to hurt ourselves. When we have to live, we have to eat. And if we're not a vegetarian and we have to kill to survive, we're doing what we have to do. And the ancients would say that we're allowing the spirit of that creature to integrate with us when we consume them. And we pray to thank that spirit when that creature is killed for consumption. But those practices have mostly been lost, although thankfully many do still pray before they eat. And some do thank nature or God for their meal, which is a beautiful thing. But I personally feel like after having gone through many stages of the seven sacraments or mysteries of ascension and what I should say is what was the word? It's redemption of the soul through the seven sacraments. I've been able to see through the illusion of separation. There's an illusion of separation between us and our inner selves, of our shadow. There's an illusion of separation between ourselves and others. There's an illusion of ourselves as a species and being better than all the rest. there's illusion of us being the number one species that's been chosen. And a lot of these things to me are self-glorification as an obfuscation or masking of self-loathing, which is trying to be in denial. So human species is not in thrival. We've been struggling for thousands of years. We have a hard time understanding our origins. Where did we come from exactly? Why is it that our fossil record doesn't seem to exist after 200,000 years ago? And we just showed up with these large craniums, whereas our other hominid ancestors, the Neanderthals, the Denisovans, Homo naledi, they seem to be more of a primate-like hominid with no cranium. All of a sudden, we show up and we have no coat of fur. I've been doing a lot of research on this, and I'm writing a book right now on the aquatic ancestry of mankind from 4.4 million years ago up until about 0.2 million years ago. For 4.2 million years, it is thought that we may have lived as semi-aquatic marine hominids, living out in the sea during the day and sleeping on the beaches at night, like the seals and the walruses. All of our features that we have resemble the features of an aquatic mammal. The nose is a structure like the proboscis monkey that's used by semi-aquatic apes to keep water from going into their nostrils. The lack of coat of fur helps us in a streamlined motion, being able to move more effortlessly in water. We have adipose tissue or blubber, which is unique amongst land mammals. We're the only one. There is adipose tissue in all of the sea mammals. The aquatic mammals all have subcutaneous fat, whereas other mammals have extramuscular fat. Their fat is on the muscles. They don't have fat under the skin like we do. This adipose tissue or blubber is extremely useful in swimming in cold water. So it seems like mankind may have lost track of our origins. Maybe it was hidden from us. It's not really known why or how we lost our habitat, but it is known that the Saharan desert used to be a jungle with a giant sea. And I would argue that it would be likely that mankind had evolved from that sea. That sea having dried up would be a good reason for us having lost our habitat, because I feel like the ecosystem in that sea would have been unique. It would have formed off of a desert, potentially from floods, and would not necessarily have all of the dangerous predators in the ocean. I feel like if we were to try to have moved from a landlocked sea into an ocean, that would mean a very difficult trial for us. To me, it's potentially possible that some of our ancestors may still live in the sea. Although I believe that it's more likely that we all came out around 200,000 years ago. Many of the gods who are said to have created us were said to have been blue-skinned with fins. They were known to be the serpent people or the snake people. I feel that this is because they had copper-rich blood, which is more effective in the ocean where iron is subject to rust. And copper-rich blood is prominent in the horseshoe crab, where they have blue blood. It's said that our ancestors, the gods that created us, were the blue bloods, and that the monarchies today of the Western world are still run by the blue blood families that were connected to the ancestors of the gods that created us with negative Rh blood type. The negative Rh blood type is synonymous with copper-rich blood. So I feel like also giantism, polydactyly, the extra sixth finger or more, double dentation, 2 rows of teeth. Many of these features are prominent in aquatic mammals. Now, if a mammal goes back to sea after having lived on land, they're no longer fighting against gravity on the daily basis, laying across the water, moving in a horizontal plane. It doesn't put as much stress on the heart, and so it enables the body to grow to giant proportions, especially over millions of years. It will also allow for massive brain growth. DHA, or fish oil, has now been proven to prevent heart attacks, and it's an anti-inflammatory oil, whereas other oils like oils from meat are inflammatory. You can get other anti-inflammatory oils from vegetables that resemble fish, omega-3 rich fatty acids. Some of those include avocados and other various things. I believe possibly olives are rich in omega-3 as well, and maybe grapeseed oil. But these vegetables that resemble omega-3 rich fatty acids like fish seem to be most beneficial to us. Also, we have a desperate need for iodine in our diet. And without having proper amounts of iodine, our children can develop cretinism or terrible birth defects or learning disabilities. So it seems that mankind has become steeped in escapism and has lost track of our purpose here in our origins. And I feel that if we understand where we're from, we can understand where we're going. And in this transition from being semi-aquatic marine mammals to becoming terrestrial mammals once again, we have undergone a very difficult challenge for ourselves. We've been able to be given the use of technology to help us through this transition. But I feel that technology is not the end goal. I feel like that's our crutch for us to come into a place of thrival. Once we can come into a place where we're mutually benefiting nature and ourselves, we will come into a better place where we can start to develop instincts. But until we can develop a place where we're in mutual benefit, and while we're in a place of egoism, the delusion of separation, and we're steeped in trying to benefit one thing at the harm of another, I don't feel that we're going to end up developing instinctual ways in these transgressive means that we're in. Trying to use technology to make things easier for us has made things harder in a lot of ways. We've destroyed over 60% of the soil. It's been degenerated from toxic fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, and fungicides. The airways have been toxified with over 200 toxicants. That includes hormone disruptors or endocrine disruptors that have mutated wildlife. We now see female lions developing manes, and the phallus of the elephant has become shrunken, possibly due to exposure to phytoestrogen toxicants. So it seems like a lot of the things that have been given to us as a gift for this crutch to go through our transition have been used by the powers that be to keep us weak and to entice us into our idolatry of a solitary male god and bow to the industrial mechanization as our savior. And so if we use technology to do everything for us, I feel that it's a de-evolution. We will be able to use technology, but the ability to create that technology amongst the collective does not seem like something that's being offered to us. I think consumerism is being pushed on us in a big way. But if we look at tribalism and shamanism, we see that the ways of the land are still alive and well amongst certain tribes. And these tribes seem to be in full thrival. Like the Native Americans here in America before they were invaded and conquered, many of the tribes of Central and South America who still live in the wilderness live in harmony with the wilderness. They live in such a way where they do not create pollution. They're able to use all of the carcass of an animal and use it for tools and clothing. They're able to use wood for fire, for heat. And yes, using so much wood for fire, for heat for so many years as a species probably has created a lot of smoke and created a lot of emission. But now, in order to transport ourselves, instead of walking and burning calories, we're now burning hydrocarbon fuels to be able to locomote. And so our legs are becoming less useful. Our bodies are becoming less fit and capable. Our technology is becoming more and more advanced, but in ways that are detrimental to the natural environment. So we see that there's people are trying to develop green technology that will not impede upon the natural world as much. And a lot of this stuff is very destructive. These turbines are very destructive to birds, potentially to aircrafts. The solar panels are being used to overtake the farming industry. Farmers are now being paid more to take a solar panel into their farm than they would be to farm crops. And so the super farms are starting to take over with genetically modified foods. I think a lot of foods that are considered organic are now genetically modified through the implementation of genetically modifying the bacteria that's then exposed to them. And so we don't really know what kind of genetic materials are being exposed to. But we do know that in rodent studies, back in the 90s, the third generation of rodents that were exposed to genetically modified foods became sterile. And so what better way to wipe out the human race than to make us sterile? Because killing us off would lead to a massive revolution, potentially. But once we've gotten to a point where it's too late and we're now sterile, and then we need to unsterilize ourselves, it may or may not be possible. Now, it's not a guarantee that GMOs will sterilize humans like they did rodents. But the endocrine disruptors in our society right now have been pushed to the highest levels they've been at, mostly due to plastic packaging. Plastic bisphenol A bottles for water and beverages releases phytoestrogens into the body. Also, receipt papers are covered in a phytoestrogen resin. When touching receipt, they found that phytoestrogens can be detected in the blood immediately from touching receipt papers. And so there's very inconspicuous ways in which they're poisoning our hormone systems. Now, you have to ask yourself, is this something that's happened because of greed? Is it because they want higher profits and these are the means that they were able to make it? Or
Did you say
go ahead.
receipts? Did you say receipts?
Yes, receipt papers. Which I'm a Virgo, and so I'm known for keeping track of my finances as a Virgo, which I do meticulously, and I do touch receipts, but I've started to question, what am I doing? I should probably start writing down amounts on a different paper or using rubber gloves, but something's got to give. I've been exposing myself to many phytoestrogens.
Digital photographs.
Yeah, it's a lot of these things where there's paper, where there's some shiny film on it, so it doesn't stick, like probably magazines where they have a glossy magazine. And that's a lot of times is a phytoestrogen. Now they have these different other packaging that's called BPA free. We don't know what kind of plastic that is or whether that's damaging to the endocrine system or not. It could be, it just hasn't been found yet, or maybe it's damaging something else, or it could potentially be safe. We don't know. It's probably preferable to use BPA free than BPA packaging, but more has to be found to really know.
Yeah, I totally agree. And that was a wonderful unpack, brother. You unpacked a lot there. And you inspired me so much, I had to take my pants off. So hats off to you. No one can see me other than here. So
Right.
for all you know, I'm wearing a suit and tie underneath, the screen. But you got to be comfortable to do this round table. And, it's my alter ego, the man without pants kicking in. But I think that everything that you said was so on point. I just want to add to what you said in the beginning when you thought maybe the technology being hidden from us is a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that is. I don't know whether I feel that way. What my impression is that the technology had to be hidden away from us so that petroleum would become the order of the day, and all of these estrogens, a lot of them come from petroleum. Like I was talking about tertiary-butyl hydroquinone. That is some heavy toxicity that's in our foods, and like you say, a lot of these things, they come from the petrochemical industry, the plastics, right?
Yeah, they do. There's also a vitamin B that's toxic that's made from human waste. Cyanobalamin. Stay away from that vitamin B. It's made from human feces.
Do you know which vitamin B that is?
It's called cyanobalamin. It has a number. There's different types of the number. There's different types of ways to make it. But the cyanobalamin version is the toxic one. I'll see which number B it is.
Yeah, I did watch a short video of that actually. It was it's the sludge that they take out from sewage bites. So I can't remember which vitamin B it was.
It's a type of vitamin B12, which is something that we're all deficient of for the most part. So
interesting.
Yeah.
So they put it in Marmite.
Yeah, and they're putting these worms in there in the food now. Sometimes they won't list them, but if they do, it'll be the Latin name. It's a lot of times in breaded and processed foods.
So is that the bugs, like worms and stuff?
Mealworms, grubs, bugs. You put in the worms. Now they've prepared us for this in certain movies. There's the Snowpiercer, where human civilization has ended. The only people alive are on a train in an ice age going around a circle in a loop. And they find out by the end of the film that they've been living off of crushed bugs. But they never knew it was in the upper car where they weren't allowed to see.
There's a TV series as well. It's
right.
Really good, that, yeah.
And if that's not a little teaser for getting us prepared for things, I don't know what is.
Yeah, one of Katy Perry's songs, E.T., when she sings about being probed, there's like 3 seconds. If you really slow it down on YouTube, you can see an aeroplane with a chemtrail, and then a worm, and then a horse having sex with another horse. It's like they're trying to tell us that we're being probed with like worms from the sky or something. It's a really, really quick, like 2-second flash. Yeah, I've been making some notes. Wanted to mention that us being made out to be the #1 species, like the top of the food chain, it's kind of a bit twisted because we are kind of made to feel that we're the top of the food chain, but at the same time, we're sort of showing how insignificant we are. It's kind of like a push-pull, like MK Ultra tactic, that like we are sort of the peak of civilization, but at the same time, we're really, really insignificant. And also the powers that be have been trying to push like 7 deadly sins on us for a while now, just like lust, gluttony, etc. And it kind of reminds me of Saturnalia, where the slaves were allowed to become masters for a day. So what happened was that the slaves had the chains and stuff taken off and were basically able to do whatever they liked, kind of what we've been able to do, whatever we like for a long time. And then what the emperor did is he said, look at how they behave when they're unchained to the general population, so that they would kind of turn on the slaves and basically be like, yeah, putting them back in their chains, which is kind of what's happening now. We've had all of this stuff pushed on us for ages, like buy, consume, sex everywhere. And now it's like they're kind of reeling it back in. But it's all been done by design.
Yeah, I think there's something very powerful being shown to us here as well, you know. When we look at the nature of this story, this narrative that we're being fed, I think they don't want us to recognize, and I think the why of it is because we are incredibly powerful beings that have an interdimensional consciousness flow that is the matrix of this universe flowing through our consciousness. And so they fed us the wrong science, they fed us the wrong philosophy, they fed us the wrong ideas of spirituality. They don't want us to recognize that this entire universe is a reflection of our own consciousness, and that we are fundamentally the eye through which this field of existence moves in order to come into being. And that is why many of the scientists have discovered that when you observe a particle or a principle, it changes, that there is an intelligence in the design that is reacting to our perception. Of course there is, because the whole nature of this dream time, the whole nature of this Maya is a reflection of our own consciousness field, which means that we are incredibly powerful beings with a sovereign ability to be able to command nature, to be able to command the laws of being, to be able to change and manifest different currents of being, different currents of reality through our own consciousness field. And this power makes us uncontrollable, because you can't be controlled when you are in charge. And the word being in charge means to carry the charge of the universe, which is the electrical power and the potential of Zeus, which is moving through the consciousness field to manifest all of this, that it is happening through us, that we are the storm through which this manifestational reality is happening, gives us an incredible insight into just exactly how powerful we are as beings. And I think they had to scale us down and turn us into physical flesh puppets with this ideology based upon, an atheist ideology where it's a mechanical universe, that there is no fundamental intelligence operating behind the screens of intelligence. And this word God had to be removed. But the word God had first been tainted by the church. And if we look at God, there is the old word odic force. So odic force is that manifestation of the intelligence principle. And the G is that spiral, the golden mean spiral through which life is projecting and reflecting its intelligence. So the intelligence of life comes through G, which is Jimal, which is the high priestess tarot card. And this reflection of this G, which is a spiral, reflects that there is this initiatory experience through the consciousness field. And this becomes the manifestation of the odic forces that we are interacting with, which seem to be so mechanical in reality. They don't want us to appreciate our true sovereignty and the potential that we're carrying to be able to shift and change our consciousness field at will. They want to be able to take charge of our power. And this is a very interesting point in mediumship. There are beings that can possess us. There are beings that can work through us, but these beings have no power of their own. And as a shaman, I'm aware of this. This is how I'm able to go and be a ghostbuster, like as one of my jobs. If there's polterkinetic possession in homes and bad things happening, because I'm aware of the fact that the only power any being will have in this physical plane is through my consciousness field. It has to manipulate me to manipulate matter. So if things are being thrown around the room, I'm aware that these are my energies being used to manipulate those things being moved around the room. So I need not fear them. I can walk towards them. And by the nature of walking towards them, I take back the power that's moving through me that this being is manipulating. So it puts us into a state of recognizing that the absolute power of creation is moving through us, that we are, in effect, the center of the universe. And that this God consciousness, this ability to know, this ability to take charge, good and evil, like you were talking about, Indy, this knowledge of good and evil is that recognition that we have within us the potential that carries and manifests this entire universe through our own consciousness, which means that we are as gods. And they don't want us to know this. This is, I believe, the fundamental reason behind all of these lies, is so that we can be turned into cattle, sheeples, as Alex Jones used to say. I also think, getting back to the point of the foods, these fundamental toxins that are so much a big part of our world. I think that this is how they can affect our consciousness field, because the biochemistry, the chemical reactions that are producing the consciousness communication through our brains can be interrupted by chemicals. And so the more chemicals they can put into our blood system, and the more they can affect our resonant frequencies of consciousness, the more they can program us. And so this is one huge, incredibly profoundly deep and highly manipulated psyops that we're living through. And we can see it when we turn on our TVs or our phones, the advertising, the control of Hollywood, the control of every different aspect of our perception and our awareness, right down to the social networking and public opinion being manipulated as if we have the freedom to choose. And this idea of free will, which has been so popular, has been flaunted before us in a world where we're ruled absolutely. We can't leave our little box we're in without a passport or a visa. And in order to get that passport or visa, we need permission. And the permission means each mission needs a document. Each mission, we need permission. So it means that every single thing you do, you need to ask, can I? May I? Do I get the right? What do you guys think about the idea of permission?
Yeah, so important who or what we give our power to, because I see the stars and constellations as gods, and what gods mean to me. It's not the all, like the one source, but gods is guardians of dimensions, of which there are many, like portals or doors that we can open in our mind, and that can come through us because we are portals. The stars are light. They're light in water. Well, sorry, they're sound in water, which creates light, which is basically what we are. We're in water. There's water vapor everywhere. We see through water. We're made of mainly water. How we measure everything is in water as well. Like you were mentioning, like currents, and there's obviously currency, which is an energy transfer. And then you have the split particle experiment, where everything behaves as a wave until it's observed, and then it collapses into particles or matter. So we can interface with the world around us, which is water, and it reflects how we're feeling. So how to explain that better? Basically, that how you kind of create the world around you, or how the world around you reacts to how you're feeling. It's like if you've ever done acid or mushrooms or any trippers, if you're feeling a bit down or glum, everything around you will kind of be like a bit of a watery mess. And if you're feeling really good, everything around you will be glowing. That's because the water's all around us. We're in communication with it all the time. And water transcends time and space. I was mulling over the word water the other day, and I was thinking, water. It sounds like what hour, because water doesn't abide by time at all. Water can move through solid objects. It carries information. And I think really to take our power back and our potential, we really need to start learning more about water and interfacing with it more, because it's the creator, it's the destroyer, so it's the bringer of life, it's the taker of life, and it's the cultivator as well. That could be another name for God: the generator, the order, and the destroyer as well. Because we're in it, we're in the big G, we're in the waters. They're known as the dark waters, or dark matter, or the infinite potential, and that's all around us. And it really matters what we give our intentions and our power to, because the stars above have been reflected below. So you have TV stars, film stars, and people give their power to these people. They're sort of giving their power away. They sort of start acting like these stars, dressing like them, talking like them. They follow them, and rather than tapping into the stars above, these gods, these energies that can come through us, they're giving their power away to these false idols, basically.
I think that's very powerful. I don't know if Indy's with us. If you want to comment, dear brother, if you are, let us know. But the whole idea of the water is, it's really on point. You know, I think of water as being life force, prana, that is slowing down its rhythm. The same way that we can think of gold, as the Rosicrucians do, of the frequency of consciousness and mind slowing down to become the tone of gold on the physical plane, and that life principle slowing down to become the principle of water that we experience phenomenally. And so we can see each of the elements is an aspect of our inner reality that is crystallizing. But here's where it gets really interesting. You know, I think that we've been taught all this analytical distinctions, and I think it's part of our fundamental problem, which is why we disconnect ourselves from each other, in recognizing that we are all essentially the same inside. We have the same feelings, we have the same things happening, like our joys, our sadness. This is why empathy is such a powerful thing, because it shows us how similar we are to everybody else, because at some point in our life, we've been happy, we've been sad, we've been angry. We've experienced every different modality of being and of the emotional potential. And so we have become ourselves a reflection of this potential that we can carry into the field of consciousness. And so we look at the elements, and from a Kabbalistic perspective, they would say that there is only one point in the whole universe, and that point replicates itself in different ways. And that quantum entanglement of that one point creates all these different points, all these different atoms, atum. That atum is moving so fast through all these invisible passages and manifesting in different places all at the same time. And so we can see this in water, the way electrical current moves when it's in contact with water. It does some really interesting things. But I see fire. Okay, so if we look at the elements, to me, fire, air, water, earth are all the same thing. I don't see them as being different. I just see water as being a particular phase of the continuum of the singular reality. And what I mean by that is that fire is a particular frequency of this one point vibrating. And water is a particular frequency of that one point vibrating. And air is a particular frequency of that one point vibrating. But they are all made out of each other, out of the same fundamental substance. And this is sort of a Kabbalistic occult concept. And I think Rosicrucianism and Hermetics holds the same ideology or the same belief system. And so water is the most engaging element because we can touch it, we can feel it, it's solid. But even though it's solid, it's not as structured as earth is. However, it reflects very well from the outside. And so the principle of reflection within us, the ability for us to reflect inwardly and outwardly, is this principle of this watery life, because life reflects, the life within us reflects the universe that we're in. The universe around us reflects the life that we're carrying through our consciousness field. And so water, I think, is something that obviously we've all heard about, the immortal. And there's another lady as well that Shinobi's been putting up. I hadn't actually heard of her. Well, I'd heard her name, but I hadn't actually really looked at her much. A New Zealand lady who also works with the same stuff as immortal. And one of the things that I found interesting that she was talking about was she pointed out that immortal was working with the sacred geometry. And she was looking at shapes in the water. In other words, an apple, that the water crystals could take the form of an apple, for example. And I found that very interesting. Her research is only in water, so she doesn't understand all the occult therapeutics necessarily. She doesn't recognize that sound is a number, because you need to look right back at where the musical scale came from to get an insight into this, why there are so many hertz, and why the tone of A has so many hertz and the tone of C has so many hertz. These are related to sacred geometric patterns, and these sacred geometric patterns are the shape of sound. Sound holds shape. So when you write a word down, you are writing down shapes that represent sounds. And so these sounds have an acoustic form of shape. And the acoustic form of shape, we can see it through cymatics, is essentially what speaks directly to us when we write information down. In Morto's experiments, we're using written words. Naturally, when you write words down, that consciousness is going to be relayed to the water in the form of sacred geometry. But if you were to write a hieroglyphic, that hieroglyphic is going to be reflected as an image, because it's not based upon phonetics, sound. So it's not based upon shape. And sound and sacred geometry is the domain of the etheric. When we're looking at conceptual, emotionally charged concepts, we're looking at the realm of the astral. So water is very interesting, is that it can be manipulated through the astral or through the etheric. This is what they don't want us to know. This is why in Taoism, the water element is such an important part of the practice, because that shim represents the element of the divine spiritual hierarchy. And so we're fundamentally looking at this reality through the eyes. Good night, my darling. I love you more than anything in the world. Good night, sweetheart. I love you more than anything in the world. I can't talk now because I'm in the middle of a flow. You sleep well. I love you more than anything in the world. Good night. So, yeah, I think you bring up a really interesting point. I love you more than anything in the world. Good night. His moon is in Taurus. He likes to do things. I love you more than anything in the world. Please, can we call it a night now? Good night, sweetheart. Sleep well, my darling. So, good night, my boy. I love you more than anything in the world. Please close the door and go and get into bed. Josh, it's late. Please. I'm on a live. Josh, please. Go and get into bed now. It's late.
Let me say, I love you more.
One time. I love you more than anything in the world. Go and get into bed, my sweetheart. Good night, my darling. He's trying to stall going to bed. This is what it's like having an 8-year-old when it's bedtime. But he's such a lovable.
To come on here and say hello.
Hey?
My boys wanted to come on here and say hello, but I was like, no, you need to go to bed just before I came on. When I was listening to the live stream earlier, a few hours ago, they were waving at the screen going, hello, hello. I had to explain to them that you weren't really there.
Yeah, man. His mother is so slack, man. It's like 9 p.m. and he's going to sleep now. He came to say goodnight to me half an hour ago. I thought he'd gone to sleep, but his mother lets him sit up until 9 p.m. So Saturday nights he gets to stay up late because daddy's not up for that. Daddy's like 8:30's bedtime, boy. So, but it is what it is. Thank goodness he's got daddy on his case the other 6 days of the week. But yeah. It's interesting, looking at our children to bring this up. And I think they don't want us to know this, that we had all the answers to the universe as children. That the message of Emmanuel, as we know it, as people call him, the Christos, is fundamental. Be as a child, see the world as a child sees the world. Appreciate that a child is in a state of harmony and of balance and is channeling the deepest aspect of emotional contentment that you can find within yourself. You're not wrapped up in your thoughts, charging your emotions with your thoughts and getting lost in feelings that carry you off into fantasies. Children are more based in reality than adults, but the adults think that the children are living in their fantastic worlds because they can see into the dimension of the other world, into the consciousness field directly, and recognize the extra dimensional, interdimensional reality that we're living through. Whereas adults, we have learned to block all of that out and just be stuck in this little cube of etheric matter and pretend that everything else isn't happening. And when we see our children that are more grounded and more in tune with reality, we try and tell them, no, that's just a dream. When actually it's a lot more than a dream. It's much more fundamental. And we've got one more brother that's joined our circle, dear Chris Miner. Oh,
how you guys doing?
and welcome, brother. It's a total honor to have you. Chris Miner is a musician. Go and check out his channel. He'll tell you about it in a second. And a podcaster, and he's a researcher, like everybody on this panel. He's been doing a lot of homework. He's been at it for a long time. He's been tinkering away with his hammer, his set square, and his mallet, his compass, as it were, metaphorically, of course, figuring out the sacred patterns in the world and gaining an idea of the structure of how things are operating on a worldly level and on a spiritual level. And yeah, what a lovely presence. It's an honor to have both of you guys here, by the way. Do please say a few words and welcome.
Thank you so much, Franklin. Thank you for having me. Yeah, everyone could, if they want, check out my YouTube channel is at Chris Miner Official, or my old band channel is at Time Will Tell. The podcast I do, as Franklin mentioned, is with Emily Moyer. It's patreon.com/offplanetmedia. She's actually going to be giving me a code for all you guys for the episodes that are behind the paywall that she has. So if anyone wants to check it out in the next few weeks, I'll have Franklin share that with you so you could watch some free episodes, because I know most of the stuff I do with her is behind a paywall. And then some of the other stuff I do is with at Silas Speaks, which you could find him on YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, everything like that. So yeah, thank you for having me, man.
You're looking so slick today. Did you go to the beauty parlor?
Oh no, I've been up early. I remember I had to do that the test all this morning for real estate to keep my license in New Jersey active, even though I don't do anything with it. But it's just once a year. Got to do like a 6-hour class. So I woke up early, did that, and then popped on here. I'm tired as hell.
It sounds like butt pain. Sorry.
It's horrible.
Sorry
it's
to go
horrible. I just had to be present on the thing so I get the credit for it. So
here's an ugly metaphor. It's like having boils pressed.
Yeah, it's listening to the guy speak. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we've been rolling with this for a while, rolling with the punches, as they say, and we've gotten to the point of how, you know, the reasons and why they want us locked into this paradigm of mechanical universe and poisoning our brains and our bodies. You know, so jump in at any point if there's any particular thoughts you guys have. I'll step back for a moment.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that water is immortal, because that was one of the headers of this chat. And also, I know you were saying that everything is I can't remember what you said, but I just wanted to say about water is that it can be like a gas, solid, a liquid, and a plasma, whereas the other elements can't. Like you have earth, fire, and air, but there's something special about water. It's all special. It's all great.
What's the plasma state of it?
It's about 4 degrees, I think. So if you check out Vader Austin, I recommend everybody check out Vader Austin. She's amazing. She's done. People have interviewed her on YouTube. Quite a few people. Maybe check out Innoverse.
Is that 4 Celsius?
4 degrees Celsius, I think. So basically, what Vader Austin does is you can do this at home as well. You get a glass Petri dish, and then you pour water in, and then you write something next to it, put a picture under it, say a word, or even your intention. So then you put it in the freezer, and you take it out of the freezer after 6 minutes, depending how cold it is. And then it's a kind of gel, so it's in between solid and liquid. And then this is where water, basically, this is where the magic happens. It's able to kind of, you take the Petri dish out of the freezer, you hold it up, let some of the water roll away, and then you can see an image that would be correlated to what you said. For example, they're called hydroglyphs. And the hydroglyph for technology, I believe, looks like cuneiform. And in December, she's going to be working with somebody to basically decipher this language of water using the cuneiform tablets. So in December, I think there's going to be some really interesting stuff coming up, because they've only decoded like 1%, I think, of the Sumerian tablets, clay tablets, and Vader Austin's going to be sort of like communicating this through water and stuff, which, like, water is the ancient intelligence. It's kind of, it has the memory of like everything in it. So that's going to be really, really exciting.
That's awesome. The work of Dr. Emoto has really blossomed. My understanding of water.
I just shared a link from Ken Wheeler, his Aurea Sapientia, from the it's like a 2-page document he put together not too long ago, and there's a lot about the secret of the Pythagoreans and it being the basically geometry of water that he writes about on this 2-page breakdown he does. So I shared I don't know if the Google Drive link would come up. I tried putting it in the comments on YouTube through StreamYard, but I also shared it in the private chat. So Franklin, I don't know if you want to share that, you can.
If it's in the comments, it's easier for me to share it, because the private chat, you can't carry it across for some reason.
It's in the comments. I put it in there, so
let me go and find it.
Yeah, I could put it back up, put it back in the live again.
Hold on.
You see it?
Let's see what we've got there. There it is.
Yeah. And it's, I think under every video he has ever posted now, he has that link, and it's again, it's the Aurea Sapientia, AureaSapientia is what he calls it.
That's very interesting. Aurea Sapiente.
Mouth of wisdom.
Because it's the sap of light. Light sap.
It seems like it, right? He uses a lot of the I mean, I think he lost his handle, so it's not Theoria Apophasis anymore to find him. But if you type in Ken Wheeler, you should still be able to find his page. It should come up.
Oh, I love Ken Wheeler.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you're saying is really fascinating and interesting, because it dovetails with what we can see when we look at cymatics. It seems like the cymatic tones and the vibrational frequencies are conducted best through water. And so, for example, when I lived in Israel, I used to listen to the psytrance parties. I was like, damn it, there's a party down the road. I want to go to that party. But because I was by the beach, these bloody parties would travel on the sea. They'd travel for far. I never found these blooming parties. Because the further you go, the further you realize the sound's moving with you. It's like, it's this party in a car. And that's what it does. It gets hold of the water, and the sound literally sits on top of the water. It hugs it, and it increases the speed of sound. Now, there's an interesting concept, because we were told that the speed of sound is constant, or am I wrong?
They try to act like it's constant, but if both sound and light are not constant, it'd be impossible. They're based on pressure and temperature.
Yeah, and they've sold us on this idea of the speed of sound, which is interesting, which is probably it must be the speed of sound over water.
They have like a general speed of sound that's, I guess it must be over at sea level, I'm guessing, or something, wherever this sits. I think the one around 747 miles per hour, that like general one. But yeah, it changes the higher you go, or colder it is, or hotter it is. And they do admit to that, though. Like, you'll find that at least on the Wikipedia and stuff. The speed of light thing, that's a different story.
I think it's the same.
Oh, absolutely. Why
Because
wouldn't it? It has to be.
It has to be.
Has to be.
Light and sound are not that different.
Yeah, exactly.
They just seem different. And this is like where, like we look at the element of fire, right? Fire seems to be plasma, right? But it's also got water. Like, when I look at fire, fire is water. Fire is also earth. If there's no water and earth, the plasma can't be released. And water holds the key to extinguishing the plasma of fire. So there's this very interesting relationship between the fire and the water, if we look at it on an elemental level. And I think, like, they don't want us to start asking these questions, because the moment we ask these questions, we start recognizing, but hold on, what does this mean about consciousness? And, we've got these films of the X-Men and supernatural abilities, and we've all been taught that we don't have them. But I think we all have them. We just don't know we've got them. We've been trained into believing that we are not. And if someone's got supernatural abilities, it's like, wow. No, it's not wow. Like, you think telepathy is a big thing until you realize, duh, everybody's got it. Duh, thought I was special. Thought I was special. Everybody's got it. Just people aren't aware that they got it. And so they've tricked us into believing that we're not telepathic. We're not able to pick up on things and tune into things, and whatever other elements of the psychicism and the spiritual domains. They've managed to fool us into believing that we are just, what's the word? These mechanically oriented beings that are just purely physical. And the whole idea of spiritual is that there's a transcendence. And I think water represents that transcendence. And when we look at Maim, the tarot card for Maim, which is Mem, which is memory, which is the Hanged Man. And the Hanged Man is a very interesting glyph. Maybe we should grab it since we're talking about water, because I think it is quite... I'll take the typical one first, and then we'll go with the later versions that have been popularized. Open image, a new tab, and present. And so we can see a really interesting little story narrative being expressed here. And it's a bit big, isn't it? There we go. So there we see our Hanged Man picture. So the first thing we notice is the legs are red. So the legs represent the life force, right? The chi. And the the water element of the Taoist is your arms. So your arms control the spirit and your heart, and your chi is in your hips and your legs. And then we notice the feet are related to the yellow of the halo of the head, which is the prana, the life force, which powers the water of element. So we've got fire, water, and air represented here. And water rests upon the air, and the fire is what comes emerging from the water. And when the fire comes emerging from the water, it carries the air. This is why Mercury, being the air, can move through the physical and the spiritual, because Mercury, Mercurius, is a liquid, right? It's essentially a liquid. So it's essentially of the plane of water, if we want to look at it in such a form. So it reflects. So water will reflect what you put into it, out of it. So the element of air, Mercurius, is being reflected here. So we can see these two shoes. And then here we see there's a 4, right? And we see he's hanging from the Tau, from the cross of Saturn, from the T. And so that T cross represents, the forces of time. And what was it that you were saying, Shinobi, about water? What hour is it? You see, he's hanging on the cross of time. And which means he's and his hands are behind his back, forming a triangle, which is quite interesting. So the triangle represents that point of connection. And the point of connection beyond the triangle, as you can see where his hands are touching, is his solar plexus, which is the center of the body. So there's a very interesting glyph being shown to us here, and showing how the time holds the fruits, or the life, which is flowing through us with these 3 elements. But it all seems to be emerging from water, from mime. And so we look at the Kabbalistic idea of this, and we see that maybe I should get a different tarot card as well, because
it's super interesting. It's number 4, because Mem is the 13th glyph, and I think it's Mercury number 4. The 4 is also thought, is Thoth.
Time in Chinese culture.
The number 4 is?
Yeah, it's time and also death. Uh-huh.
Right.
Yeah. And so the ancient Egyptians used to look to the west and invoke the powers of water, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's this powerful connection with the west.
The west,
and west
the 4th point as well,
is your waist. And our waist comes out of our body from our waists, and the waist is what is above the hips. So if you've got any extra mass above your hips, it's a waist. Like, it's okay if she's got a big bottom, right? But what's above the waist is a waist. As a concept. We even look at it in terms of the way that we relate sexuality, from this concept. So it's interesting how many elements are being reflected here. Oh yes, I said I was going to get that picture, didn't I? Sorry, guys. I have been a slow coach. But yeah, so we'll put up the other image, and it's basically the same idea. It's just a slightly different take on the idea. The color scheme's a little bit different. But here we can see, instead of the Tau cross, it's the Ankh, which is interesting because the Ankh relates to the sun. But he did have those shoes on. And here, now can you see what's been inverted here? on his feet, there's the green color. Now, I relate the green color to Saturn because Saturn used to be the green man and the reaper of, and so the scythe, which is the crescent, which is part of the Saturn glyph, represents that reaping of the crops. And the crop reaping is basically why we needed clocks, right? We needed to know what time of year it was so we knew what to do with our farm, how to farm. So the almanac was basically the beginnings of measuring time, because before then there was no need for it. But we still see everything else is very similar. The difference is his arms aren't making the triangle behind his back. We are now looking at the triangle in a different form. This is an almost inside out version of the other one. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. And we can see the serpent coiled, beneath his head, once again within this pyramid. Well, this isn't actually a pyramid. It looks like it's one part of a medicine wheel. Yeah, if you were to follow this round and round, the whole circle, it would be a medicine wheel. But the serpent is coiled within this crescent, or within this half moon, shall we say. And the power of this time is showing that there's an inner wisdom that can be learned from time, which is the structure of water. And there's that number 4 for you guys, right? The square of 4. And here we're actually looking at succumbing to the powers of time. So we're actually looking at the idea of leaving the flesh puppet behind to a certain degree, because this is very clearly a sacrificial posture as well, more clearly than the other one. And I'm betting that is a serpent that links the feet to the ankh. And the sun, once again, is a medicinal wheel. In fact, these medicinal wheels are like the hinges that we would gather in if we were to gather in a hinge. So I think there's, we could talk about water for hours, couldn't we?
I mean, that whole card there's so much in both versions. It's crazy how much they changed in the meaning. Just the minuscule meanings that you could pull out and possible reasoning for it.
You're right. It's fascinating. And
Yeah.
what was Aleister Crowley on about? Because there's 2 forms of this knowledge out there, which I find really interesting, and I think they're both relevant. Like, you can be looking at it from the perspective of the macrocosm, or you can be looking at it from the perspective of the microcosm. And if you're looking from the perspective of the microcosm, you're going to see the macrocosmic reflection of the forces. But if you're looking at it from the perspective of the macrocosm, you're going to be seeing the microcosmic forces. So you're either looking within yourself or you're looking out into the universe. And that Aleister Crowley card seems like he's looking out into the universe. His arms are out. It's everything outward, open outwards. The other one is binding you to a posture where you're going into yourself. And so it shows the diamagnetic potential of water to be a reflection within, without. So water can be seen in 2 ways very easily, like it can be ice or gas. It doesn't take much to change your water from gas to ice.
It's interesting you say that too, because right on that document that I linked before from Ken Wheeler, it says the water molecule is the dipole antenna of mind and of life itself. It says this molecule is the incommensurable geometry of both the universe, life, health, and is the proportion or logos of all harmony. This very molecule is the receiver of mind and the radio of empirical consciousness for all life. So, pretty much what you were saying.
And Shinobi, you went into what hour? You could even say what her. Which her?
Yeah, sometimes I repeat words over and over, like water, and like change my accent to get to what hour. And I'm like, that's how we can kind of understand language more, is just change the tone in which you say the word and slow it down a bit, and you'll kind of see things.
Like you could go that, right? And that is also bat, because a bat is a sound, operating on sound. So in fact, bats are best over water, right? Have you ever seen a bat hunt over water? Lethal. We used to play with bats when we were kids. We had these pellet guns, and my friend showed me. He was like, just watch this. And the bats would fly over us at night, and you'd shoot the pellet gun and they'd do this, but really quickly.
Yeah.
They'd hear the pellet coming, and they'd like open a hole and close the hole again. It's incredible to watch. And so we used to I just find them really interesting. But so getting back to, B and the V are interchangeable, and a V and a W is essentially the same if we look at the old Chaldean coming from Phoenician, Paleo-Hebrew. So we could say a bat, her bat. And what is the shape of the bat? It's quite an interesting shape, isn't it? Batman, right? There's essentially a crescent, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's essentially a crescent formed around a crescent.
Yep.
Is it two crescents and one crescent?
Depends on the bat, I think. But yeah, I would say, I mean, also the W.
Yeah, can W and B be interchanged at all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the W is a V.
Right.
And
'Cause
that is a B.
I don't really like the term witch, because I think I've heard somewhere W and B can be interchanged. So they were called witches because it's similar to like bitches.
Yeah.
But also bankers, you should change that to a W. Just call them
You should.
straight up.
Everybody should. They really are, though. They really are. I think, they're just basically climaxing on other people's money. So, and they're stealing her beauty like a peeping Tom. And shame, why does Tom get the bad deal? Thank God we don't have a Tom on the panel. That would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? But
think about it, you have marks as well. You have a mark on your skin, and then when your water's like not warm anymore, it's lukewarm. It's like all these names. Why are they called Luke? Why is it called Mark? Why is it called Peeping Tom?
That is interesting. I mean, Luke is got to do with this. So you look, and looking is without temperature. So temperature doesn't affect your vision, but temperature affects sound a lot. And temperature affects your ability to feel a lot, your body. And temperature affects your ability to smell a lot. But vision is less affected by the temperature. Whether it's cold or hot, you can still see things pretty clearly.
Apart from a mirage.
Yeah, but that's not the temperature, that's the water.
Ah, interesting.
The water rising out of the heat. So it's the water that causes.
Yeah.
And that's also like an external change too, right? More so than an internal issue, unless you're dehydrated.
Also, before we move on from 4, I just wanted to mention that I see the 4 is kind of the force which is all around us, and that I wrote a couple of words the other day when I was thinking of the number 4 and force, that people have been forced into a box, like a kind of electric prison, that's slowly becoming harder to exist without a phone tethered to us. And that if we don't use the force that's all around us, which is the infinite potential, which is our potential, it will use us. And use isn't really the right word. But if we don't work with the force will work through us, but it will be outside forces, if that makes sense. Because our force or our thoughts are being manipulated, because we are creators and we create with our pineal, which is under attack. Our pineal is blind to the outside world and it's buried in darkness. So it's important that we open our minds and let the light in and then water our tiny seed. This is how we become real boys like Pinocchio, not puppets. We need to remove the strings, which are our tethers, which are our programming, trauma, and we need to stop taking authority from others rather than trusting our own intuition. We need to learn to walk on our own 2 feet, as we have 2 souls which guide us, one in front of the other. So I just wanted to mention that because I see 4 as thought, also as the force, because the force is the thought, like the all is mind that we can tap into and work with. And if we don't, others will use this force to work through us.
It's interesting that the 4, like, I mean, it could also be considered a 21, but if you look at the astrological symbol for Jupiter, you sort of have that, you have that 4 there.
Yeah, I think that's very true. Even though Jupiter's number is 3, from a Vedic cosmological perspective, Jupiter does represent 4, because 3 becomes 4. So 4 is actualized by the spirit of 3.
Mm-hmm.
The spirit of 3 is, the Vedics are always looking at the astral plane, and the Western occultists are always looking at the etheric plane. So we're looking at the Sephirot. The Vedics are looking at the chakra. The chakra is the energy that fills the Sephirot. The Sephirot is the shape that the chakra is forced to move in. So the etheric would be a 4. So in Kabbalah, we speak of Jupiter being in the 4th sphere of Chesed, which is the number 4. But in Vedic cosmology, we look at it as being a 3. It's interesting how the 3 and the 4 are both reflections of Jupiter in an interesting way. And 4 is also a number that relates to, in Vedic cosmology, to the head of the serpent, which is the 5th house of the zodiac, which reflects in some way Leo to a certain degree, as Leo and Cancer meet like that, making that circle, which is reflected and bound by the external planets, the 3. Let's see if he's back. There he is. The 3 external planets, and so we can see, like, the moon is number 2, but they often use the number 7 relating to the moon as well, but then they speak of Neptune, right? And number 4, you could be talking about Uranus, because Uranus is quite similar to Jupiter in a sense.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and even in that glyph, even you have the hidden 3 with the 21, the 2 plus 1 will give you the 3, and then the obvious 4 that's more in your face. So it's almost hidden in there, like 43 is hidden in the triple tau. Like, and this is what John Dee was all obsessed with, having the he wanted 4 and 3 had to be the number of his name, because he recognized the same thing you were just talking about, that the quaternary, I think, is inherently found within the Trinity.
The expression of it, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Also, Slick Distance pointed out that in the symposium, the 3 and the 4 were interchanged also. So I can't remember who they were. Like he mentions the muses, and that how it's to do with the comedy and the tragedy or something, and how one got changed with the other. And it seems to be that there's many places where the 3 and the 4 can be interchanged. It's really interesting to see all of these places.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that we're going to find that's a universal concept. Because the Egyptians were so bent on the number 4. They put it into everything, didn't they? And here's an interesting thing. When you look at the pyramid is based on the number 4, right? But it's based on the number 3 in the cleverness behind the 9 sides of the pyramid, which you can only see when on the vernal equinox, right? Talk about the genius here. So they scaled the 3 up, put 3 loops of 3 into a 4, so that the 4 reflects 9 because the 9 is reflecting the 3. And then if you multiply that 4 by the 9, you end up with the 36, which is just really fascinating to me, you know. And if you add that 4 to the 9, you end up with the 13, which brings you back to 4, or the 36 brings you back to 9. But the 36 is 1/3 of 108. And the 108 is that the pentagram. It's either 72 or it's 108. So there's just these numbers fit together like a perfect chain of reflection and bring us back to the same point. So it essentially comes back to the Ospiter being the sky father, the original in Sanskrit cosmology, and Jupiter and Diospiter or Zeospiter becomes Zeus. And then at a later stage becomes Jupiter, because they wanted to, you see, the Greeks didn't want people to know. Now we're getting to the clinch of it. So who started all this nonsense on such a grand scale is the Greeks. The Greeks invented Latin. They were like, okay, you're part of our culture, but you're not going to speak Greek. No. You're wearing pants. You're not in our little circle. We'll give you this language, which is just, it looks like Greek. It sounds like Greek. It spells like Greek, but it's not Greek. So you don't quite know what we're saying, but you think you know what we're saying when we're talking about you or to you, but you won't quite understand the nuances because you're not speaking Greek, you're speaking Latin, which is quite an interesting concept. And the way that they sort of manipulate it through control of the people is really well documented. You know, the games, people fighting in the arena, debauchery, give the rabble. They even went as far to call people rabble. Rabble is like the rubbish that you find in a building site. So I think like the whole Roman model is what we're operating on today. We haven't really moved away from that, have we?
Nope.
We bridged away from that a little bit during the Dark Ages, which are also known as the First Renaissance. Because during the Greco-Roman period, the values of society entailed pillage and then build roads to pillage again, rape and plunder. And the values were celebrate the great and shun the weak. And so it was a difficult time for people that weren't on top of their game and ahead of all the rest. So after the fall of the Roman Empire, even though the Byzantine Empire was able to remain and end up taking the Roman Empire's rule back, during the First Renaissance, we developed the values of chivalry that replaced the values of just beat the weak and overtake them. And so they started to value things like modesty, temperance, and such. Those values were created during the First Renaissance. And that time has been demonized because the Roman Empire ended up taking the empire back to push the people back into ignorance and oppression. but there was a time where we were taking the power back as a people, and it's possible that during the medieval times that we had brought back breakaway civilization Antiquitech, and then it was removed and taken away again, and we've given a false history. There's a lot of evidence to support this. But we know that the values that were developed during that time are extremely important to human rights in human society. And it kind of shows the shift from the Piscean age that we're coming into the age of Aquarius, where we're going to start to shift our value system from plundering and overtaking and oppressing the collective to integration and ascension and the rise of consciousness amongst us. So you look up these chivalry values that were created, because there's several of them. There's faith, generosity, truth, courage, loyalty, honor and glory, justice, courtesy, hope, love, nobility, and valor. Now, before these values, there really wasn't a time for love. It was more about arranged marriages and your responsibility and obligations. But there was times where people would fall in love, and they would usually do it against the grain of society. They would run off together with somebody they weren't arranged with and abandon their arranged marriage to go off with someone they loved and live in exile their whole lives, usually during those times. So the times we have now are very different and have changed significantly, but the oppression of the Roman Empire has come back upon us. And so they've kind of whitewashed out all of these new principles and overtaken us with a new socialization process. That's just an extension of the old Babylonian mystery school that they pushed on us to divide and conquer.
It's interesting when you spell Rome backwards, you get more.
Mm.
And our culture is all about more money, more prestige, more of everything. And we've been taught that more is better.
You also can get
Which is-
amor, which would be love.
Amor, right?
If it's Roma. So it's Roma would be amor.
Oh, yeah. Roman
But but the more, even if it's Roman, switch it around, you make more, like you're saying. This, even in amor or more, there's this Moorish or Amorite connection that seems to be there.
Absolutely. Yeah,
That's a really good point. Sorry, yeah?
they're kind of hiding the history of the Moorish people when the Africans seem to have taken power and nobility, especially in the Americas, where we have been pushed to have racial conflict. They don't really tell us much about the Moorish people, but there was a time where they were doing well on top of the world with the rest of us. White power in America is very insecure about the succession of the white race. They think that white people are going to become extinct, but I feel like the integration of races can be good. The pale skin that white people have was not something that existed until about 8,000 years ago. And with our current lifestyles, skin cancer is becoming a big issue for people with pale skin that don't go out into the sun. But to be able to mix with different races could end that problem. But a lot of people are scared. They think the sun is toxic. You can never go in the sun. You have to go in a tanning bed. It's the current thinking right now in collective society amongst the normal people.
That's one of the many inversions, isn't it?
Yeah.
The sun's bad, but UV light is good for you.
I'm a sun worshiper, so they're slapping me in the face.
Yeah, same, man. I'm a water and sun worshiper. I mean, it would be good to get some tips on on what you do.
Yeah.
But I think people this is what people need to start giving the energy to, is the sun, water, the givers of life. We take them for granted. We're like, oh yeah, the sun's just there. But if it was to go, like, a whole world would just like flip upside down. We'd be in darkness. We'd have no food or anything. And people really take it for granted.
Mhm.
Bill Gates and Harvard scientists are planning on blocking out the sun,
Ugh.
and then other people, scientists, are saying that they want to turn the sun into like a disco ball, like
Hmm.
cover it in satellites or like solar panels.
Yeah.
So basically, we can get the energy of the sun here via solar panels, but the sun will be blocked out to stop climate change. It's crazy, man.
Crazy.
Like that's real. Like people actually think
Yeah,
that's a
I mean,
good idea.
they're already doing the what is it, stratospheric aerosol injections to block out the sun to manipulate certain aspects of weather. I mean, it's hard. It's really bad, really unhealthy.
They have the HARP program, that stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. The HARP program was microwaving the atmosphere up to 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit with satellites to bubble up the atmosphere and then make it look like there was less global warming on one side of the globe, but it creates tectonic activity on the other side of the globe, and tsunamis and earthquakes arise as a result. They've seen really strange things happening in the desert with geysers emerging from the desert they've never seen before. They're just baffling people. Strange things are happening.
Yeah, all this stuff. I mean, the weather stuff seems to be starting to come to light after everything the past few weeks. But I mean, it all seems very planned and like a controlled demolition in the way that the information's being released, and not enough progress.
People have said that the storm Helene was possibly a human-produced storm.
I mean, there seems to. I would gamble on the idea that the majority of hurricanes have some sort of manipulation involved with them. Not saying they're created by people, but they're directed and steered, and sometimes made greater or diminished, depending on the year when it was being manipulated, for who had control at the time and the reasons behind it.
Yeah.
Well, they can create floods in an instant, can't they? Like by seeding clouds. I think they accidentally wiped out a whole village here in the UK, I think, not too long ago. Accidentally.
Yeah, they call them rain bombs. It's just all the water of the clouds just drops out all at once.
I just looked up what a geyser is as well, and that's great. I think that's a good thing that this spring water's coming up.
Well, these guys are geysers of sand, though. The geysers of sand in the desert.
That not of water.
Yeah, pressures underneath the surface are pushing sand into the air.
Is it not water coming up?
Not water, no. It's like sand, maybe mud sometimes, but sand.
Okay. That's not so good then.
But it's creating these mud flooded scenarios there. People's cars are completely under mud. And they've never had anything like this. It's supposed to be dry desert there.
Well, if you notice, even the imagery that was coming out of North Carolina and stuff was very much like all the videos on the mud floods that you've seen over the past 4 years that just started flooding. Not to use the word flooding as a pun or anything, but just have been coming across the internet since 2020. It looked just like that. It was like we were seeing the beginning of the mud floods.
Absolutely.
I want to share something with you guys. This is how commercial it is. It was in Gabriel's group today, and I think it's really like the people would appreciate just how much they've actually told us that people probably haven't seen, and just how important it is. Now, obviously, we all know Jeremy Clarkson. He's like as commercial as things can get, right? He's from that British motor car program where they like go and drive cool cars. Yeah, we've all seen that one. Like those guys, and obviously do crazy, ridiculous things that end up maybe getting people hurt sometimes. But so let me share this, and it's a very short clip, and we can comment on it and see. First, let me make sure this is a full screen layout, and then let's put it on as full screen within full screen.
Video I shared.
Fair use.
Don't worry if you can't hear what I'm saying. I couldn't even hear myself. This is the loudest sound you could possibly conceive. And as it turns out, the cleanest. Now, the most amazing thing is that cloud up there, which was generated by the engine, is just a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. It's water vapor. And in about an hour's time, someone in Mississippi is going to get wet washing. It will actually rain. I told you, it's raining.
So yeah, there we go. I mean, this is how they've even gone as far as to basically showing us. Now, if you have enough of these machines running, and you know that there's big storms coming, and you decide to crank up some extra clouds, and then turn on your machines to ionize the particles in the air, your VLF, which is what HARP is operating on, I believe, bandwidth. It's not ELF, because ELF can literally cause a loss of life. So it's a VLF frequency, but it's like extremely high wattage. And what is it? Megawatts, huh? They're burning megawatts when they turn that thing on.
I wouldn't want to hear
They're
that.
pumping megawatts into the air.
Imagine how many decibels.
Millions of watts, yeah. Millions of watts. So if you've got particulates that you put up there in the clouds, and then you pump out a couple of those, and you turn on the machine, your clouds can become ridiculous. The change of temperature and pressure can be so fast that you can get insane temperature inversions. Or am I wrong? I mean, if that's not going to cause what we've been witnessing the last week or two, then what would?
No, you're 100% right.
That explains.
And there's more than just like HARP doing this. There's hundreds of radar stations all around the globe that can put out these grid patterns that cause various different effects in the weather that are usually not great for us.
Yeah, and they have these passenger airlines that have been converted for chemtrails, and they do geoengineering or climate engineering with them every day. We're always seeing these long chemtrails in the sky. And they're putting out who knows what, strontium in there, maybe aluminum, maybe barium, maybe all three, maybe more. I know strontium and barium can block the potassium and sodium channels of the cell, so that can probably lead to chronic diseases or some kind of physiological damages. And aluminum is damaging to the brain, especially when mixed with fluoride.
Especially when it's nanoparticles. And
Yeah.
it can get through the blood-brain barrier because it's the blood-brain barrier is being excited by microwave, like cell phones or 5G. So, it's like, I believe the 5G makes those membranes vibrate.
It makes it harder for us to uptake oxygen and water from the 5G. So if you use shungite, it can block the 5G and reionize that energy. But a lot of people don't have that.
And it's not just 5G. They're coming now, 6G, 7G. They're already planning this. The IEEE website, you could already read about this. I mean, this is the biodigital convergence is really terrifying, honestly. It's not something that's pleasant to talk about because they're already using everyone's body as part of the system. I mean, I don't really know if you could actually stop it at this point. You could only, I guess, redirect it.
So
Keep your phone out of your pocket.
Well, I mean, even without that, like that's what these body area networks really are. It's like they kind of use us like antennas to boost signal, boost or collect data from, like, even if you're just near their towers at this point, like your body is kind of like just you always have some sort of frequency going through it, some sort of signal going through it. And this is hijacking your blood cells, it's your oxygen levels. I mean,
You make it sound like the Matrix wasn't very far off. Turn us into a battery.
that's what they seem to want to do.
Yeah, I could see how they would do that too.
Yeah, they seem to want to do this.
Well, apparently water, which we're mainly made up of, it can learn to oh god, what's the word? Basically, Veda Austin's done loads of experiments with water, and she put water next to a 5G tower and froze it, and then looked at the pattern, and it was all like yucky, as you'd expect. But then she kept doing it, I think, with the same water, because the third or fourth time she did it, it started to become structured because she was putting her intention into it. And it's like water was learning how to cope with these signals being put through it. So at first, the 5G was sending out like a "I hate you" signal, and the water was yucky. But you can use your intention, well, she used her intention to make the water better. I think it took like 3 or 4 goes, but it kind of, I'm not even sure if it was her intention. That, like, she described it as the water was conscious and it was learning how to deal with these frequencies. And I think our waters can learn to deal with these frequencies as well. But I think intention is key, and sort of like having an open mind rather than a closed mind, because then these signals and frequencies can mess up our body. There's so many things that we have to like keep being on top of. Like, we need to be like eating healthy, making sure we drink good water, exercising. We can't just continue on autopilot, otherwise like these psychic attacks are going to start doing us damage. So so important to get this out there, that about like eating well, like staying away from pesticides, stuff like that. There's many rungs on this ladder to the stairway to heaven.
I don't know how many of you guys, if any, have listened to any of Sabrina Wallace's work, but I'd be interested if any of you have, and have any thoughts on some of the stuff she's been looking into.
Tell us a little bit about the work that she's been doing specifically.
She's been one of the people who's gotten probably the deepest into this, basically the body area networks, starting with how COVID was pretty much an effective
to get the technology into you. Yeah.
And it's also like the actual illness was, it's SAR is like a standard absorption rate of radio frequency, basically. So it's kind of this ramping up of all the technology around it, and certain people's bodies weren't able to adapt to it, and it's lowering oxygen levels. But technically, like, as far as she says, and she worked for the communications companies at one point. She had parents, I think, who were government employees in certain I can't remember if they were like, what's the word? They were like COINTELPRO, basically, like strategic co-op people who would go out and put out disinformation in various communities, like truther communities, and like insert themselves in it. So she says that this has been around for a while, since at least mid 2000s, and that regardless of whether or not people got these shots, that they're already being used by the system. So there's a lot of nuance to that, but at this point, she's like they can play people like a sim if they have enough of this technology either around them or in them, and it's just gonna keep getting worse.
Yeah, it made me wonder when I saw that story about Coca-Cola investing $1 billion into Microsoft AI, buying $1 billion worth of AI, and then putting phosphorescent particles into the drinks.
Yeah, because it's in everything. It's in their food. It's in the air. So it'll take it. They're already under the skin. Is the point she really tries to get home? They're already under. They could track you, read your vitals. There's like a whole system that, if they have enough other things to bounce information off of that are around you, they could basically lift. So if you have a certain clearance level, you could log in and you type in whatever social security number or however they do it with all of us. It's basically like the sentient world simulation from Purdue on steroids now that is used in it's like the whole entire healthcare system of the world, the globalist healthcare system, and it's a weapon.
So
it's also like a game.
You saying that we can be hacked? Sort of.
See, and that's the thing. It seems like some people can be hacked, and it all depends on your level of exposure to it. But the goal is to have it so everyone can be hacked in a way. And I mean, it seems like everyone can be influenced, or at least in some, like, whether that's your health just being you getting a cold or not feeling great, or various, even if it's just like having an odd feeling in your arm for a few seconds. Like, there's small things that everyone can experience, but the larger things, it's going to depend on exposure and what's in your body and what you're around, and so on and so forth.
Supposedly, you can actually use a little spittle with some tart cherry juice, and it will start to show that there's nanobots in your saliva and wiggle around strangely. Some people call them margolons.
Well, and see, and her big thing too is that people keep saying that, to cleanse the nanobots out of your system. And she's like, well, the nanobots aren't the only biosensors that they're using. Some of the biosensors are actually just actual natural parts of your body that they have co-opted at this point with, like, the food and everything else.
We carry a lot of metals in our system anyways.
Yeah.
So they can maybe.
So it's just
metals.
It's wild. I mean, some of the stuff, like, I'm not an expert on it, so it's like I'm trying to learn from what she's saying, and some of the stuff she's saying. Like, I mean, I've heard a lot of it before, but I haven't heard all of it, but it's like it's hard to know if she 100% is on point, or if she's.
I wonder if they use different isotopes of different metallic elements for markers. They use that in medicine a lot.
The scary part is thinking that they've already weaponized this within, like, the DNA and genetics of our bodies, and it's a natural, like, they're using our natural body functions to get data, and there's nothing we could do about that, because if we don't want to flush out natural pieces of our body because we have problems. Like, that don't rely on any metals or heavy or any sort of technology being inserted inside of you whatsoever. And that's what gets, I guess that gets in, like, bioacoustics and the optogenetics and the sort of light and sound aspects of the technology.
What if they're trying to change our genetics to repair our genome, because we have like 2 chromosomes that are mixed into one, and we're really supposed to have 48 chromosomes. We only have 46. So what if they was actually trying to help us? This is probably not a very popular thought, but is that a possibility?
that's interesting. But what I think is that it's the Tower of Babel all over again, because the Tower of Babel is our DNA. That's our tower. That's the connection to God, and they're trying to destroy that so that they can rebuild it. If that makes sense.
But are they starting to rebuild now? Maybe, or are they?
I don't think they're trying to do it to help us. I think they're trying to merge us with machines or make us the artificial intelligence.
Now, is there another camp of the elites that's against that, or are they all in that together with transcend?
Well, if you look at the 2022 Commonwealth Games here in the UK, there was a ritual done just before the king was crowned, Prince Charles at the time, and they bring out this big ball that would be Moloch, and everybody's, or like the women have chains around them. And basically the ritual in a nutshell is there's a tower that gets destroyed and then rebuilt, and everybody is holding a glowing shard, basically pineal gland, your light, and they hand it over to Moloch, and the bull's really happy, and then he goes. So I can see that happening. Everybody's giving their light. We're handing over people, not us, but people are handing over their consciousness, willingly or unwillingly, to these outside forces, and the powers that be are tampering with our DNA. The Queen, just before she died, did a ritual as well of a third strand DNA. So it was a double helix, and then another line went straight down the middle. And I see that as the empire. So I see empire as electric, magnetic, fire. And then you have the electric, you have the magnetic, masculine, feminine. They've severed that, they've divided it. You can see it, people who are non-binary, trans, people who are imbalanced of masculine and feminine rather than being a balance of both. And the division of the left and the right. And then they're taking the power straight down the middle. And that's what the ritual said to me, is that they're taking our electric, magnetic, our plasma, the fire, straight down the middle, which I see as a purple line. You have the red and the blue, and then the purple straight down the middle. That I've started writing a bit about it and gathering all this research. I call it the Purple Tower. And I definitely believe that they're trying to mess with our DNA, which is contains our story. It's a store of energy, and it's the essence of who we are. And they're trying to change that so they can reshape us and rebuild us because they think they're gods. That's what I think. I don't think they're trying to help us in any way. Definitely not. Definitely not.
Yeah, it seems like they test things on us that they may use on themselves eventually, but they also seem to think that they're like descendants of like the fallen, and that they're meant to, I guess, get all the benefits they can out of whatever they can come up with down here.
But the Rothschilds claim to be of the line of Ninurta, who was Enlil's son, who destroyed the Tower of Babel. So right there, you've got people who claim to be of the line of somebody who destroyed the Tower of Babel, be it physical or them messing with our DNA in the past. And those bloodlines are doing the same thing, because Queen Victoria is of the same bloodline of the Rothschilds as well. So that same bloodline are trying to destroy so they can rebuild again, so they can build back better. Psychopath.
Yeah.
I believe Ninurta helped Marduk take down Tiamat and overthrow the gods in the great golden matriarchy, and instill the fallen matriarchy that we have today. Marduk and Ninurta may have later gone on to be known as Baal and Yahweh, because after the takeover, the leading sole patriarchal god seemed to be a god of slave mongering and warmongering and pushing ignorance on the collective. And we see this through Adam and Eve not being allowed to seek knowledge from the tree of knowledge, and then being exiles without being taught how to live. Given body shame.
Yeah, I think when Elon Musk says that they want to go to Mars, they mean they want to go to Marduk. They want to bring the energy of Marduk here, because you have Marduk on one side and then Baal or Moloch on the other. Is Marduk the bull? Because I always see Moloch as the bull.
Marduk is a dragon, a serpent goat or something.
Who is?
Marduk. It's a serpent goat.
Interesting. But yeah, when I hear stuff like we want to go to Mars, I think it's not literal. I think it's they want to bring that energy here, be it war, or because Elon Musk did keep banging on about how we're going to go to war for the past year or two. And then also I think that their god is Marduk, and they want to bring that energy into this realm.
I think Marduk usurped a lot of other things, like the symbols of Anu and the planet Nibiru became all associated then with Marduk. So I think Anu is associated with the bull, and then Marduk stole that. I believe that's the case. And then he went on to be known as Baal and Moloch.
Yeah.
Moloch.
It's
Auroch.
Sorry.
The great aurochs, the great bulls, were the beginning of the tale during the Oriental mystery schools, the times of Bacchus and Zagreus and Dionysus. The tale was that it was giants that turned into bulls in disguise and then ate the baby of Zeus. Dionysus, who was then recovered and put back together after he killed the bulls.
Dionysus Osiris there. That story.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting when we look at this. Like, if you look at this, the Sumerian version of the story, which I think is the older than the Akkadian, because the Akkadian has messed that story up and turned into something else. But apparently 1,000 or 2,000 years later, but I think much later. But anyway, Molech is related to goats and sheep. So the idea is that humans would be the sacrifice, but goats and sheep. And so this relates to Marduk as well, with the goats and the sheep. But Marduk was the son of Enki. And he was the ruler of Mars before he came to Earth. And he was the one who brought the those that became the Nephilim. The 200 Ijiji or Grigori were under his command on Mars, but they couldn't live there anymore. So he brought them to Earth, and he petitioned his father Enki to help him convince Enlil to let them stay on Earth. And it created a lot of trouble. But then he took a wife, and then the Ijiji decided, well, if Marduk can take a wife, so can we. So that's where the fallen angels come from. This bloodline that we're talking about is a direct thing from. Oh, and by the way, it mentions earlier in those Sumerian tablets when Enki takes a human woman and pours his seed into her, that the baby comes out white, and that all the other babies, which the original color of the humanity was red color, it specifies red, the color of red clay. And there was this white baby that was born after Enki had mated with I forget her name, and her husband immediately says to her, "Did you lay with the Ijiji?" And she swears an oath that she did not lay with the Ijiji. So he accepts that, but he never thinks to ask her if she laid with Enki. So the white baby made everybody believe it was an Ijiji baby. So the Ijijis had the white skin as well, which is interesting. But I think they didn't all have, I think they had mixed colored skins. I think just there were white ones in there. So I think the Ijiji consisted of white and black. But the original humanity, it says, was red, which is interesting. So it makes us think about the American Indians, right? Red skin colored people as being the original. Well, I mean, that's just a sideline thought. But getting back to the Marduk story, and so Marduk was then having this army of giants that was under his effective command. And he started building this tower. The Tower of Babel was built by Marduk because he wanted to gain access to get off planet. And the other gods, they speak about it in the Sumerian tablets, they didn't want him to get access to the heavens. And what they meant was they didn't want him to be able to travel to Nibiru with his army of giants. Because the rate of breeding on Earth meant that you could populate huge armies really quickly. On Nibiru, you can't produce armies so quickly. So he could have fought a war with Nibiru and over generations weakened them, their numbers. Because on Earth, you can breed 4 times faster. You can just keep topping up your soldiers, and just keep sending them out. And your soldiers become adults very quickly. Where your soldier would be ready to fight, the other one would still be like the equivalent of a 7-year-old child. So every breeding cycle, you'd be outbreeding them by such a big number. So I think that there was a bid to keep. And so the tower was struck. And Marduk had, on 2 occasions, struck out against the others. Once he was struck out against them and he was imprisoned in a pyramid. It mentions in those texts. And then they released him from those pyramids. And then he went to his place, which was down, was further south from where everybody else was. Well, that's the impression it gives me from what I've seen in the tablets. It's been a while since I've looked at them. But he then raises an army, and I think he was the one who started you give me your eldest child to every family to be part of my army. And that's where I think the idea of sacrificing your eldest child to Marduk comes from, because he was raising a huge army, which he then used to wage war against the others in all of their provinces or their regions. And it was at that point that the weapons of mass destruction were used that created that huge pestilent wave that went across the earth. And everybody was basically annihilated, and it explains how no crops would grow and how the people were eating each other. And we see this reflected in the stories of Babylon, where these famines hit the world, and basically people were eating each other because they had nothing to eat. And some of the accounts of like people hiding upstairs in buildings and using big tools to pull up the cadavers and eat. And so but anyway, the story is that Marduk was raising the army of giants. So and it also seems that Marduk claimed all potency to himself. He changed the story of the narrative about Tiamat, and he put his name in the story of Tiamat instead of the original name Nibiru. And he was one by one wiping out all of the stories of the other gods and putting himself in that story as the one supreme God. He even put himself in the story of creation, which was, so he took all the mythos and he changed them all so that there could be only one God. And so the idea is that Re, the sun god, could have been Marduk, which is interesting. And so I think the black sun cults have arisen from this concept, and he wanted to be the only god that was the all-powerful God. So it's interesting. Like when we look at it, I think that Marduk and Molech are the same entity. And Molech, by the way, is means king. And so when we speak of Shamash or Shemesh, which means the sun, and when we speak of Molech, which means king, and when we speak of Marduk, I think they're all the same idea.
Yeah.
Where
There's so much inversion and changes going on with this name with Marduk. I mean, it even says it right in the wiki profile, the synchronistic tendency to exchange his names for other god and goddess names seems to have been insane. So you never really know if it's him they're talking about or not. It's odd too, because the main photo of him they have where he's standing on the waters of Tiamat. It says a split Tiamat, which actually looks just like Aquarius, like the the Aquarius symbol. And it also says that during his time he's related to this what is it, Mashusu, yeah, Mashusu, which is like a what's the word? It's a freaking hybrid. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like a hybrid dragon mix of a bunch of different animals. So like they're obviously doing genetic engineering during whatever time he's being represented with here. And he also seems to revive the sanctuaries of sin, which is, see, so that also implies moon worship and like the synagogues.
Yeah, Moloch was worshipped around, I think it was 6,000 years ago by the Canaanites in the age of Taurus, I believe. Was Marduk the god of the First Testament? Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Because in the Garden of Eden, wasn't God the eagle?
The eagle, yes, the eagle is Enlil.
Yeah, so
Enlil is the one who walks in the garden.
Whereas Enlil wasn't
and Adam is hiding away from Enlil.
So what happened was there was two archetypes. There's the archetype of the evil one, the controller, and the archetype of the wise one, the liberator. And so Marduk became the son of the liberator, but took the path of the evil corruptor one. So he had the wisdom behind him, but he hid that and demonized it. That's why the occult secret societies worship those secret teachings. But to us, they're said to be devilish or demonic or bad.
It's even that all of the other gods, all of the Anunnaki got together, the royalty, and they had a meeting. It says this in the tablets. Because Marduk was claiming all of their titles.
And there's a time before Isaiah retranslated the Bible to monotheism and only using Yahweh's name. There was an entire pantheon of gods, of which only Yahweh was worshipped, and he had monotheistic religion. But Isaiah changed all of the names of the goddesses and gods, changed all the gods' names to Yahweh, and hid all the goddesses' names as either Tree of Life or Jerusalem or the Rock Foundation. So things were hidden and misrepresented, but there was a time where there was different gods, and the god that was always worshipped was the god that took the archetype of Enlil, which was the archetype of the lion and the eagle, that followed down through Marduk and later to Baal and Moloch. I think that was the procession, but Moloch might have came before Baal. I'm not sure. 1,000 years ago. You always have to question the timeline that they give us. I feel like things went back a lot further than they say. Potentially.
But it's interesting. I mean, it does go back to those points, I think, where there was definitely, you see, here's the thing. We can only be manipulated into being afraid if we think this life is all there is. If we don't believe this life is all there is, then what do we have to fear? What you're gonna do? You're gonna end this body? Nah, 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 nah. Do you know what I mean? You can't touch me. You can't catch me. You want to end this body? That's all you can do. I'll see you on the next round, buddy. You know, what are you going to be afraid of? But if you believe that this body is like, this is it, then they got you. Like, oh my gosh, they can end everything. Oh, you know, they've got power over me. They don't have power over you. You know, and the irony is, if this body is ended by someone else and one is not in a state of fear, then one rides the wave into something cosmic. Because to leave this world without fear is like to travel in style. So,
Yeah.
you know, this is the reality that they don't want us to recognize.
The
You know,
secret mysteries.
they want us afraid, right?
There also seems to be a effort to make sure that we stay here in a way, or we come back here, and our soul is bound to something here. They want the energy because it's an energy, that metaphysical energy to the spiritual is something they seem to lack.
Did you guys ever watch The Dark Crystal? As
Yeah.
a similar theme to what we're talking about. There's a new show.
Yeah.
There's a show, The Dark Crystal. Have you guys ever seen the show? I think I'm in the 7th episode of the show, if I'm not mistaken. They show how to overcome the dark forces. They have to unite the tribes. They had separated their swords. Have to unite the sword, come together instead of being warring against each other and being cut down through division. Through uniting them, they can overcome the dark powers. They find these hippie versions of the dark, those birds, those skeckling birds, Skeksis birds. They 2 of them had been outcast. They were the hippie versions. They go into their little beaded curtain hookah like lounge and stuff, and they teach them all the powers of liberation in there. But it's a really fun episode. But I love the story of the Dark Crystal. It reminds me a lot of what he was talking about earlier with the purple light, plasma being taken out. But it's all kind of articulated in an interesting story. The Dark Crystal, if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, the Dark Crystal is our pineal. That's what I think. Because that's what they're trying to take energy from. It's a purple crystal. And also, if you've seen or read his Dark Materials, the TV series is great. There's a bit where Lyra is guiding people out of the in-between or wherever, and there are these birds who would be archons, and to get out of this void or in-between or wherever, you have to tell the archon a story. So this is why I think our DNA is being tampered with, so that when we do cross over, so basically when we do cross over, we need to be conscious. This is why there is an effort to squash our consciousness, because if we're aware of this technosis, which is the language of symbols, like symbols and words and stuff, like technology, which is like patterns and language and symbols. If we know all of this stuff and become more conscious of where we are, when we cross over, we can kind of tell a story or give these stories to these archons. And I think there's 7 of them. You have to kind of do certain tasks or something, I've heard. But yeah, also I see archon as our con, like it's us, it's in us, it's our subconscious mind that tricks us into reincarnating or whatever. It shows us our life, it shows us things that we didn't do, we didn't live up to our potential. So that's why I think it's so important to live without fear, live without regret. So when we do cross over, we can be at peace with our two brains, our conscious and our subconscious mind.
Yeah, in the story of the Zohar, Adam fell through the 7 planes, and each bestowed an attribute in his nature. So we see that when you fall through the 7 planes, it's like a fallen time, and when you can rise through the 7 planes. So when you're bestowed with these attributes, I believe they're referring to like challenging attributes of like animosity associated with like the mortal soul. There are 3 aspects of the soul. There's the mortal soul, and then there's the divine soul, and there's the other soul that's in the middle. That's the human soul. So we get pulled back and forth between the two souls above and below in the middle. And when we become fallen, we be drawn towards the soul that's drawn towards the earth. And when we rise, we get drawn towards the soul that's associated with the heavens. And the heavenly kingdom is accessed through the door by the ladder of 7 steps or through the 7 gates. The 7 rungs on Jacob's ladder. The story of Moses. No, St. John.
Yeah, man. I think it's very much what you're saying is very interesting, you know, because it relates to all the traditions, those 3 parts, 3 fundamental structures, the triple goddess, the Trinity, whichever aspect you want to look at it. There seems to be 3 divisions of the immaterial, and or shall we say the immaterial can be considered as 3 parts, 3 aspects. But getting back to what we were talking about, like where this all goes to is the culmination of the psyops, physical interference through electronic radio technology and resculpting of our consciousness and our DNA field through the cymatic spectrum of the resonant frequencies of the carrier wave that is being introduced into the system. And I'll try and keep it short, but I have okay, first point, meditation. Why meditation is the key. Meditation is the key because it's an opportunity for the brain to interface with the whole brain activity. When one enters into what I call dhyana, meditation, but real dhyana, where one is fixing one's concentration and one acts as a point of concentration and allows the concentration to expand through one's awareness, whereby the Saturnial and the Jupiterian aspects are bound to each other as an active balance, where the experience of the enjoyment of the experience of Venus is tempered by the extremity and the discipline of the practice of Mars, once again reflecting this unity, and the expression of the sun is bound by the introverted perspective of that sublimating quality of the moon. And all of these are bound in a point of singularity where one is not allowing the thinking wheel to turn on its own orientation, on its axis. One merely moves towards the point of the axis upon which the thinking wheel is turning. And in the point of that axis, one is in the proverbial eye of the storm where there is stillness. And when one practices this form of intense concentration and develops this as an ability to concentrate one's energetic resonant frequencies into a single stream of thought, it becomes incredibly powerful. And so my ex-wife, we were in Rajasthan in an ashram, And backtrack a little, she was always very interested in communicating with all these beings. And her and I were very telepathically connected. So I could always tell when she was being visited or when she was talking to them. And I always used to come to her and say to her, you know, that being you were talking to like at 2:00 this afternoon, that one, yeah. Got to check this out. Hey, what's going on? You got to just, you know, think about it. Keep your sovereignty. And I always, like, you know, without saying too much, try to inspire her not to get involved with these other beings that she thought were angelic. And anyway, skipping forward, so she's been practicing a lot. She must have by this time clocked in, I'd say, at least about 10,000 hours of meditation by this time. So she's pretty much mastered meditation to a degree, right, of proficiency. More, maybe she is by that time clocked in about 15K. So she's obviously developed the ability to concentrate her mind really deeply and focus. And these beings come to her, and she starts to become, what's the word? Seduced by them. So one night when we're sleeping, and we used to meditate together every day. So in the morning, she would spend at least 2.5 hours with me. I would wake up, start meditating at 3:30, and she would join me at about 5:30. So between 5:30 and 7:38, she'd be meditating with me every morning. And then we would go and do breakfast after that. And and every evening as well, the same story. She would join me for the sunset meditation, and then she would leave after like 2.5 hours. And so she would be meditating a good 5 hours a day, formally at least, plus doing many other spiritual practices, drumming, poetry, the works. She had a tight curriculum. Yoga, she spent an hour and a half doing hatha yoga every day as well. So anyway, bottom line, one night these beings come and they shine her a light. They're calling her. And she goes to the toilet. Now, we're living in a dharamshala in an ashram in Rajasthan, in a place called Lila Sevri, which is it's in the desert. It's a desert ashram with a Guruji Mohan Guru. And she gets called by this light. These beings are talking to her and they're saying, listen, you need to go away from him now so we can talk to you. So she does. And I'd often, she knew that I had, where I was, I had put up perimeters. Like imagine you got an alarm system. Well, you can put up a psychic alarm system that runs like on its own program that you just top up the battery and keep the system running, if that makes sense. Like having tripwires up. Any being tries to come into your space, the tripwires go off and it's like alarms and you're up and you know, it's like my dog. I sleep with my windows open here in South Africa with a quarterstaff next to my bed and my katana on the mantelpiece in the living room. So if my dogs start going off, I'm up with a quarterstaff to get to the living room to evaluate the situation. If it's people with firearms coming into my home, I arm up with a katana. Never bring a gun to a knife fight, not indoors, not in the dark, and not in a space where you're going to get charged because it's easy to miss a vital, but you can't miss with a katana. So anyway, my point is, it's the same idea, but it's a psychic version of it. And so my alarms go off and she's standing at that point about 200-300 yards in few hundred yards away in the ashram, in the fields. It's a big ashram. And our dharamshala is like right on one side of the ashram. So she's standing out in the middle of the field. And I go to her, but not physically. I go to her in my etheric body. I travel to her, and I see her standing on the ground, staring up at the sky with a light coming out of her head. And so I jump into the light and I go back to the source. I become a string in this light, and there's this angel facing me. But this angelic being is like one of these new age, this nonsense that all these new ages are going on about. You know, the like beam me up, Scotty guys. Do you know what I mean? Beam me up, Scotty guys. They're coming for us in their spaceships, and they've got these pretty drawings and all that nonsense. It's one of these larger than life angels. So I challenge this angel in the traditional form with names and syllables and the I go into a deep state of meditation. I pronounce a name, not physically, but like etherically, and enter into union with this being, and it shatters. And when it shatters, there's this energy that leaves me. My point is, there's three beings sitting in a craft, and they're like insectish kind of beings. These ones are the insect types, and they've got this equipment which is like a kind of a metal liquid mask thing that the matriarchal one holds in front of her face. And then the other two, it's like she's gaining her power from them to project into this device, to project to her this angel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And communicate with her. So my point is, it's wiring its technology directly into her biosystem. This is the kind of technology we're talking about here on the physical plane, but this is like they're sitting in a craft above the earth, like high up. It's dark, it's nighttime. The earth is small down there, and I can see through the craft. And the first thing I notice is that the standing wave of me generating the Shiva eye and projecting it forward breaks the technology. So that the matriarch looks down and she's trying to figure out what's happened to her thing, and then she realizes I'm there and that it's broken. And instinctively, I realize I grab them all in my mind, and I'm holding them. The three of these beings, they're stuck. It's like, imagine you grab someone and you got him, you pinned him down, he can't move, you got him, like, where you going, buddy? And I'm sitting there with these three beings, and immediately my fire comes out, and I'm starting to like drill into the mind of the matriarch, the one in charge. I want to know what you're doing with my wife. And then I hear my wife calling to me, like telepathically, and I look back, and she's watching. Because she can see these beings, right? She can see me there with these beings, and she says to me, "Is what you're doing right, ethically?" It's like she sends me this thought, and I question, so I let them go. First thing I notice is they're incredibly weak psychically. And I think these beings, I found them in some grimoires relating to very ancient stories of those beings that came out of the earth at some places. Very interesting. But they're like they look like ants. I don't know what you want to call them. You want to call them, they got other words for them. They call them, I can't remember what the names were, but they look like ant-like, like insect-like. Very, very scary looking, but quite psychically weak. My ex-wife is then shivering, and she screams.
The mantis.
And I jump out of my bed naked, and I run across the ashram. She screamed far away, but I know exactly where she is because I've just come back. And I get to her, and she's naked, and she's shaking, standing out in the field, shaking. And she's shaking. She's saying, who were those three beings? Who were those beings? And she's crying. She's saying, thank you. You saved me. Thank you. And she's crying. She's shattered. That was the last time she ever meditated. That was the end of our relationship, effectively. And she just wanted the red pill. She didn't want any more blue pill. She wanted the red pill. So my point is that if you learn to meditate and you learn to focus your energy and you learn to contract that point, you can create a standing wave of whatever frequency they're tapping in to you on. you can tap back to them on. It's a double-edged sword. So this is why they don't want us to practice meditation. This is why all the self-help books have got this nonsense and that nonsense and this nonsense, right? Not like the real hard meditation, which is hard work. It's literally, it's not like la 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 la. It's like, it's focus. It's sitting, it's patience, it's your body sore, your mind sore. It's like doing heavy training with weights or something for your consciousness. That it's hard, it's pain, but it's like exhilarating and enjoyable, and there's bandwidths of expansion that you experience in the practice of it, but it comes slowly, and it's heavy, intense discipline. This is why they want us working 9 to 5. They don't want us to be able to take like I had to take much of my life to just go and live, out there without working, without doing that kind of thing, working on myself only full time to clock up the hours to be able to learn to meditate properly. They don't want us to put ourselves into these alternative states of consciousness, because we're a threat to their technology. We're a threat to whoever it is they're in league with, which I do believe they're in league with non-physical beings, and there are a lot of other beings too. That's I've got other people I've known and clients and friends and everything. There's different kinds of beings with different agendas. The lizards use fear as a rule. They always use fear, and they abduct people for the purposes of the rapping in a bad way about nudity and gross things. The kind of rap that sounds like rapeseed, and it's a bad rap, and they get away with it as well. So. Basically, the bottom line is, I think that we are more empowered than what we realize we are. We don't recognize, we think that we're the victims, but actually they are borrowing our power. And because they're borrowing our power, it can awaken something within us.
Absolutely.
This is why they've got to poison us and make us stupid.
Absolutely. This is something, actually, I just posted this link while you were talking, because it's something I left out before when I was discussing some of the stuff I've learned from watching Sabrina Wallace talk. And it's actually one of the main things she tries to get across, and that's like the idea that the human aura or human biofield has been basically erased from all of mainstream medicine, and no one's taught about it. And this is what they're trying to get control of, and it's actually extremely powerful when you get into states like you were talking about in the story you just told. So that link I have is a bunch of stuff on the human biofield, and it's from her channel, the Synergy channel, that I put in the chat. But also your story, I do think that there is I don't know if I want to call it it's almost like in my mind a ultra terrestrial or a archon like power that's in league with whatever the social engineers, whoever they are on this planet, that they're in league with. It's almost like they masquerade as various entities, it seems like, that do that's what you were seeing, a masquerade of certain beings pretending to be an angel, but who knows if that was even their original form. It almost seems like it's this trickster type element in this higher or lower, I guess it would be, entity that isn't fully physical, that's in league with the social engineers. And they seem to be very pro technology.
And the lizards, I call them lizards, but they're the ones that are like the serpentine kind of beings that look like that. They wear armor. They are warriors. They're the warrior caste. Those are the ones you wouldn't want to meet in the street fight. Like physically.
There's who the hell was it that there are a few people who I listen to on when I get into the more like woo type of I guess interdimensional type entities, if they exist, what are they? And the more and more I look at it, the more I feel like it is one source that's just projecting different aspects of itself depending on who's viewing it and what the said goal is. And it's odd. It's really usually always malevolent. It's never good.
Yeah, I think that all of these beings, someone dropped off. I think that all of these beings, how can I put this? They don't operate with autonomy.
Yeah.
And they are under an order.
Mm-hmm.
And that order is like hierarchical. The same way that our governance is a hierarchical order. That's a hierarchical order. So it's the same as like if you work for the government, you can't fart unless you've got the right document. And that document's got to be signed by this office. It's got to be by that, and it's got to come through there, and it's got to come from right at the top. And it's got to all be like orchestrated. Now you're allowed to fart, kind of thing. And I think it's like that.
Yeah.
Those beings are very bound, and so even the beings that are acting out towards us on the surface, they are like part of something bigger.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing. You're right. I think that all of the systems that we've got are copying these systems of the eighth sphere, and going into the eighth sphere, like it's a pretty, it's basically what we think about when we hear about the pit in the Bible kind of concept. It's like that, and but it's the archons are those beings that like are the walls of the pit, and they are like a fractal hierarchy of beings.
Yeah.
And they are made out of each other, and they are making bigger beings together. And that's when you first see the armor, the different armor that they wear according to their rank, these archons. But then there are actual physical lizard beings that are modeling themselves upon that frequency, but they exist somewhere as a physical being or somewhere else as an actual it's like those archons, some of them have split off to become physical beings, but the archons themselves in that structure are not like, they are both angelic and archonic, and they're like, it's like a two-sided card. It can turn around and it's sunrise, or it can turn around and it's sunset.
Yeah.
Depend on our feedback loop, what we're putting in, and where we're at with the experience, whether we're in a space of fear or love. Really is that polarity. It really is that simple.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense if you consider like everything starting from a base consciousness, and that consciousness having to divide itself to know itself, and then that having to divide itself and it creating these archetypal forms that then become fractals of it. You would get a duality in the physical that would then go into the spiritual, that would then go into something that's outside and almost doesn't interact at all. And then you have these entities probably that would become game addicted and want to keep playing the game in the physical, and AI that's ancient and that would stay around. And
yeah, it's interesting how we've been trained to be afraid of the devil.
Yeah.
And actually, like, here's the damnedest thing, right? Like, I had this experience many years ago where I passed from this world, not when I was a child, because I drowned when I was little, but when I was an adult, I also passed from this world, but not physically. It was an initiatory thing. And time looped because I wasn't on the etheric plane, I was on the astral plane. So time shifts from here to the etheric, and then time shifts. It's like gear ratios. it's exactly what it's like. It's like a gearing ratio. So here there's a certain gear. You go to the etheric, it's a certain gear of time, and you go to the astral, it's the next gear of time. And if you go to beyond the astral into the causal, it's like you're in a neutral gear of time, and you can sort of all time, if that makes sense. So it's like how slow time is and how much time comes out of one moment of time. And you can see the gearing of the astral time is when you're dreaming, because when you dream, your consciousness dips into the astral. So like a 2-second or a 1.5 second dream is a whole long journey.
It's like Inception, like the way the levels of dreams in Inception.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like it's happened in 1 second or 2 seconds. That's how like time. So I was 6 hours in the astral. So that's like a 6-hour long REM like idea. Although I'm sure that my heart stopped beating. Because when I left my body, my heart stopped beating. And at first I was concerned about that. I was like, hey, my heart stopped beating. Where am I going? Whoa. But I had so much fun enjoying it that I got lost.
Yeah. That
And
sounds
then
exactly,
I
it's
waited.
exactly Inception. I mean, there's a little bit of disclosure, I feel like, in that movie with like it's a little different, obviously, with the the DiCaprio movie where they try to implant ideas in the dreams, but there's a certain layer of the dream realm. If you keep going, you forget who you are, and you're there. You'll stay there forever, even though in the real world it'll only be like a couple hours where you actually came from. But you could forget who you are and then just never wake up.
Yeah, I literally, but there's no space, there's no dimension in the astral. It's like just pure energy. So you don't have like the etheric, like where you know where you are, because you aren't anywhere. There's no bearings. And it took me a long time to come to terms with the fact that, okay, I'm done. Like this, like I was sure that this flesh puppet had rotted. And then when I did acknowledge that, okay, what's going on, then I started, the fear crept in. And they came for me. I could hear them, and I could smell them, and I could taste them and sense them coming for me. And they move weirdly. They've got a weird way of moving. They move like from year to year.
I've heard this before. I've heard this.
They move
before.
from year to year without going, from year to year without going, It's like how the hell are these guys moving? And they like move like this through the astral, and you can't escape them because they move with you. And so the only thing you can do is you can hide from them in the void. Well, the void, it's like, imagine density that's so dense that you can't think. You go into this, it's like packing yourself into a brick, and you're like squeezed in, but there's nothing. But then you can't think, you can't strategize, you can't do anything. Then you come out of that and you can think again, and now they're back on you again. It's like, damn. So it came to the point where I realized, okay, you know what, I may as well stop and fight. So I stopped to face them. And then they take me down this spiral. And this like very bizarre sounds and music, and it's like very creepy journey. And they're all the generals watching me, and they're all part of bigger structures and generals and super generals. And then I get to this place where there's no bottom. I'm like, you're kidding me. Like, where am I? It's like, this is the exhaust pipe of the universe. I'm going to get like vaporized. And then I'm facing this being that's got no shape or form. And it just wants to get in here. And so I become strong, and I resist. And the more I resist, the harder it comes. And it goes on and on. It's like a fight that never ends. Like, I'm trying to keep my integrity. I'm trying to keep who I am, and it wants to possess me. Wants to become me. And it goes on forever. And just as I'm feeling like I'm going to fall down into that abyss, like I get my next wind, and like I dig deep, and I'm like, no, I will resist you until I feel sorry for this being. I'm like, shame. Is this your gig? This is your thing.
Yeah.
This is what you do.
Yeah.
Like, this is a real bummer, man. How'd you get to be in this situation? And the moment I do that, like it recoils. I'm like, seriously? That's your weakness?
So, yeah.
Like that I care? So I open my heart, like let the love and the compassion flow. And I realize this being is really feeling fragile and wounded. Then immediately what I'm experiencing is I'm taken out of this. I'm taken out of this. I'm ascending the other direction. And now they've all turned around and they're all like angelic, like Sumerian angelic or Persian or something. And as I get to this place where it's like this, they're singing and it's beautiful and the colors are so like blues and violets and lavenders and indigos, and it's like these beautiful colors and these beautiful songs, and they're singing like arias or something. And it gets to the point where like there's this unilateral consciousness that says, okay, that's what you're allowed. I'm like, come on, man, seriously, look up there, like that's like this is all I'm good for. This is all I'm good for. And next thing, I'm pulled out of that, and then I'm sitting with this thing inside of this being inside of me. And this is like, now I'm like, this is like what the whole Bible is talking about. But I'm not separate. That being, I'm like, hold on, I'm a piece of you. I thought you're a piece of me. I'm a piece of you. We're all pieces of you kind of concept.
Yeah.
And then I'm back in my body. Well, first the vibrations change, and like I literally vibrate back into this density, and then I'm still sitting in my lotus posture. Only now the sun's rising, and I started my ritual at like just before midnight. Then I realized my body's been sitting in this posture for six hours, like I'm staring at my yantra that I made on the wall, because I made a glyph, like a doorway, and like patterns and colors. And my point is, like, I think that like a lot of this stuff that we've been given in our religions is true, but they've twisted it all. They've twisted it all. They've mangled it all. They've given it to us as a toxic package so that we will be, and we're supposed to hate the devil, but the devil's actually like our friend, sacrificing the self so that we can become purified. Like a weird concept. And we're supposed to now fear this being instead of embrace what this being's here to teach us about our own shortcomings.
I understand what you mean. And it's almost like in the process, the people to twist that then become this third entity. That's almost like I guess in the spiritual realm would be like an egregore entity that's the actual now issue because it doesn't want to leave here and it twists everything about the two other sides of the original consciousness that you're supposed to be learning from.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on. I think that there are beings that have broken away from the system that are like trapped in that space physically, that want to get at us.
Yeah.
They like want to get to us. And so it keeps making me think about this mixing of the genetics between there and here. This story, which is such a big story. So like, as to the why of it, like, are there other beings manipulating our power systems? I think it is very much the case. I don't think it's just these people on Earth that are psychotic. I think, like, we speak about mental illness from a shamanic perspective. A mental illness is when you've got the wrong guides.
Yeah.
You're channeling the wrong.
I agree. I think there has to be some sort of outside force it wouldn't make sense as to some of the things that are done. Yeah, there has to be.
You mean the little ones?
Yeah,
Things
it's
they
just
do.
it's just too much. It's too much.
Yeah.
There's too much. It doesn't make it like it's not explainable.
Yeah.
And it's also like illogical a lot of the times. Like it's not even their own best interest. Some of the things that they not even that stuff. Just some of the other things they do. It seems like they're actually hurting themselves at times.
It's as logical as having wings when you live in the water.
Yeah.
Or fins and gills when you live on the earth.
Yeah.
Like you're applying something from another universe to here that just doesn't make sense here. There it might make sense.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there seems to be two kind of factions at war. Like I call one the Molochians, one the Luciferians. Like Molochians, let's just call them that for now. They're kind of pushing self-hatred, and the kind of like victim mentality. And then you have the Luciferians, which are like the self-love, or like too much self-love. And the Luciferians will be the AI, space travel and stuff. That's one cage for us. And the other cage is the Molochians, more kind of like slave driven. And I think for a while they've been working together. There's somebody called his YouTube channel is called The White Lotus of Light. He talks about these two factions. And it makes so much sense because there doesn't seem to be one hierarchy like in control or trying to take control. It's like there are two opposing forces sort of like battling each other. And right now I think we're at the split where there's going to be a takeover of one. I think the Luciferians are going to take over. And that they've tricked the other faction into making all this technology and stuff. But this technology is allowing all this information to come out about the Molochian slave, harm to children, sort of energy. So it's a really interesting time that we're in at the moment. But I also think that the powers that be have been communicating with outside forces for a long time, probably via a quantum computer, but not physical, probably like more of a kind of like water computer or something, or tablets of destiny. But I 100% think that, well, not 100%, I think this realm that we're in right now isn't flat, isn't round. I think we're in the Soul Cube, and people like Yeshua were teaching people how to exit it upon death. He taught about reincarnation and stuff, because cubes and square boxes, like I'm in one right now, it traps energy and contains it. And I think that's what this realm either is, or they're trying to turn this realm into a kind of container to contain our light, to contain our energy. They're turning what would be a prison planet into a prison planet, like to try and contain this, to contain our light, basically. So the reason I say that is because I don't think physical things can come into this realm or leave it. Some call it the firmament or the dome or whatever, but I think that where we are, this place, only light can leave it, like not physical matter, because you see rockets go up and kind of bounce back, moon landing being fake. There's just so much, and I think that there are beings that want to come into this realm, but they can't come in physically, so they need to come in via light, and that would be through electricity or technology. They've tried coming through us, possibly during COVID, and that's why loads of people died suddenly, maybe because another force was trying to come through them. But yeah, also I've got to say, I need to go to bed because it's quite late here in the UK. So yeah, it's been great talking to you guys, and yeah.
It's interesting. It's interesting that you say that before you leave, because I mean they've proven now with the high energy lasers that they can make hydrogen, make matter with light. So that would be a way to get in. Would be light. Does make sense. And the two factions you describe almost remind me of it. You could just switch it around and change Lucifer with Ahriman and change the what was it, the Malachian, the second one?
Yeah.
Change it and make that Lucifer, and that would kind of fit the Steiner perspective on it. Just different names, but same type of idea.
So what's Steiner's perspective? Is Lucifer the deceiver and Ahriman is the other?
Lucifer, and actually Ahriman is more deceptive. Lucifer despises humanity, but that's because he has a wisdom to him, and he thinks he's above humanity. It's almost like an etherization of the physical. He wants to get rid of the physical because he thinks it's an abomination. But Ahriman wants to get deeper into the physical, the material, and that's how you get like the transhumanism aspect of things. And I mean, they work together in Steiner's system too. If they're at their extremes, they're negative, but you need pieces of them to make changes. And then in the center, he has the Christ force, which is the balancing force.
Yeah, that's the most high, because there's not just two opposing energies. There is another one, which I think, is Christ consciousness, which is coming out through people at the moment, like people becoming more aware of it. And I think it's because of this battle of these other two opposing forces that people are like, I don't really like either side, because before they were maybe on one, but now that they can see that there are two, they're like, we need a third one. So now they're looking beyond religion, thinking outside the box, so to speak. But yeah, I've got to go, man. All right, nice to see you guys. Take care.
Talk with you, brother.
See ya.
Big love to you, brother.
Big love
Thank
to
you for
both,
joining
too.
us. Been
Have a
an
good night,
honor.
man.
Have a good night. Sleep well. Yeah, brother. I think what you're saying is interesting, and it makes me think of the triple goddess, but in the male form.
There's something with the triple goddess. It's funny you mentioned that, because I've almost said something a few times, but since 2020, this is one of the main things. Me and my friend Silas of his channel, Silas Speaks, have had ongoing discussions about all the triple goddess symbolism that's everywhere, trying to really understand what the people who are using it actually like think about it and why they're using it, because a lot of it seems to be an inversion or an attempted inversion of the divine feminine, but at the same time it's hard to tell. So I don't know what your thoughts on this are.
It is confusing in the way that it's used. I think it represents Saturn, and it represents those three in a cube. You got three poles, three sets of three polarities, right? And in our three-dimensional reality that we move through, we are operating in these three poles, but we're moving in a fourth direction because we're moving through these three poles, right? Like in a cube, but we're moving through the cube, but always in the cube, moving through the cube, in the next cube, through the cube, in the next cube, through the cube, in the next cube. And the one cube is, so like the fourth dimension is time, and which is a hyperdimension of space. We don't realize it, but it is actually the same way that 3D is a hyperdimension of 2D. So there's these three polarities bind, are reflected as above, so below, to form the hexagram, the hexagon, and the cube sits within it. And earlier, something that Shinobi was saying was about the fours. 2 fours is an 8, is 44 octave. And that represents the octahedron. And the octahedron is what the cube and the Merkaba are inside. We see it in the flower of life, right? Everything fits into the octahedron, which is Saturn. So we think of Saturn as the cube, but the cube is the extension of the octahedron. It's the way it compresses into. And so that principle of 3 becoming 4, the 3 dimensions of space, which is the cube, fits in to the 44, which becomes the 8. So the 3 as the 6 fits into the 4 as the 8. As this sets of polarities. And so I see that the triple goddess is the structure, or the body of the cube.
Okay.
But there's got to be 3 bodies of it.
Yeah.
But then the masculine version exists too. Ahriman, Lucifer, and Christos.
Yeah.
And Christos represents what Lakshmi represents. On the mental plane, Vishnu, which is avatar name is Krishna. And when the Catholics discovered the Gita, they thought it was a plagiarization of their own scripts. Because the message is so damn similar. So the Vishnu and the Krishna, even the word Krishna and Christos obviously have the same roots, those words. So the Vishnu is that preserver of life. And then you've got the Shiva, the crone, the destroyer. And you've got Brahma, Sarasvati, the creator. And Sarasvati is the consort. So you've got the triple goddess in India, which is Sarasvati and Lakshmi and Shakti, the Mahashakti, which becomes a Mahakali, which is personified by the Durga and the 9 personalities of the Durga. So, and then you've got the 3 masculine. So in the Vedic school, you can see the 3 triple god and triple goddess as being sets of consorts.
Yeah.
And that those are the polarities of the cube.
Because they're also the magnetic electric forces, and they also, you could manifest that into the physical.
I think that people haven't understood it in history so well. That they've gone with what they've read in the books, and they've done what others have done. And I think maybe as well, a lot of the books that we've got has been controlled by the printing press.
Oh yeah.
That wants it to be confusing.
Yeah, it's terribly confusing.
But when you go to India, it's not. Because they didn't really get in there that well. You see, they couldn't control Hinduism because there's no formal structure to the religion. There's no priests or church. There's the Brahmins do the pujas, but it's such a personal religion that everybody does it their own style. And you don't have a church as such.
Yeah.
So you can't control it. That's what I think. That's why I had to go to India.
One is the oldest surviving text, right, from the Vedic. Yeah. So it's going to be the furthest reaching back, probably the most closest thing to the source of everything that we can read, at least for now. That at least it's not hidden away from us somewhere.
That's what I noticed when I was in the Western, before I went to India. Those like that experience I was talking to you about was what drove me to India.
Yeah.
Because I'd had that, and I really thought I was enlightened. Thought I was enlightened. Thought, well, this must be it. Yeah,
Steiner had this idea about India, about how after the dark priest class in Atlantis fell, that one of the first places the surviving Atlanteans went that were not part of this class went to India. And he would explain that's why you find this sort of like the organization the way it was to preserve the knowledge after what they had been through in the Atlantean period or something like that. It's interesting.
Makes sense, because everywhere else they got in there, they could get in and pervert it, turn it into like there's a guy collecting money, basically.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't do that in India.
Yeah.
Like, okay, who's the guy collecting money? Like, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Everybody do their own thing. It's like chaos.
Exactly. And, I mean, I think one of the other places he said I think he had thought a lot of them went to America or were in this region. And he talks about America being discovered twice, and that the church actually stopping or basically preventing travel, and after a few generations, like no one remembered that it was even here, but they were trying to have people avoid coming over here. And then 1400s they started letting people come back. There's something about the energies
with the Indians and the Indians.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's strange. His
and they're all red.
And the thing is, he said that the main reason was the magnetic and electrical forces of this area on the planet at that time would not be, like he said, tolerable to the European types and people that the church was preventing from coming over here. It would almost corrupt them totally. Almost as if he was like implying like a spiritual issue that was taking place in America specifically. Or at least that would be a spiritual issue for the more European type of people if they came here.
Yeah, I do think that that there must be a lot of truth to that, because thinking about it, the American Indian tradition is also one that never got in there, did they? That form of spirituality was the same. There was no organized church. There was nobody collecting money. That's what it comes down to, right? Religion is somebody collecting money.
The one place they might have got in seems like it might have been like the Aztecs. There seems like there might have been some sort of Babylonian type of connection there, but that's like the only one.
Yeah, no. I guess you're right. You know that they definitely did some bizarre things.
Yeah.
Look at it like this, right? According to our stories of Babylon, and that could have been Babylon for all we know. Like who knows what's the full story? These clouds went over the earth and people were eating each other.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we've got the stories wrong.
Yeah.
maybe they were doing that not just for the kicks, but because they needed to eat.
Yeah.
And they were like, we better bless this meat properly.
Yeah.
Because these clouds had come over and poisoned, and nothing would grow. Everything died. And perhaps they had the technology to protect themselves. Right? Perhaps they had technology, air filters. Could filter out the stuff and breathe clean air. But that's not quite the same as having food to eat.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had to create a system where they would try and ensure survival by eating each other. You could see how that could happen.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's one thing I will even give Steiner the benefit of saying, that you can't even really know any history past 100 years. That he would always say, despite even what he said, he was like, past 100 years, nothing is reliable. So we're basically guessing, unless we're doing like some sort of remote viewing type of spiritual reading of these Akashic records or something. And I can't do this, so
I haven't seen that place.
now Steiner claimed he could do this, I believe, which is one of the why he made
I've
how he
seen
made some of the
older.
claims.
I've seen when we were big.
Mm-hmm.
But that was before all of this.
Yeah.
That area is like shielded, or maybe it's me that can't see that era, or if that makes sense. Or I haven't really, I don't know. I suppose you're pulled where you'll feel relevant memory, relevant information is for your journey. That's what will, because it comes through on its own, right? Like it's not something that it's not like an on-demand service.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I've always had more of a, when I've had those types of experiences, I've been more prone to go forward than backwards. Like I've had some like more like a, I guess, a premonition type situations where it'd be just like a lucid dream of the day after, where I find out someone who I know dies, and then that happens. It's like very not anything crazy, and not like a prophecy for the whole world. It's just like someone who I know a little bit, my friend's uncle or something like that. It's like, what? It's such a, but that's like the type of stuff that would happen with me, which is strange.
Yeah, I do think that that story, which is a universal story of this, I mean, we can literally pick up the isotopes of nuclear wars.
Yeah.
Having been on this planet. So it makes a lot of sense that those Sumerian tablets are actually correct. They did use these weapons of mass destruction, and they did basically, and that would make sense why the powers that be have used that as a stick to keep us in fear, because they are understanding that it's in our genetic history. We know what happens when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
And it's scary.
Now, the question for me comes to the point of being, are the people who have these social engineers, the controllers, who these bloodlines who have been running the world for however long, back when John Dee was doing all his stuff, all his writings said he was trying to become a man outside of time. I don't know if you read the book Genuflect by Tracy Twyman. It's kind of a rough book to get through with all the stuff that the occult darkness that happens in that book. But basically what I believe the ending of that book is like she had come to this idea through all the occult stuff she was getting into, that the elites were seeking to create like a universe or a world of their own, and that they figure out a way to do that through a bunch of horrible types of sacrifice combined with technology and metaphysics and a whole lot. Yeah, goes on. If you read the book, I have a copy of it. If you haven't, and you'd understand what I mean. It's like it's a lot. I can't even break all of it down. But if it is the case that that's what they're trying to do, create a new universe of their own, then that changes things, I think, in how we would move forward.
But they would have to use this universe to create that universe. They would have to terraform this universe.
Yeah. I mean, they would have to make this like a virtual reality data cube to project the new world out of, I guess. And you'd have to get rid of any Archon type entity.
In order to do that, they would have to hijack all our minds.
Mm-hmm. Which is what they're trying to do.
So that gets to like the why of it. It makes a lot of sense, because the idea of why they need to hijack everybody's mind and control everybody's thinking, because like the universe, it's like people talk to me about flat earth and round earth, and I'm like, well, if you look at the flat earth, it makes a lot of sense, right? But I don't say that, like, I think that it goes through different phases. And it's like, it's this cubic phase of the consciousness that dictates how that is. And that, like, it's not, it's that, but it's more.
No, I agree. I mean, and even the way they show it to us, they show you a round earth, and then they show you a flat universe. And if we're a if everything's holographic and based on light anyways, then what is that?
Yeah.
Exactly. It could be anything you want it to be. It's going to be anything that the consciousness deems it.
And that sort of makes sense why magic works.
Yeah.
Why we have powers. Why we can do things. Why, the human potential is so incredible. Like if you've ever done something you didn't know you could do, even just something as random as jumping higher than your own head.
Yeah. I mean,
didn't know you could do it. Grab a spider this big in your hand accidentally under a counter looking for a cloth in your kitchen, and you hold it. It's a big furry ball, and then the legs are trying to open, and you're like, that's not a cloth. It's like a cricket ball, man. It's like a baseball spider. Oh.
Well, I mean, we see it even with, like, I think I mentioned this last time, like the type of odd reversing of the second law of thermodynamics, where like a mother saves her child by lifting up a car off the child. Like, where does that energy come from?
Yeah,
pulling that up, that's coming from a different place. It's coming from like our spiritual home, wherever that, because that energy does not exist in her physical body here. It's not reserved. It's not stored up in her body. It's impossible. It should be. I think that's part of the reason they want us, because the soul seems to give access to like a almost unlimited amount of energy if you really know how to tap it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had a lot of those kind of experiences of like, I remember with my ex-wife on the back of my bike once in the jungle. Well,
flow
we're not in the
state.
jungle. We were in Hikkaduwa. I don't know if you know Hikkaduwa. It's in Sri Lanka. And we were going into like a little bit out of Hikkaduwa into the beginnings of the wilderness, but cruising in there. And actually, I just wanted to go. The sound was so cool. I wanted to go into that sound deeper. I wanted to go and find a real place to go and sit down and have a spliff. I had some oil, some really nice oil. And I was like, let's go in there, like, and find a nice place and like just go slowly on the bike and find a nice place because I didn't want to leave my bike on the road.
Yeah.
Like, am I going to see it again?
Yeah.
So these three guys jumped us. And then one guy was behind them. So it was like they came forward and they were armed with like sickle, knives. And my instincts kicked in and I swept the three guys off like that. And somehow I flicked my ex-wife off the bike into the bushes. And I somehow jumped up and landed next to the bike. And they were trying to come to me again. And I literally brought this wrath into my body. And I picked up the bike and I flicked it like a boomerang. And it went off into the bushes. And they saw it and they freaked out and they dropped their knives and they ran away. And it was only then that I realized, hold on, my bike's over there.
Yeah.
And I had just didn't even know it. I just accidentally I'd taken the handlebar and just literally holding on the bar of the handle, just flicked the bike like behind my back without even, there wasn't any weight to it.
Yeah.
So like we've got like incredible strength that's not physical if when we need it. Like that's the pregnant woman lifting a car, you know, or jumping as high as your head, higher than your head, and then looking down and going, my God, I'm high. It's the one time I held a spider bigger than my hand. Like, because I didn't know what it looked like. I had this big spider under my sink and I'd forgotten about him. And like months had passed, he'd grown bigger. I knew there was a spider about that big, like a ball, but he had gotten bigger. And I kept my cloths and I used to put my hand under there, the cloth, like to wash the dishes. And he was like curled up like a ball. Like he was huge. I dropped him back where I'd found him and I jumped. Like left him in there. I'm like, I'm not going to go mess with him. But he didn't try and do anything. He was just trying to open his legs. But they were all hairy and I was like trying to figure out what it was. And when the legs opened, I was like, oh my God, I know this is that guy, but he's bigger. Like I didn't realize he wasn't fully grown. Because I had so many spiders in my home in Sri Lanka.
I could
I had
imagine.
my wall covered in spiders. And I would never chase them away. I was like, no, I'm good with spiders because I'm afraid of them. So I want to, do you want to know the irony? I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, I see a little bit.
I was bitten by a spider there last night. In my sleep. I remember laying down and something's on my face and I'm doing this. And I've got big spiders in here. All sorts of spiders. Some of the spiders I get in here are big. They're scary looking. You know rain spiders? Like, I don't think they can bite badly. I don't know what this was, but I find all sorts of spiders in here because I basically leave the windows open and I live next to a nature reserve.
Okay.
So, I mean, I found a snake in my living room. I've got a what do you call that thing that hunts snakes? A mongoose. I've got a mongoose nesting in my garden.
Yeah, fuck, man.
Yeah. So like basically I don't worry about snakes anymore.
Yeah.
And used to have penguins nesting in front of my garden. Like
that's awesome.
on the verge.
Yeah.
But there's not enough penguins now for them to do that because there's not enough fish for them. And that's like what we're talking about, this global nonsense, like take all the fish out of the sea and remove all of the living things. I think there's an agenda to remove living things.
Yeah, I mean, the people. I don't know how people haven't realized like the 2030 climate agenda that continues into however long is not a. It's a death agenda. It's a death to all natural things agenda. I mean, everything they do is gonna cause havoc. It's not. It's not a life-giving, saving agenda at all. At all. I think that's why they call it the Green Deal, because it's like the more like the pale green horse, like the
Well, green. I always relate green to the color of the green man, which I relate to Saturn. And so
And-
everybody, like in modern times, they've been taught to think of Saturn as indigo, but I still think of indigo as Venus,
that makes sense. I mean,
because like green doesn't seem musical to me, but indigo does.
yeah,
The color of the night sky is like, it's magical. Any musician must fall in love with that color, that purple blue depth of darkness that the stars come out of. What's more musical than that?
yeah. And when the green also can get into like that matrixy computer type green too, and that's like very
Math.
very math, very like
Yeah.
just
It's
coding.
very technical.
Yeah,
It's like Saturn, and it's like reaping. So the Green Deal is the Saturn with the reaper, and he's not reaping corn. Well, maybe he's reaping corn. He's like, it's the reaper,
I mean
and
that's the death cycle now, and then they want to terraform and remake everything. God, it's gonna be freaking awful.
well, I don't think they can.
Yeah, I don't think they can either. I don't even know how it's gonna anything. That's why when I was saying before, like it's like, and you were saying too, a lot of what they do is so illogical. A lot of this just seems super illogical and counterintuitive in a way where it's like you're trying to replace the most advanced actual biological instrument that is already here with something that's clearly inferior and cannot exist on its own. Like now they're saying they can't do it without biology being integrated with it. So it's like, why?
It makes perfect sense though when you if they can get that contract of people to agree, then they can use that as a spell, as a ritual, to contractually hand us the keys to the universe, because we're all part of this co-creative harmony. And much love, dear brother. Big love to you. Take it easy. Have a lovely one. Take a little trip. Yeah, I think that's the goal, and I think that this is why they had to have the purification, if I can call it that, trying to remove everybody with ESP in the burnings, the witchings, the lynchings, the getting rid of anybody that was having any kind of a vision or anything, because they were evil and they were possessed. So let's take out the whole, and this is why they took out whole bloodlines.
Yeah.
They were interesting. They didn't just take one person, they take the whole family and they take the farm. How do you take the land from people unless you get rid of the whole bloodline?
You have to.
And they took most of the land that the Catholic Church got. It got from stealing from people that it had offed.
Yep.
So where were the children that would have inherited that land?
They're off or sent somewhere else.
This is, well, I think they wanted to get rid of everybody.
That's what it seems like.
Because they like, this family bloodline has got like some gifts. We don't want them to. They will like infect the others. Some might be like closer to popping, and if that one pops, then the other ones next door might pop. Before you know it, it's a popping frenzy.
Yeah.
It just takes a couple of pops to get others going. Oh, you can do that. Oh, maybe I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. Funny. I didn't know I could do that. And then everybody else, well, if you guys can do it, surely I can. Before everybody's like, wow, come on, man. Everybody's doing it. I can do it.
Yeah. And now it's so far the opposite where no one would even believe, no one believes it anyway. So it's like, if there's one person who cares, then everyone else who has a vision, eventually we're going to control those. There'll be our visions that we give them. We'll give them the artificial visions and telepathy.
So this is why the most funded enterprise on earth is weapons, to keep the masses afraid with war, and pharmaceuticals.
Yep.
To keep those that aren't afraid bottled up.
And it's both industries become dual use in a way where the weapons eventually become part of the entertainment systems and the drugs become part of the weapon system. It's like one or the other, they both interchange. Like the stuff they were using in Afghanistan to make the Muslims hear Allah in their head and give up is now used in the Vegas Dome. The beam-forming sound is the same thing. So now when you're in you're in the Vegas Dome, your seat gets individual sound.
It was sound technology. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
They set up these speakers in the deserts.
Yeah.
And they won the Operation Desert Storm without firing a shot. Is it Desert Storm?
I mean, there were certain I don't know how often they were using it, but it was just, I know there were certain times when they would use it and they would just get the I guess the rebels to just give up their weapons and turn themselves in.
Yeah, that's I think it was Desert Storm. Why was one of the reasons for the difference in the coalition handily defeated large conscript Iraqi army in a peer battle? What's a peer battle?
Is it a comment?
So the coalition ceased its advance and declared a ceasefire 100 hours after the ground campaign started. There was like hardly any fight. Like wars don't last 100 hours.
Yeah.
They came in, they started fighting, they set up, they got into key places, they set up these speakers, and everybody else just. I remember seeing the news article saying that it was too hot, and that the Iraqis, I think it was Iraqis, were basically just found confused in the deserts from the heat or something. Heat wave. Or,
see, I don't
that
even
was
know.
one of the things that we were told that I remember hearing, and I was like, really? Really?
Yeah,
like,
I'm only relaying the information from one of the TED Talks from one of the guys who had one of the companies that had the first type of weapons he was selling to the military, and he was telling the stories from Afghanistan of them using this, but how they really wanted to start using it in entertainment. And then I recently saw that's exactly what they're using at the Vegas Dome, and I was like, oh, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I was still in school when this happened.
Yeah.
I was about 12. No, I was about 14 when that war happened. And I remember, like, I didn't read the newspapers, but everybody was talking about it. You know, the adults that bothered to read the newspapers, because I was like, I'm never going to read the newspapers. That'd be stupid. What am I going to do that for?
How old are you now, Franklin?
49.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, so I was like...
Is it that bad?
No, I mean, you seem so much younger. Because I'm 37. Yeah. So I wasn't even around yet when this was happening. If you were 12, yeah, barely. That's probably why.
Yeah.
So it was a little after me. But
Yeah.
then I remember some of it when when we went back after 9/11, obviously, because then by that time I was in high school, and we were using it then, but we were dealing with a bunch of other stuff at that time too, like the green screen type propaganda videos we were getting, and the deep fakes and the AI was starting to come out.
Yeah. No, they definitely, like, that's why when people talk about the Mandela effect, I'm like, I was there.
Yeah.
There was no Mandela effect. They
Yeah.
were lying to us. We knew they were lying to us. There were 2 different bulletins sent out, man. They told us he was dead, and like a lot of the people didn't believe it. And then they came clean. Okay, he's not dead. Okay, we knew he wasn't dead. So, that was like a political what do you call it? A lie, basically, propaganda, because they owned the television channels. Like the South African government basically,
Yeah.
that was how it worked. Indeed, dear brother. Did you spend time with your missus?
No, I had a power outage and my power surge protector broke down, so I had to go get a new one. Took a while.
Where's your missus now?
She's on her way to get me. She was over painting. We're painting a
Well,
portrait.
Wish her happy birthday from
Oh,
me,
yeah.
from all of us.
Same.
Hope she's having a good one.
She is.
She's quite hands-on. She's an artist, isn't she?
Yeah, she keeps busy. She's always doing something.
My missus is also always busy.
Yeah.
Do you know, like,
Inspiration.
like the
Same.
gift I gave her was a Dremel. Like,
Nice.
your girlfriend's cool when you give her a Dremel, and that's like the kind of
Yeah.
gift she wants. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like, she's not interested in any of the other nonsense. Like, it's really hard getting a gift for her, but like, that's the kind of gift she's like, oh yeah, because she likes to make things. She's an artist.
I should
I'm
get
sure
her.
your girlfriend is as well, isn't she? Like,
Same way here. Same.
make stuff with her hands and like give her something she can use for art, and that's what she wants.
Yep.
Then you got like a real woman, not like a the cutout.
Yeah. No.
I look pretty with my nails, kind of.
Right.
Anyway, guys, shall we I see it's 5 hours and 46 minutes.
Jeez, you guys were on a long time before I got on.
Yeah. Man, I've been bentonite claying it. It's so itchy. I'm just praying that it's not necrophilic venom, because that sounds like a bummer.
Yeah.
But I've had bentonite clay on it today. I'm going to put bentonite clay on it again now.
As long as I think there's no line, like if you get a red line that starts running up, that's when you have to worry. I feel like that's what I heard. At least she gets bit by spiders a lot, and they had to give her like a couple years back. I think 5 years ago now, when I first met her, she got bit when she was out of town. She started having a red line go up her hand, and they had to give her antibiotics or something because they said it was so infected that if they didn't. But I think until you start seeing like a discoloration or a red line, you're fine.
I'm pretty strong.
Yeah.
Like, I do like to drink my urine.
I remember you telling us that. So.
That's that boosts your immune system potently.
Yeah. If it gets
And
you can use psyllium husk and activated charcoal, make it putty, and refrigerate it for a little bit, and then put that on there. You slap it on, it'll pull it all out of there if it's a bad spider bite and it gets infected.
I've got bentonite clay.
Yeah, does that pull it out? Do you take it off afterwards, or does it kind of just go into you?
No, the bentonite clay, it's like putty, and then it dries. It gets hard,
Okay.
like a crust.
Yeah.
You pull it off.
Gotcha. That might be a perfect thing. Yeah.
Bentonite clay will do the same as charcoal. They work together. The only thing is it's less dirty than the charcoal.
Yeah.
everything you touch because it's on my hand. This is gonna be like charcoal everywhere. Like my whole house will be covered in black marks, like on the walls. Everything. My little boy will come and like get hold of it and turn it into on the walls. Next thing I have to paint. You know how it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's itchy. But itchy is good. Itchy is a
Yeah,
good
man.
sign.
Yeah.
And I still don't know what kind of spider it was. Damn, man. I would love to know what it was. Because I make a point of leaving all the spiders in my home. Like I actually, I've got very tall ceilings. I don't even like to disturb their webs. Even when they leave their webs, because they sometimes leave their babies in their webs. So I've got like babies hatching in here often. The babies tend to bite you a bit.
Yeah.
I think I had a button spider outside my window a while ago.
Crazy. Too crazy for me. She likes leaving them too, though, because they eat the mosquitoes and stuff. But I'm just like, I'm gonna get the vacuum and I'll just vacuum everything up. I can't. I try not to though, because she gets mad at me.
No, I'm very pro that because we've got other things here, like you say, the mosquitoes, the flies. I'm by the beach, the seaweed across the road, and the flies sit on the seaweed, and then the wind is a southeaster, so it blows them this way, and like I've got moths everywhere. They'll like eat all of the fabrics.
Where are you right now? Are you in UK?
I'm in Cape Town, southern tip.
Yeah.
Simonstown, right next to Boulders by Penguin Sanctuary.
Okay.
So between the mountain and the beach, which is pretty cool.
No, it's awesome.
Yeah. Decided to come here to have a child because it's home sweet home. I came here and I was like, this isn't the home I left. 20 years has done a lot to this place. But then again, I noticed it everywhere I went, like New Delhi, when I decided that I was going to India for the last time, they were reconstructing the whole of Paharganj, and they were putting in like glass windows to make it look like Topshop in London. And I was like, that's it, I'm done. Tap me out. I'm not coming back here again because it's not going to be the same. I do not want to walk down Paharganj and it's all like glass screens like London. I'm sorry. I'm not interested. Have you been to Paharganj?
No, but I know all the tech companies are moving into India for the agriculture. Like they're taking control of all the agriculture, trying to at least. So I could imagine.
Seminus is the big company. I researched this when I was living there. Like I researched it by going to the depots. And the Seminus was the company that was selling all the hybrid seeds. And then I researched Seminus, and it was a holding company held by Monsanto's that had bought them in 2007, I think. So South Africa is a Monsanto's agent.
Everywhere.
We are pushing Monsanto's in Africa.
Everywhere. They're everywhere. And if it's not them, it's like a shell company that they're running.
Exactly. In India, it's a shell company because they don't want to be, it has to be an Indian company. Indian government and everything, they're quite strict about that. But in South Africa, at least they're not pushing BT crops, but still a lot of GMO crops. And the sad thing is the African people eat a lot of corn. They love corn and samp. And those are the two biggest GMO crops here in South Africa.
Yeah.
So it's almost like there's a racial thing going on here with the food.
Yeah, I think so.
But
I mean,
people should know better than to eat corn, though, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't actually eat corn. Doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all GMO, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like eating soya almost.
Yeah.
You shouldn't eat soya, you shouldn't eat corn. corn is actually grown to feed to animals.
Yeah, I mean, even before the GMO, I feel like it was like never really much to corn. There's not much substance there, so it kind of just goes right through you anyway. So it's like, if it's not, so, and now you're just getting all the negative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've been a vegetarian my whole life, so I've always tried to eat rice, and my favorite is madua. And I haven't been eating it. Rye. Rye is the one. I haven't been eating rye. I just tend to eat like whole grain because we don't get fresh rye breads here. We get those like German ones which are sealed in packets with preservatives and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
not freshly baked,
Yeah.
which winds me up.
Yeah.
And it's not like it's hard. Where I want my rye, I want my bread fresh. If I try not to eat too much bread, but I get the seeded loaf, whole grain,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
which I shouldn't really be eating because it's not good to eat bread. Ideally, we should eat vegetables instead.
Yeah.
Chickpeas.
No, she is a pescatarian, just eats fish. It was the only meat that she'll eat. It's been trying to get me more down that route, but I feel like my blood type is like it's hard for me to not have meat.
Just look at your teeth. Your teeth will tell you what you need to eat. It's in the design.
Yeah. I have so many teeth and they're huge.
Have you got sharp teeth?
I do kind of have fangs back here.
Yeah, if you've got good canines, sharp canine, then you probably should eat a bit of meat.
Yeah. I don't eat a lot, but a little. It's hard for me without it. I'll start feeling like crap. And I lose weight fast.
Oh, do you lose weight?
Yeah.
Then you know what? Do you want my special secret recipe to put on weight?
What is it?
But this weight goes into your bones.
What is it?
It's the sesame. Now, sesame is the most rich loaded superfood on the planet, right? For minerals.
Okay.
But it's about how to get it to go straight into your bones. You've got to have extra virgin olive oil makes the holes get bigger. For example, if you take extra virgin and what's that salt called?
Himalayan?
No, the salt, Epsom salt.
Okay.
If you take Epsom salt and mix it with warm water, down it and drink a whole lot of extra virgin olive oil, like a pint of each,
Mm-hmm.
and wait a while and do that again, then you'll actually urinate out crystals.
Mm.
Because the Epsom salt breaks up the crystals and the extra virgin oil makes all the valves get bigger, the holes, so things can come out. Right? So when you eat extra virgin olive oil, it increases the size of the holes in your gut.
That's interesting.
And so you can uptake minerals better.
Better, more, yeah.
And so more get through the gut wall. And then vitamin C is like battery acid. Or there's a sort of a electromagnetic thing going on with minerals in the body.
Yeah.
It gets drawn in. So you increase that electrical potential with lemon juice. So you want to hit it with a lot of lemon juice, a lot of extra virgin olive oil, and a lot of sesame with some chickpeas, because you do need grain. You don't want to get, and then you can eat that with like a rye bread or a bread or something. And you want to make it like really yourself, fresh, but very lemony. And you compensate for the very lemony by making it very salty. But then you want to have a mixed mineral supplement, which is going to increase your osmosis power, right? Of a Himalayan salt, because it's got lots of different minerals in it. It's not just sodium
Yeah.
And you make it very salty, lots of lemon, lots of extra virgin olive oil, and strong with lots of tahini, which is pure sesame. And you blend it up and you make your own hummus. But you don't have to add the chickpeas. You can make this little dip of what they call tahina in Israel, or what they call tahina, if you where you don't put in the chickpeas. But I like the chickpeas.
Yeah.
If you don't put in the chickpeas, you got to get that hit of sesame though, lots of sesame, and you eat that every day in that fashion, and you will find that when you eat it, you literally feel your body sucking in the minerals, and you feel them going into your bones, and so your bone density increases.
That's interesting. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild. I never heard that. That's actually good information. I don't know if I need to put on much. I'm like, I don't break anything. I'm like right a great weight, but it's just if I want to put on muscle, it's like I gotta work.
You don't have to get bigger. Your bones will just get harder.
Yeah. So that's what will happen.
And as you get older, you want your bones to be hard.
Yeah.
Because that way, like, you don't break a bone.
Yeah, break bones. Yeah, exactly.
But I eat far better than I should. I need to actually start fasting again because I eat better than I should eat.
Yeah.
More than I should. And I eat well. My son eats well. He's really strong and heavy and solid. He's got dense bones.
Yeah. That's good.
He's like he's 8 years old and he weighs about maybe just under 80 pounds.
Okay. I can't remember how much I weighed at 8 or my brother, but I know my brother was a big boy at 8. So I could imagine.
Yeah, he suddenly just grew fast, but he's never been sick. So he's never missed a growth day.
Yeah.
He's always growing. Every time your child gets sick for a week or a few days, they stop growing, and then it takes them another week or week and a bit to get back in their cycle. So if your child's been sick 10 times, that's like 20 weeks of not growing.
Yeah.
And because he doesn't go to school, he doesn't get sick. So he never gets sick. He's just,
That's great.
Yeah. And even when he's around other children that are sick, he doesn't seem to get it. So he's like he eats well. Pretty much a vegetarian. He's a bit of a pescatarian. Sometimes he'll eat a bit of seafood.
Yeah.
But that nonsense that you have to eat meat to put on weight is complete hogwash.
Oh yeah. More so with me, it's just because I am lazy about cooking certain things. I'm just like the fastest way to get protein sometimes. It's just easier for me to get a little grilled chicken every once in a while or something.
I love the kitchen. I love cooking.
I hate it.
Hobby.
I hate the kitchen. I don't know why. To me, I was like, she likes cooking. I can't. I'm like, I like cleaning. I like get my peace in cleaning, but food, I'm just like, I feel like it takes forever. Bothers me.
Nah, I can cook fast. I can put together a meal really quickly.
That's one thing. It's one thing I'm lucky I've heard.
My girlfriend gave me one of those Japanese knives, the handmade knives, and a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
And a sharpening stone for my katana. Like keep your blade sharp, and because whenever she comes out, I'm cooking. And I'm pretty good in the kitchen because I've always cooked and I've traveled around the world, and everywhere I've gone, I've wanted to see the kitchen.
Yeah. That's funny.
So I love food. I think it's important to have a good relationship with food.
Yeah.
Because it's like the love of life.
Yeah. Nah,
It's
I
like-
mean, I eat decently. I always have, luckily, but most of it's been out of, like, until I met her, at least it was just out of self-preservation and wanting to be healthy. It wasn't really out of caring as much about for the food. It's like whatever's gonna keep me the healthiest, and that's just the way I always was.
Yeah, I think like I used to eat a lot more raw food. I need to get back to that.
Yeah,
And I was
did
vegan
too.
for quite a while.
Okay.
And but like the more raw food you eat, it has a powerful effect
Mhm.
on the body. Like one of the best eaters I've seen is Indy. He's always eating. Haven't you noticed? He's always eating on the round table. He's always eating because he's always got good blow, you know, and he's always got the munchies. But he's eating well. Like look at him. Look. He was eating earlier. And what are you snacking on, Indy?
I made a salad. I make these big salads.
You know what I'm saying? Like he knows how to eat. This guy
Yeah.
eats like you see the food he's eating. He's always eating good stuff. What are you drinking? It's a cool smoothie, or it's this, or it's like a super juice or something. He's like always putting good food into his body. So
Nature's gifts.
yeah, man. Yeah, he's a really good advertisement for good food.
Yeah.
Anyway, brothers, it's been lovely.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Sending you big love, big blessings.
Absolutely. We'll talk again next week. I'll talk
It's
to you
been
guys.
an honor.
I'll talk to you guys on Telegram too.
Great
Yeah,
show.
man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Much love,
Enjoy
guys.
it. And love to your girlfriend.
Thank
You guys too. You guys too.
Blessings to you
And
guys.
thank you guys. Thank you all. I hope you got what you came for and enjoyed the show. Sending you all big love, blessings, peace, honor, respect.
Respect.